Who else is listening to songs on repeat to try and drown out reality? Hey, let's go. We're jumping right into it. What's up? Hello. 10 people. 10 people here. I also just realized I didn't shut the door. I think it'll be fine. What's up? Hello. 9 people here. Someone didn't like the apate. And they said, no thank you. Okay. Let's see here. Let me get chat pulled up because I was running a bit late because I was doing some stuff in the Discord. Yeah. How's it going? You know, I'm pretty good at this point. Well, okay. I used to not feel a lot of emotions. Or at least be like very aware of said emotions. And so I have progressed into being able to like feel them better and analyze them. But I'm still pretty good at shutting them down when necessary. So I'm pretty good at like feeling a negative emotion, seeing it, processing it, and then putting it to the side. And that's what I'm doing. So basically, yeah, surreal moment realizing that I am among the 10 you enumerate and that this is a live video and that you are live. Yeah, Quinn, you came in on a good one. This is a great... I mean, unironically, I'm super excited for the Critical Role today. I'm very happy to be here right now, today. And so, with that in mind, I'm gonna get it out of the way right now. It's the election. I'm gonna get it out of the way. I'm gonna talk about it, and then ideally, maybe we can make some like the occasional gallows humor, but like not gonna get into it the rest of the stream. So I may not be here the whole time due to a job interview I have before too long. Good luck. Good luck on the job interview. That's hype. I have been having some trouble. I mean, I want to keep doing this like full time, 40 hours, but I've been, looking at some freelance stuff, having some trouble finding stuff. So good luck. Everyone say something nice you did today. Good idea. So basically, I worked out. This morning. I'm very proud of myself. I used to be. It might be tough to believe. I used to be really fucking yoked. I used to be really jacked. And then COVID hit and I got kind of big, like all my muscle converted to fat. And I got to like my heaviest during COVID, somewhere north of 200. And I'm like 5'9", so that's, heavier. And then I lost all the weight, but I never regained the muscle. So I'm trying to get my frustrations out. It's been feeling really good to go back to the gym. I really like lifting. So I'm very happy to be back there. But let's I get to see a lawyer. Woo. Yeah, let's get it out of the way. Obviously, I don't talk about politics explicitly as much as some of my contemporaries like Mike. But also, it may not surprise you to know that Mike and I kind of do sniff tests of people that we work with. And Mike did a sniff test of me before he wanted to work with me. So me and Mike are, we're not 100% aligned on everything, but we're pretty aligned. So if you know his politics, you're probably at least in the ballpark of mine. I voted for Kamala. Who could have guessed? And that I know a lot of people. We're talking about Moldova. Exactly. I know so much about Moldovan politics. You're so right, Michael. I just want to put out where I stand so that I don't have to answer it in the future. I have a lot of people that I know who likely voted for Trump. I guess I don't know explicitly. And I know a lot of them did it because they feel as though the government and the parties have left them behind. They feel like they don't have anyone in government that represents them, and they feel fucked over by the system as economics and the economy gets worse. I get all of those feelings. I don't want to act like I don't understand that, or that I think that things are going like an awesome way economically. But I don't support Trump's social policy for a litany of reasons that I don't even really feel is worth getting into. It's pretty obvious, especially given what I talked about last stream. I don't support his economic policy. I think 100% tariffs are anti-competitive and stupid. We could get more into those. That's something that I feel more comfortable talking about. And in terms of foreign policy, I think he's an embarrassment. I think he's embarrassing. I don't think he's like a good leader that like people can look to and take seriously. I think he makes America look like a joke. So I'm not like a huge Democrat fanboy. I wasn't a huge Kamala fanboy. There's some of her policies I really liked, some of them that I really didn't. But you know, I can't say anything positive about Trump, but I know that a lot of the people that voted for Trump didn't vote for him because he's Trump. Some of them absolutely did. But many of them voted for him because he's Republican. And the last thing I'll say is that I don't think he has Republican values at heart. If you voted for him because you're a Republican, I guess I can get that. This is a place where we can maybe have a difference of opinion. I don't believe that if you really believe in Republican values and like the things that the RNC publicly claims to support, I don't even think he supports those things. So I get wanting an outsider, but if you really want, as an outsider, to potentially change the system, I wanted to talk about an organization that I like and that I really support, because I wanted to be a little bit, positive. It sounds fucking corny to say like reaching across the aisle, but like I legitimately know plenty of people that I know voted differently from me. And I don't. One of the huge things that I really don't like about Trump's social policy is the rhetoric of division and distrust of neighbor. So I want to try and be cross the aisle productive. And one organization that I can two organizations. First organization is vote.org. Not only does it help with voter registration, and let me get that screen share up. Not only does it help with voter registration, but I used vote.org in order to see what was on my ballot ahead of time, so that while I was waiting in line, which I waited in like a 4-hour line to vote yesterday, it was awesome. Kind of unironically, it was cool to see so many people out. And while I was in line, I used vote.org to see what was on my ballot so that I could actually research things before I got up to the ballot box. Like, I knew who I was voting for federally, but I didn't know a lot of the smaller races. And so I used vote.org to see what was on there ahead of time and to do a bunch of research while I was in line. It was very cool. Another one that I highly recommend. This is especially if you feel like the system has left you behind, if you feel like people in government don't support you. I really recommend looking into Rank the Vote. Rank the Vote is bringing ranked choice to America. Ranked voting is not my personal favorite form of voting. I prefer multi-choice. But anything is better than plurality, which is what we currently have. Plurality is where you just pick the one person that you want out of all the choices, and that's it. It's where the concept of wasting your vote comes from. I believe that wasting your vote is one of the dumbest concepts that can be imagined. And I think it is really something that if you feel like the government doesn't support you, you should try to eliminate. And ranked choice voting strives towards that goal. And this is something that already exists in America. Ranked choice voting is not something that has never been tried in America. It's used, I believe, in Maine right now. And it is relatively successful. Last thing is, this is not, I don't have an explicit organization, but in terms of a policy that I really recommend and that I would recommend looking into is proportional electoral votes. Oh, no, votes. Proportional representation. So in Nebraska, and I believe this is definitely Maine, the votes in the Electoral College, which I know the Electoral College is a very contentious topic, but this is a system that allows us to keep the Electoral College. If you really do defend and like the Electoral College, this allows us to keep it while also allowing for grassroots efforts to have more of an impact and allowing people's votes to really matter, even in states where there is a clear majority. I live in Illinois. It was gonna go blue, which is fine for me, but if you're a red voter in Illinois, that sucks. And if you're a red voter in California, that sucks. If you're a blue voter in Texas, that sucks. I grew up in Kansas. And proportional representation used in Nebraska allows them to assign votes proportionally. So you still get all of the benefits of the Electoral College if you think there are any. I'm not arguing that point. If you think there are benefits, you still get them, but the votes of the electorate are assigned based on the percentages of voters in the state. And this would have changed some past elections. I don't know if it would have changed this one, but it would have changed some past elections, and it would allow you to have more of a choice. It encourages higher voter turnout, which is always good. So those are the three things. If you're feeling motivated by what happened yesterday, which I try to, when I feel a negative emotion, I try to turn it into motivation. Vote.org, rank the vote, proportional electoral votes. If you see this on like a ballot measure, heavily recommend at least looking into more of those things. Because I do not think that Donald Trump has your best interests at heart. If you think he does, we disagree. And that's kind of all there is to it. So, that's that. In the Discord, I made a sensitive topics area for anywhere that we might want to discuss possibly contentious topics, because I think that any topic can be political. I don't think that there's a clean line between politics and other types of discussion. But I know that other topics can be more contentious than others. And that's even in like things that are non-political. There just might be some more contentious. Like I even think the Jaman Saord conversation yesterday possibly could have gone into like contentious territory. So I made a sensitive topics area for that purpose in the Discord. That's it. I'll read a couple of chats and then we'll kind of transition away. I didn't want to be too mired in this the whole time. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to kind of, get it all out at the beginning. Establish it. Yeah. Looking for tickets to the moon. I would love a ticket to the moon. You're saying Jack was jacked? I am saying Jack was jacked. Yeah. Oregon had ranked choice voting on the ballot this year. Not sure if it passed yet or not. Ooh, let's check. Oregon ranked choice voting. Ah, fuck. Damn. It looks like a pretty clear margin of no. That sucks. That really sucks. Damn. I don't know enough about it to give a more concise answer, but or a more concise review. But that sucks. Probably. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe there's something else that I don't know about, but it probably sucks. This is a good thing you were doing. Now I'm Canadian, so this means nothing to me. But thanks, Quinn. Yeah, it's something where, like, I think it would be a little weird if I just totally ignored it. But it's also not something that I'm going to, like, dive, you know. It's not something that I want to be, like, consistently talking about. Since this is live, you know. Ugh. Boop, boop, boop. Scream, cry, punch Bill if you have to, but do not panic. Yeah, do not panic. Do not panic. I agree. I have some personal mental silver linings, but you know, we'll see if they happen. Then to start to scream, yeah. Then you want to get a grip, yeah. And end up with 27 different parties. I legitimately think that Americans would be happier if there were 27 different parties, legitimately, than the current two. I legitimately think that people would feel as though the government represented them more accurately. And I think that that is a large reason for the division, is people that are trying to work within the system versus people that view the system as inherently broken and therefore want to minimize it as much as possible. I think that is one of the core problems that we currently have. Yeah. Anyways, I think the more labyrinthine and forbidding a government, the more hilarious and funny it is. I mean, Quinn, I feel similarly about Canadian politics. I really like watching Canadian politic videos. I watch, what's his face? I don't remember his name. He leans a little bit more right than I do, but I can't remember his name. It's like Jay something. He's like a Canadian. He's a Canadian talking head. And I think he's conservative, but I don't remember his name. But I watch Canada politics like a TV show. It helps me de-stress. Yeah. We got a premiere to not bulldoze. Let's go. JJ McCullough. Yeah. That's the name. I haven't watched him in a while. But I think he's also like, he's conservative by Canada standards. I think he would probably still be a Democrat in America. But anyways, yeah, I like watching his reporting because it's like, I just like can turn my brain off for a little bit. I don't follow him closely, but I heard of him. I honestly don't follow Canadian politics too closely in general. But conservative Canadians are not Republicans. Yeah, exactly. So, and that's like the crazy thing is like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't want to dive too far into the hole. So yeah, that's it. That's about the amount I'm going to talk about it. Probably during Critical Role streams, I won't even talk about it in general more. But in non-Critical Role streams, you know, if there's like a quiet moment, you want to ask me more about my opinions, that's fine. Like I don't want to like hide my opinions, but I also don't think that I'm like the best person to discuss a lot of it. And especially during a Critical Role stream. So we're gonna close it off there, and we're going to have some fun, you know, chill out a little bit. And we're going to do that at first with the takeaway. So the first thing, there's like three things, and I honestly I should have written them down more. I like only kind of wrote them down, and I didn't even do my estimations like a good boy. I wasn't. I was all discombobulated. I was a little distracted yesterday. But let's see. Okay, we're gonna have. There we go. Right there. Oh nope. So first thing, I need to write these honestly down to remind myself. In between time, Vex not Vax, and Incel from Feywild. Okay, these are my 3 topics. These are my 3 topics of conversation, and I don't think there's anything weird about any of them. Okay. And there we go. Okay. So, I have actually a lot to say about the Jamon situation, but one, I'm going to wait for a bit more information reveal. I don't feel like basically typing a mini essay. We'll see. Yeah. Old live to soothe my D&D Tism Dungeon Master brain rot for a while now, then clicked this video and realized it wasn't a video. You're here! You're in the live! Your name is on screen. Yeah, we're here. Okay. So, as the illustrious John Forsyth put it, I don't think it's a spoiler to infer that this travel to Ank'Harel is the start of a new mini-arc. I think that's very fair. The question to Mega, which I think is like, similar to what I do for a lot of the arcs, or like the interstitials, is what did I think of the 1.5 episode interstitial sessions between the 2 arcs? And this is something that is a little interesting, right? Because I don't do, in my games, I rarely do what I would call such kind of clean arcs. Like, I think if you even presented my old players with, like, here are, here are all of the session notes, you can watch them on VOD, I think they would struggle to define clean arcs. Especially as I've gone on and I've started to shrink the in-fiction footprint of the stories. Like I've started setting them on like one continent at most. A lot of times trying to keep it to like a central city with maybe some like spoking out, some kind of looping sort of action, kind of a Sunless Skies-esque. And so a lot of my quote-unquote arcs overlap with each other a lot of the time. And I kind of hit on this at the end of the Briarwood arc of I was interested to see how Matt transitions because when there is a really explicit transition, I tend to feel like I'm fumbling. And so I kind of struggle to do those more bottle type interstitials. And so this was very intriguing. And I think that teleportation especially, and if you do have this sort of globe-trotting adventure, I think it provides some challenges, but also some solutions. I think it provides solutions on like the Doyleist side of things, and I think it presents challenges on the Watsonian side. Because having to think about and keep track of how different events affect each other across the ocean, across vast distances, especially that are like separated by large bodies of water. I think it's harder to work it. Oh, yeah, Doyleist and Watsonian. Yeah, I shouldn't just use that off the cuff. Doyleist and Watsonian is sort of another way. It's a kind of a more specific way to refer to in-fiction reasoning versus out-of-fiction reasoning. So it comes from Sherlock Holmes. Arthur Conan Doyle would often have a problem where he needed to explain Sherlock's reasoning to the audience because Sherlock was not the type of character to just exposit all of his reasoning out loud. And so he put in the character of Watson, but Watson also needs a reason to ask a lot of the time. And sometimes those kind of go hand in hand. So a Watsonian reason is a reason that makes sense in the fiction, that like the character of Watson could interact with. Whereas the Doyleist reasoning is like the hand of the author. It's like, why does Arthur Conan Doyle need X, Y, and Z to happen? Like as the author. So like in this case, it's like Mattsonian. It's like, why does what solutions does Matt get, but how do they make sense in the fiction? Yeah. They're prioritizing dragons and ignoring orbs of death that don't do anything if you leave it alone. Yeah. It's definitely not extreme urgency, but it's weird. It's like the extreme urgency is very interesting. Yeah. How you justify something to your audience versus your own DM reasons for it being there. Kind of. It is. So like maybe I'll give the further example of kind of how I'm using it here. It's like when you have these segmented off areas, they allow you to accomplish things without worrying too much about the ripple effects out into the world. So Matt can have this entire little B plot with the Ravenites and have it all be very self-contained to Draconia. Like Matt doesn't really have to worry about the Ravenite Skywalker politics potentially leaking out and affecting the standard game if they like left it alone for too often. It's very isolated. So like imagine they never went back to Draconia for some reason. Like say Vorugal came to them and they fought Vorugal somewhere else. Never interacted with the Ravenites again. Matt doesn't have to worry too much about that. He can bring it in if he wants to and if it like makes sense dramatically. But he doesn't have to because it's so far away and it's so isolated that Ravenite politics is probably not going to affect Whitestone, at least in like a medium term, maybe in an extreme long term. But on the other side of that, the more Watsonian side of things, it becomes harder to work in connection points. If things are so isolated, it actually becomes more difficult to like how do I say this? It becomes more difficult to justify certain in-fiction actions. And there's a very funny rant that I went on last time about Gilmore. Like, Matt ran Gilmore's parents as if travel restrictions and the isolation of Marquette from Iman was like a real issue. Like they were talking about Gilmore as like, yeah, he like went across the sea and like, you know, we don't see him anymore. And that's why I named this fucking the teleportation problem. Is it's like, okay, that isolation is true, but also that isolation is really fucking annoying. If, like, in fiction, if your players want to get somewhere, it's annoying for that place to be isolated. So then you introduce teleportation, but that teleportation pokes a hole in the isolation. So the higher fantasy you are, the less isolated these places become with the teleportation. So it's like, Gilmore just seems like a shitty son because he could just bamf back and have dinner with his parents, and he doesn't. So it's this weird balancing act of, for normal people and like the standard people, and maybe even on the faction level, things are very isolated. But on the individual level and the level of the players, things are not isolated. which is nice because it allows you to have, like, again, those like bottle episodes, those kind of isolated experiences that you don't have to worry too much about how other things would impact it. And if the players fuck something up and make a bunch of enemies, you don't have to punish them for in-fiction reasons. You know, you don't have to have it overflow back into their territory, into like their main territory. But conversely, it becomes harder. You have to jump through more hoops to have things affect things. Like if you want the Ravenites to impact Whitestone politics because of the players' actions, you have to jump through a few more hoops to make that happen in the fiction. You have to justify it a little bit more of like, well, how are the Ravenites affecting Whitestone? Like they're so far away. How are they going to do that? So it's a bit of a trade-off. Whereas if you did something more like Blades in the Dark, right? In Blades in the Dark, everything takes place within Duskwall. And so if I want to have my players' actions come back to haunt them literally anytime, it's very simple to do that because they're in one city, you know? Like there are different districts of the city, so there's still a little bit of friction there. But it's very, very easy for me to justify of like, oh yeah, like their fucking assistant's brother's niece knew someone in that faction and the word spread. Like I can justify it like that. And so it's a big trade-off because then I kind of have, in that case, I kind of have to justify why everything isn't spreading. You know, if everything can spread, now I have to sort of justify why it's not. So it's this trade-off. It's this balancing act between having, you know, ripples throughout the world, but also being able to hold off on some things to create better drama and like have it not be boringly deterministic, you know? It's how you alert the players of the situation, how you justify it in the narrative. Kind of, yeah. It's justifications a lot of time. So it's like I can look at something like I'm trying to think of a way more clean example. Oh, actually, one of the cleanest examples of this is the Slayer's Take contracts. In fiction, the Watsonian justification for them getting put under the Slayer's Take contracts is that they broke a law, right? They broke a law that they were not aware of, that they didn't even know existed. The Doyleist reasoning is that Matt needed them in a contract so that they could do the meta, like having the guests on, you know, the meta conceit. So the Doyleist reasoning for the contract is that they needed to introduce these new guest characters in a really, really fast way, whereas the Watsonian reasoning for it is that they broke a law, right? That's a very, very clean example. Yeah. Exclamation point Bitty. Yeah. It's about immersion. So the ripple effects of the player's actions in a side quest won't affect the main story unless Matt thinks about working those ramifications into his narration / world building. It is, at least within having it very separated, very globe-trotting, that is easier. It is easier. I'll switch it back to this so that you can see the highlight. It's easier to isolate the ripples because they all kind of exist on these separate islands. You still can work them in. It just takes a little bit of legwork. Whereas if you have them be much more close together spatially, it becomes way easier to justify the ripples, but hard to justify not having the ripples, you know? I think they make a point of Gilmore kind of not wanting to see them. Really? I didn't quite get that, but I can kind of see what you're saying. I mean, I think either way, he doesn't want to see them. Fucking go home, eat dinner with your parents. Come on. I think this kind of happened because Matt has Tal'Dorei sort of created in his mind, bit Tolkien-esque, and worked it in the campaign bit by bit, but not all of it worked well due to player actions, etc. Well, I think like you even the aspect of like having all of the having a vestige hunt, right? Having a vestige hunt in general, where the vestiges are on these different planes and these different continents, and like the vestige hunt in and of itself is a conceit that is very well suited to this kind of globe-trotting atmosphere, right? And not just globe-trotting, but like plane trotting, right? You know, going to the city of brass, going to the abyss, whatever. And he could have not done vestiges, you know? I think it's a solid, you know, chance that he had a lot of this created in his head before now. But he could have done a few other things, like the fact that people are bringing up vestiges is still really within his realm of control. And so I think that's like an example of like encouraging this more globe-trotting behavior, which I'm not saying is good or bad. It just creates complications, especially with the teleporting. Like, teleporting is not really a problem when you have this really confined sort of, again, like sunless skies, very like hub and axle sort of configuration, where like most of the story takes place in like a large central city, and then you just like go on little adventures, which is kind of what Matt had with Amon. But with the destruction of Amon, it turned a little bit more into like the wandering adventure sort of vibe. Which again, you know, has its positives and negatives, you know. It all just depends on exactly what type of thing you're going for, you know. It's having a Death Tyrant guard the Lich's phylactery, then explaining why a Death Tyrant would be doing that. Yeah. That implication didn't happen. Forgive me, sir. Oh, I don't know what the Death Tyrant's all about, but that's fine. Or Gilmore really has an army of meat puppets pretending to be his parents in every storage. I mean, I'm fucking saying. I'm fucking saying. So with all of that said, regarding the ripples, in terms of what I actually thought about the interstitials, I think that the travel to Draconia was pretty short and sweet. I liked it as a little like mini experience. I thought it was cool. I think it was a good reward for the players getting to see the dragon's kind of lair while they weren't there. And I think that Matt did a decent job at not giving away too much, like not rewarding them too heavily. But I still think that they got solid rewards out of their timing-based decisions, which I think, you know, I always talk about encouraging timers and Matt should use more timers and all this shit. I think that when you introduce timers, you need to reward your players for good and like solid strategic use of their time, which I think that going to Draconia when they know that Vorugal, you know, was just nearby, I think that's a really solid strategic use of time, and I think he rewarded them well for it. So I liked that. I liked that a lot. The attempts at finding a beast for Vorugal, I think, is just kind of an example of the players pursuing a path that kind of leads nowhere. And I think it's also a good example of like, you don't need to necessarily like overly support all of your players' plans, especially when you have given them so much else. They have the Death Orb in the basement. They have plenty of other vestiges to go after. Like, they have things they can be doing. If they want to create alternate goals, like going to Draconia, and they get a good setup for it, I think that's a big thumbs up. But if they have something that they're interested in, but they can't really make a good justification for it, which I don't really think the players did, I don't think that the DM like needs to bend over backwards to facilitate that. I've talked in the past, especially during the Feywild arc, that I will bend over backwards to facilitate something I think is cool or clever. Getting the Beast for Vorugol, to me, is like pretty neutral. It's like, oh, if you can figure out an interesting thing there, I'll go along with it. But I don't really think that they ever got there. So I think that Matt's kind of lack of input was appropriate. And then gathering info on Marquette and Ank'Harel, I think was great. Them asking Gilmore and Jarrett specifically, people that have been there. I think that he gave a good amount of information with Gilmore. And like, if that had been the only thing they would have done, I think that would have been appropriate. And then they go and ask Jarrett. They go and ask for like an alternative perspective. And I'm glad that Jarrett's was largely similar, but was different in a few key ways. I think it not only went towards kind of characterizing the two characters a bit, but also really rewarded the players' efforts at getting NPCs on their side, like NPCs that they really trust. Like Jarrett gave up his criminal past like that, and gave them a really good insight into the brutal law, like legal system in Ank'Harel. Something that Gilmore only kind of hinted at. And then now that they're actually in Ank'Harel, like I've really taken what Jarrett said to heart. I think they took what he said to heart. Like the fact that they didn't just fly into the city through Windwalk, the fact that like they stopped outside and they interacted with the guards relatively respectfully. Not very Vox Machina. But it's, clearly having an impact on their actions. So I think really solid rewards on Matt's part and really solid, and it's really funny. This is more like the players, I don't even know if this is like a compliment, but it's something to take home with y'all. It's so funny how careful they are about Marquette after Draconia. And that is a compliment to Draconia of introducing this culture shock moment in a way where it kind of doesn't matter that much. None of the Ravenites seem to be particularly powerful. I think Vox Machina could have wiped them without too much trouble. At least they would have survived relatively easily. But them going through that experience really prepped them for the bigger culture shock of Marquette and Ank'Harel. And I even think that Draconia seems like it would have been a good lesson in culture shock at any point. I think the Feywild could have been, but didn't really end up being a good culture shock moment for a few reasons. But I think if they'd gone to Draconia first before the Feywild, it could have been. But I think in general, Draconia was really, it was a really utilitarian segment, and I think it was done well in that kind of vein. No, I mean Gilmore's parents. Oh, gotcha. I prefer to think Gilmore is a flamboyant Al Capone. Me too. It's showing their character in such a natural way. Yeah. Matt's. I've always. I will repeatedly say this. I think Matt's character work and the way that it works into the larger plot is so good. Which actually kind of brings me to something else. Which I'll answer a really quick thing here at the end of John's. Not sure if Matt would have counterspelled the Skyrite from Keyleth. I do wonder if she had done that spell if Matt was prepared to have Vorugol and the Wyvern Army just completely level Whitestone. I hope he wasn't. I hope he had a conceit to where Vorugol would not level Whitestone. I think that leveling Whitestone in that moment would have felt really bad, and I don't think he should have done it. He didn't, obviously. But I would hope that if he was going to introduce Vorugol finding it, that he had some sort of preparation to if Vox did try to engage with Vorugol. to where Vorgal wouldn't have come in and level Whitestone. Because I think that leveling Whitestone at this point would have not been good. But speaking of Matt's character work, the incel from the Feywild. Let's talk. Because I got a comment that I agreed with, but also frustrated me. I got a comment. Yeah. From Caught Dingoes. Right here. Where they said the lack of personal connection and that it's not good manipulation is the point. He's a creepy weirdo approaching a woman while she's working and asking her out. It is the Scanlan behavior, only everyone is appropriately grossed out by it. I think that's true. I think it's weird because I've never looked at a Matt character and been like, that character is not well characterized. I've never done that. Every one of his characters, I think, is well characterized, which almost makes it more confusing when I don't understand the characterization. I don't, because I think they're right. And so that brings me into something. Because I've been confused about the Feywild arc. I've been confused as to if it's a Vex arc, because I don't understand how it's a Vex arc. Like, if the Feywild is meant to be interpreted as Vex's personal arc, then I don't get it. Because, to me, the incel characterization of the Feylord doesn't make sense in a conceit where this is Vex's personal arc. Like, I don't feel any amount of emotional resonance there. Even comparing him to, like, her dad, which she obviously has a rocky relationship with, I don't feel the resonance between that guy and her dad. Even if we say, like, oh, it's all the evil parts, all the worst parts, and so she's, like, defeating her demons or who she imagined her dad to be. But, like, none of that fits into skeevy weirdo to me. You know, none of that quite meshes. So that got me thinking, right? I said that this next Onkarel arc was going to be a Vax arc, because I don't really feel like his arc has started, but it hasn't really concluded. I haven't really seen a lot of closure, right? Feels like things are still kind of in flux with him and the Raven Queen. So I thought, you know, I'm always on the lookout for, like, this would be a good ending to the Vax arc. This may be like a point in the Vax arc, whatever. But it could be something that I theorized early on, in that I thought that the Feywild might be the opening to Vex's arc. I thought that it might be the start, the intro. And that could still be the case, because she did not seem like she got closure by the end of that. That seemed like I never thought for a second that she was going to take the deal, but she did seem disturbed and upset by the situation and by what happened. I'm wondering, because I said at the end of, like, the Vax's temptation theory that I thought that Jamon was going to tempt Vax, and that there was going to be a parallel between Jamon is actually a good manipulator and it actually, like, quasi, you know, is very compelling as a manipulator, and Vax might still reject it, reminiscent of how Vex rejected it, but it could continue to be a Vex arc. I don't think that the Spire, I think, is, like, the vestige that they're hunting here. It was, like, not, like, random necessarily. Is it Cabal's Ruin? Unscrupulous Den of Druzhia, yeah. Yeah, it's a magic devouring cloak. It could kind of go on anyone. Like, it would probably be better on certain people, but it's a pretty generic vestige. And I think it's very possible that we could see, especially, the trouble is, I think that the criminal nature, like the high penal, like the high like criminality, but also very like brutal nature of Ank'Harel's, Law and Order, I think is more emotionally resonant for Vax, the rogue, but it is still kind of resonant for Vex. And I could see there being a much more resonant kind of encounter between her and Jamon that does mirror the Feywild confrontation, where Jamon says similar things, but way more compellingly and like way less creepy, and Vex actually might consider it. Maybe. Like maybe offers her like a barony similar to what Percy did even. Like maybe plays on the things that she thinks actually underpin her worth. Riches, titles, all of this. Especially with how the fallout from the Feywild arc went. Like, the Feywild Lord didn't play on the right things. It was like he didn't know Vex. And fair fucks, he didn't. So I always thought that was a strange ending to her arc, but maybe it was just the beginning. We'll see. I don't know. I think it's just that not all character arcs are as well planned as others. I agree the Fae didn't have strong parallels to her, but ultimately she did confront her dad and get closer to the team and get her weapon. It's true. And I mean, it could just be that, yeah, I think that her arc is like worse than like Grog or Percy's. That might just be it. That might be my entire review, is that I think hers was worse and like, yeah, not as well planned. Because you're right, she did have an interaction with her dad, but that didn't feel like there wasn't actual like, I didn't feel growth there. Because we haven't seen her avoid interacting with her dad, right? There was nothing that she overcame in the Feywild, where we've seen a flaw of hers in the past, and then she does the different thing. She does the growth thing in the Feywild. I never saw that. We can imply some things by her confronting her dad, but everything that we've found out seems like she was pretty independent, pretty, whatever. Like, it didn't really seem like there was much there. But we'll see. It was the moment she had to admit that she gave her heart away. Sorry to say it doesn't mesh because you're a guy. It was a I have a man moment. I don't know about that, Ara. Like, again, it's like there's no growth moment. We haven't seen her rejecting that she gave her heart away before. We haven't seen her like protecting that at all, right? Like, she's acted sort of like, ooh, hee hee, like I'm not going to talk about who I like. Like, this hasn't been a weakness. So it's like it can still be a nice moment, but I think that calling it an arc isn't appropriate. Because there's no arc. There's no like, she starts out, with some weakness, she has some growth, and then she comes out on the other side better. I haven't really seen that, The Vex and Vax situation with their dad ultimately hinges on their mom and is still on the table. She got her weapon, yes, but the family stuff is still very much not dealt. That's what I mean, is like, I think this could be an opener, because especially in terms of like on stream, we haven't really seen a lot of them interacting with their dad and like getting any sort of closure there. So that's what I'm saying, is like, I think there is a possibility that this could still be an opener for an arc.
Take a break.
Ooh, take a break. Okay. We'll wrap up talking about this and then we'll get watching. But yeah, I can see that's kind of where my mind is going, is it's like, I could see it as an opener. I can see Jamon maybe giving her more of a real character test. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Yeah. Much like Kiki's arc is not fully resolved, she did finish one of her trials, but it's not to say she is done with the whole pilgrimage and trials. Yeah, it's like Vax's arc isn't resolved. Keyleth's arc isn't resolved. You can have arcs go slowly. I will say that in that case, I do think that there was a bit of wasted time. I liked the Feywild arc a lot. I think the Feywild arc did a lot of interesting things from a if you separate them from the context of the rest of the story. But within the story, I would maybe call it inefficient storytelling, which fucking happens sometimes in D&D. You're not always going to be perfectly efficient. So I'm not gonna be too fucking ooh-rah-rah about that. But I think that a lot of even though I liked the Moonbrush a lot, like all of the individual things about it, I thought were really cool. And even the pixie fight, which I didn't like, I liked that Matt was trying it. So it's tough because I liked all of the Moonbrush, but if we zoom out and look at it from the 1,000-foot view and its context within the story, I think we probably should have just cut the Moonbrush. I think it should have been like Singorn fucking getting hey, give us a little bit more time in the Shade Merc. Maybe like half an episode more in the Shade Merc, and that's it. I think that might have been a little bit more efficient. I don't think we would have lost out on much. But it could also be said that maybe he was trying to test out some things, like test out like different kinds of, travel sequences. So there could also be some non-storytelling reasons. Like it might have been like Matt wanted to try some things or his players wanted more of a break and communicated that to him above the table and we never saw it. There's lots of reasons it could have gone the way that it's going, but without knowing any of those reasons, I feel like it was probably a bit inefficient. Not all the characters get even backstory and stuff in a campaign because of the flow. Possibly. I wouldn't say the Feywild was an arc, it was a side quest. I think that's a fine way to view it. And like those are necessary within the more meta context of like playing games. Like sometimes your players will get bored or like the main arc is too serious and they just want to break. I prefer doing other campaigns or doing, one shots to fulfill that sort of need. But I also don't think it's bad necessarily to do it within the same campaign. More of a part one of an arc. Like we sell this thing, but my character is not ready to advance more, so let's move on. That's what I'm hoping. I think that would be a good, a good start, a good part one, because even though it had the emotionality, it had like the feel of finality to it, I don't think it actually was, which I think can be an interesting start. Like you said, kind of an interesting part one. To that sort of thing. Yeah. I get the sense there was some away from the table talk that goes on between Matt and individual players. Laura seems particularly internal with her storyline, which isn't always evident. Yeah. So that's what makes evaluating some of this tough. Like I think that Percy's was obvious. Percy's was massively apparent and obvious to anyone with a nose to smell it. But Grog's was a little bit more internal, but there were still some exterior tells. And I think that, this might be an area where Mike is able to give a little bit more advanced commentary with Critical Role Demystified that I can't necessarily give. Because I think that talking about the Feywild arc is definitely something that I feel like I could do more proficiently if I knew how the rest of the campaign went. So I'm probably going to call it there, go to the bathroom, take a quick break. And we'll just have to see. We'll have to see. Because I also even with the I gave my heart away topic, it's like, I don't know how deep that is for her. Because that seems very a little surface level to me. But I don't know. It might be, depending on who it is, it might be much more extreme. So we'll see. What do you mean Percy's was obvious? The vampires took over his hometown as vengeance, Steven? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. But anyways, I'll be right back. I'm going to go pee, and then we will get into the rest of this episode. See you in a second. What up? Hello. What up? Thornak shows up. Yeah. Look, honestly, the fucking reason that I had a problem with that is because fucking I'm not even getting into it. It's different. But did Matt say that drivers were supposed to be less than when plural for them and it was changed? I don't know. I mean, I think that was also when Matt was earlier at balancing 5e encounters. I think he's getting progressively better at balancing 5e stuff. So I also think that like he very clearly like he rewarded behavior that definitely messed with the balance of the encounter, and I think made the encounter go differently. But hard to say. I mean, I think that Delilah had spellcaster levels, which implies glass cannon, especially when if you're using player levels, like player stat sheets, everything is going to feel more glass cannon. Like, that's like a general rule, is if you use a stat sheet instead of a stat block, it's going to lean glass cannon feel. I talked about that in Mike's video recently. But yeah, I'm not sure how much changed like in the moment though. Let's see. Okay, 59 40. 59 40. Ba 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 ba. And I think we're ready to go. I'm psyched. I'm very psyched to see Ank'Harel. Ank'Harel is the first like real big civilization city that we've really seen since like Craghammer? No, Vasselheim. Pryson's Vasselheim was the last time we probably got a city of this scale. I know that Whitestone is big, but also most of its population was dead. So I'm not counting that one as much. So, kind of similar shit with Westrun. This is the first like everyone's there sort of big city that we're encountering since Vasselheim. So yeah, I'm psyched. Let's get into it.
Returning from the break, Vox Machina has an evening of rest in Scanlan's magnificent mansion. You come to consciousness the following morning, stationed within the beautiful confines of this magical mansion, unaware directly of what awaits you on the other side of the doorway. However, the morning is yours. What do you wish to do?
I'm going to stealth back to my room.
Okay.
Oh.
You know, this is something that I never thought about, that Magnificent Mansion makes way harder. Because I always get on Matt for the whole, what do you want to do? And just like not providing them with anything. I'm always like, oh, give them something to react to. But Magnificent Mansion makes that way harder. Like, it's way harder to provide them something to react to when they are inside of their own personal pocket dimension. So I guess I don't have like a gut reaction like way that I would not do that. It's a little bit different coming back from a break as opposed to, you know, introing a session, but even still, I have to think on that. If there's a way to give your players a little bit more to grasp onto when they're inside of something like the Magnificent Mansion, because unless you can like talk about like sound from outside the front door, but that's a trick you can use about twice before it gets old of like something like audibly being, you know, through the door. Yeah, I'll have to think on that more. That's interesting.
Oh.
No one sees anything.
Make a stealth check.
No worries. There it was. Thanks for doing that. All right, I got luck. I got a 1, but I'll use luck.
No,
You're using
no.
a
You
luck.
want to use
You're using a luck to avoid a walk of shame. Oh!
Yes! There is a god and he hates you.
You are so walk of shaming
So
right now.
as the morning comes about, Vex. out of your room, scratching the side of your head, messed up from sleeping wrong on the pillow. As you walk out, you hear this. Look to your right and see your brother slowly slinking away from Keyleth's room.
There it goes.
You
There
turn
it
and
is.
see your
I go
sister.
back in my.
Oh, hey, hold on a second, though.
Might as well use
Talk it out. Yeah, hold on a second.
Talk it out right now.
Are you wearing the same clothes?
No, I want to
I'm
go.
about to throw up.
No. You make jokes, but I want to go. I want to go into your room for a second and talk to you.
Ew. Make a bed.
Fine.
Yeah.
And I go in my room and I sit down on the opposite side.
Take
of
a
the room.
full minute to get over it, you fucker. Okay. No.
Hold on, it's not been a minute.
Yeah.
All right.
You really should have gone into acting. It really was your calling. Yeah.
No, I'm happy for you.
Yeah.
As foul as it is. Don't. What are you doing? What?
Sorry, I'm a little discombobulated. I've never rolled 2 ones in a row.
Yeah, that happened.
Oh, that was,
was
so
a very
amazing.
Take that, luck feat.
Here's your one right there. I mean, I know this is a really stupid time to talk about it, but we never get to talk to each other. And I have a serious question.
Yes.
Relax. In that tree, that guy said a lot of fucked up shit to you. And it just sounded like a lot of fucked up shit and him trying to make you feel bad. So fuck him, right? Fuck that guy. But he said something about, a dagger? And I saw your face fall.
Jesus Christ.
And I asked you if you were all right the other day, and I think you might have not told me the entire truth. Are you all right?
Really?
Yeah.
Right now?
I could be dead tomorrow, Vex. Right now.
He knew a lot of things. Yes. I don't think he was completely wrong, and that's what makes me feel terrible.
About what? About you being shitty? Fuck that guy.
Well, he was right about the dagger. So
I want you to tell me about the
pet
dagger.
trinket while he's
I want to know about the dagger, but I'm serious. Fuck that guy on the rotten branches he was growing out of. He is not right. Your strength of character runs deep. Fuck that guy. It breaks my heart to see you doubt yourself. You have and always been a wonderful woman. I'm not saying you have to be a fucking beefcake. You don't have to be a soldier, but
It's good because I'm really, really, really weak.
whatever the case, you're a good person.
This? Man, maybe it is the start. Because this is like, when I was talking about it at the time, and when I was just now talking about it, but especially at the time, I was like, I have not seen the flaw that we're overcoming here. I have not seen Vex largely express the trouble that she has with this, or the trouble that she has had with this. I haven't seen other characters comment on it. So it's when it's not something that other characters interact with, and it's not something that informs your character's decision, I don't consider that a real flaw, and arcs need to interact with real flaws. Or real, ideals, even. Not necessarily flaws, maybe just an ideal. Classic case of we should have waited 5 more minutes. Yeah. Might be pre-stream. Yeah, and I mean, anything could be pre-stream. Like, always take that with a grain of salt. This is not a Critical Role review show. This is a using what we can see to improve our own games. So, based on what we can see, from what we have seen from Vex, I have not seen any like ideals or flaws that she was overcoming or, doing anything, interacting with. But now I am. Now I am. Very, very suddenly. The seeds of doubt come from the corrupted tree. Woo, Dr. Hoovy. Fucking snap on that. Fucking beat poetry over here. But this is exactly the sort of thing that I would want to see at a table when we're like thinking about a player arc and we're like interacting with those sorts of things, is this sort of self-doubt. If we're based on like what that guy said, of him being like, you don't need to be a beefcake, and her being like, well, good, because I'm real fucking weak. That's like a great like little bit of self-doubt that she's inserting in there, where it's like this person trying to help her and trying to like commiserate, and she doesn't want to talk about it, so she gets, a little bit push away. Hey, I fucking feel that. So that's maybe it's Vex. Not much changes about the theory if it's Vex, honestly. The only thing that really changes is why Jamon wants to tempt her. Because I theorized that Jamon would want to tempt Vax because he's this fate-touched fella. And that she might be somehow related, or Jamon might be somehow related to the Raven Queen. But I don't know why Jamon would want to tempt Vex. Like, they are twins. They are twins. They are twins. What if they are fate touched? And but there's some sort of shit about like Vex versus Vax, or maybe the Raven Queen just didn't fucking mention it, and then Vax is gonna get all mad because the Raven Queen didn't mention it. We do know that Vax saved. Okay, wait. We know that Vax saved Vex from being trafficked in the pre-stream. That's like or not even in their backstory. That's like an explicit plot point by the what do you call it? The not the I keep wanting to say the glyph. The Thieves Guild in Amon. You guys know who I'm talking about. The Thieves Guild in Amon, the clasp. And the clasp we also know was going to smuggle Riskel Daxio into Marquette, but they can't smuggle or interact with Vasselheim. That was a whole thing about how they wanted to trade like Vox Machina, getting them access into Vasselheim, getting them like a foothold into Vasselheim. So it's possible that Jamon has been watching Vex, and that's why they wanted, and that's where the clasp was going to send her in the backstory, was to Marquette and to Jamon. I don't know. There's something there, but I can't quite put my finger on it. But also, this might be where we learn a lot about Vex, and we might like get to play with like her being in her brother's shadow a little bit. He's the fate touched, he's the special one. And that might be part of Jamon's manipulation, that maybe the Raven Queen will tell Vax, and that'll be like a whole like reveal, is that Jamon is tempting Vex with, and could even play on Vex's insecurity of like the people that she loves and trusts leaving her or lying to her, of like Jamon tells Vex like, well, surely Surely Vax told you. You know, I mean, the Raven Queen told him that you both were fate touched. I'm sure he must have shared that fact with you, right? And then Vax is like, no, it's not true. But then Jamon's like, well, why don't we call up the Raven Queen and ask her? And he has a fucking hotline. So, or Jamon has a fucking hotline somehow to the Raven Queen. And it's like, yo, what up? Raven Queen, my lady, you know, obviously, you know that the not the Ildan twins. What the fuck's their last name? I know we found it out. Of course, you can confirm that the twins are fate touched. That Vexalia Vassar, thank you, Emster, is fate touched, of course. And there's gonna be some fucking conceit as to why the Raven Queen has to answer honestly. And so the Raven Queen answers like, yeah, Vex is fate touched, but... And then fucking Jamon hangs up before Raven Queen can say anything else. And she's like, you see? And Vex lied to you. I would never do that. I told you. And I mean, he's fate touched. Look at his wings. Look at what happens when he aligns himself appropriately. And really like, you know, you don't want to feel weak, Vexalia. I understand this. Let me help. And, ooh, because Jamon hasn't been portrayed as evil, right? Like, the Feywild Lord was very explicitly portrayed as evil, whereas Jamon has been repeatedly portrayed as neutral, which would really align with, like, Vex's morality. Ooh, interesting. Jamon does the, oh, I'm going through a tunnel. Yeah, she's like, oh, what, oh, you're breaking up, Raven Queen. Kick it, ow. So Mega's theory is that everyone just wants to get with at least one of the twins. I mean, provably, that is what it seems like. The Raven Queen literally told Vax, you're a special boy. And actually, other people wanted you too, but I got you. And then Vex got the bear spirit and the Feywild incel telling her that she's a special girl. So I think that provably everyone wants to get with at least one of the twins, including Percy and Caleb. Grog and Scanlan are the only ones playing it. They're the only straight shooters here. Raven Queen is verbose and the 25 words runs out after but. Oh, yeah, it's a sending spell. It's a sending spell and the Raven Queen can't fit in all the explanation. That'd be sick. I think you might be mixing up your Vexes and Vaxes sometimes. Possibly during that explanation I mixed them up, but I think you can get the vibe that I'm going for, yeah. Pretty sure Scanlan wouldn't object to it either. Well, I'm sure he wouldn't object to either one. That's fair. That's fair. But that could be a little something. I could see that. So now it's Vex's temptation. Or Vax's lie. Dun dun dun. We'll see.
All of them know that. They all know that. None of them doubt it. I don't doubt it. I don't have the words. I just want you to believe me.
Thank you.
I'm not eloquent like Percival, but I've known you a long time. You are a good person.
Thank you. It makes me happy to see you happy.
kind of forgot what it feels like.
Yeah, right.
What's the dagger?
Oh, that, yeah, I killed a couple people, and I saved Trinket, that's all.
When? Like,
He kind of comes waking up from what was kind of a sleeping stance.
it'll have to be.
You know what? Now seems like the absolute perfect time for us all to read The Saga of Trinket, the surprising first meeting between Vex and her companion. I've been waiting because I knew when this is a little bit of me, like, you know, doing a little bit of pattern recognition, I won't lie. And I know that sometimes people just recommend things to me because they're just, you know, they're just interested in my takes on it. But this one felt like it was going to be plot relevant, so I saved it. I just kept thinking to myself, I don't know. I feel like it's going to be plot relevant, and I feel like we're going to get there. And we've gotten there. On the matter of Trinket. It was shortly after Vax and I set out on our own. We had a camp just outside of town, not yet fully comfortable with staying amongst humans again. And Vax had gone into the city to sell some items he had procured from a village we'd recently passed through. I stayed back to watch the camp. We were still naive adventurers, and I was not as on guard as I should have been. Even though my father had trained me in combat, I didn't truly believe I'd ever need it. So when two travelers stepped into camp asking if I'd share my fire, I didn't think much of it. A man and a woman, simple hunters, who seemed friendly enough. Now, of course, I would have paid greater heed to the way their eyes lingered on me just a bit too long, and the deep stain of red around their nails. Ooh, should I read this on stream? One second. I'm gonna see if there's a content warning that I need. I'm very quickly skimming it. Oh gosh. Oh, they're cultists. Oh boy. Oh god. Why not, John? Possible content warnings. Yeah. That's a little brutal. I'll share the link in chat. I just read it through. I'll share the link in chat. I'm not going to read it out loud just because it is a tiny bit brutal. Yeah. Warning for the black market organ trade. I've never read it. Yeah. It's not too intense, but mostly because it's short, but it has a similar vibe to when Vax told the story about her almost being trafficked. That similar vibe to that. But I mean, she's not leaving anything major out, it seems. But yeah. I'm not going to read it on stream, though. A dramatic retelling seems not great. When was it published? I actually don't know. It's actually, I don't know, because this was published in 2016. But it's also written by someone else quoting Laura. This was just the only place I could find it, so I'm not sure if this was the actual publish date or not. But anyways, I'm gonna move past it. Yeah, it's basically two people kidnapped her. She broke out, they were bad people. She killed them and rescued Trinket because they were poachers. And so they were going to poach Trinket. So, yeah.
Be more specific than that.
Do you remember when I brought Trinket back to camp?
Originally?
Yeah. All those years ago.
Yes, I thought it was a terrible idea. I was dead wrong.
Well. Turns out, I found him in a camp where I'd been taken.
What?
Yes, and there were some really dark people there, and they had harvested Trinket's mother, bless you.
They're standing right
The
outside.
scanlan in the room?
We're all just sitting with
Paintings
popcorn.
do all have holes cut in the
Yeah,
eyes, so you can be
makes
sure.
sense.
Yeah.
I did what I had to do, and I killed them.
The
The
people
people.
that took you.
Yes. I did.
The people that took you from me?
Yes. And I
And?
saved Trinket that night, and that's what Sondor saw. More than anything, I don't know how he saw it.
Are you just creeped out because he knew, or because of what happened? Why are you upset?
I'm not.
Well, listen, I wasn't there. I don't know what happened, but you came back to me, so whatever happened can't be wrong.
Right?
Oh, come here, come here. If somebody took you from me, I mean, I don't know how to see it any other way than I do. I mean, you would have to do something really terrible, Vexalia, for me to ever feel disappointment in you, and you have not ringed that bell. Rung it?
Wrong it.
You
Ringed it.
studied harder than I did. Goodness, please. Please, one more time. One more time. You're a good person, and I've always seen that. Please see it, please. Oh God, my heart is breaking.
No. It's good. We all need to, self-reflect every once in a while. I needed it. My heart is in the right place. I know it is. I'm just afraid sometimes actions speak louder than intentions. If things I was doing could be read the wrong way, then maybe I need to change what I do. I'm not.
You've always been bold. That's not a crime. It's all right.
It's fine, dear.
I feel like a boy.
In the same way that I didn't read the green-eyed jewel, it was a little bit more obvious. It was a skosh more obvious because that's when Craven Edge legitimately started talking to him. But I didn't necessarily read it as the start of Grog's arc. And I think that the Sondor conversation was similar, where I didn't necessarily read it. It's feeling more and more and more and more like the kickstart to an arc. Like, these are the sort of like mid-arc conversations where you can maybe see some character growth of her like realizing how actions could be interpreted and her starting to value actions more than intentions. And growth doesn't necessarily mean that you stretch toward the explicit good. It just means that your character changes. So over the course of this, her starting to value correct action as opposed to correct intention could be a very valid way for her character to grow. And she's sort of vocalizing that now. And now if we get a really explicit example of correct intention versus correct action, you know, like an ends justify the means sort of thing. We very easily could see that with Jamon. That could be part of what makes like a Jamon temptation different, is like he could be doing some, or they could be doing some fucked up shit in the Scarlet Prison or something like that. And they go and confront them in the tower, and they go, well, I'm doing that fucked up shit for X reason. Very, I can't even say it because it's a massive spoiler. But it's something that's revealed at the end of book 1 of Stormlight, like close to the last chapter. And I think you'll know what I mean in context if you've read it. But it's like a very like ends justify the means. We're doing terrible things in order to achieve a good goal. It seems like at least part of what she's grappling with. And her and Matt obviously could have more detailed conversations over this, but I'm really, I think, starting to get a peek inside of it. Sometimes growth is small, not grandiose. No, and I'm not even saying it has to be big. It just has to be demonstratable. That was one of my big issues with considering Sondor the end of a Vex arc, is because I did not see it being demonstrated that she had grown. But I think now it's like we've gotten her insecurities laid bare. She has theorized a path to growth, and now we need her to be tested on it. We need to actually see, has she grown, or does she revert back to how she was before and not how she theorized she could be, regardless of how small or large that is. So I'm very, very interested to see where this goes. But this is very much like, this is a display of an opportunity for growth, at least. She is really laying it out there, the things that it is possible she could grow in. And now we can be presented with an actual choice. I love it.
Boy again.
No, please, I'm so happy to see you happy. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me.
Well,
I'm fine.
Well, no, but...
And I can talk to Trinket now. We talk all the time.
Vexalia.
We've talked through a lot.
Vex.
Right?
Vex.
Yes.
Fuck, I'm just going around. I love you.
I love you.
And if... You don't have to talk to me about everything, but if you want to... Should you need me?
Should you need me?
Yeah.
Mr. I walk away being like, talk to me more. Why don't you talk to me? I know that I walk away during hard conversations, but I promise I won't. That's his character growth.
All right. Sorry to settle.
Yeah, no. Maybe go, take a shower.
Well, I'm not going to answer that. I'll see you at breakfast. And I walk away.
Yeah, you do. All right. As you all find breakfast, a fair, prepared chicken feast, as they've been given no other instruction.
Can we change it up?
I'm afraid not.
I would
Scanlan?
change up the food?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe something other than chicken?
Why? I mean, it's nutritious, it's delicious.
Ravioli.
Ravioli for breakfast.
Something maybe
All
like
right.
with
Breakfast
veggies.
ravioli.
Something with veggies?
Let's do ravioli. Staff,
Yes, Scanlan.
Oh, they speak?
could you make us
Shit, they do talk.
could you make us some chicken ravioli?
You unlocked
They
ravioli in
are-
Marquette.
They're learning.
Too smart. We have to build them all.
They're going to learn.
The servants vanish for about 10 minutes and return with a robust meal of bowls and bowls of chicken ravioli.
Chicken ravioli.
Delicious.
Yummy.
This is
Good call.
It is change
so
of pace.
adequate.
Lightly. You finish your meal, feel yourself satiated as much as you can be with chicken ravioli for breakfast. You guys exit Find yourself on the exterior walls of Ankarel, the sun blazing down in the early morning. A hotter temperature than you've been used to in quite some time. Would be the equivalent of probably the low hundreds Fahrenheit by our standards. All of you with layers of armor, which is all of you, except for Grog, immediately feel this is going to be uncomfortable fairly quickly. Grog, who are used to higher, colder climates, even without being heavily armored, still fairly uncomfortable.
That sucks.
You're really pale too.
It's not great. You can see the caravans that you guys were camping kind of loosely to are no longer there. It looks like there have been a couple of dark spots in the dust and the sand that have been kicked over where the campsites were, where the fires were put out, and tracks of where the carts and wheels have been dragged to and through the gate. You can now see about 10 guards that are all stationed at the front of that iron gate on this side of the Ankara wall.
Well, should we just go in and be
Get in
traveling
there.
people and kill everyone that we see?
How about you let me take the lead on this?
No, how about no?
I think
about
What's
big
our angle? We are weary travelers from Taldore seeking
I thought we were going into this one with honesty. Thought we agreed to that.
seeking help.
We're
From Amon,
ambassadors
looking
from
for-
Amon.
Keela, do you really want to be honest? Or is it like just a ploy?
What?
Do we want to be honest, or are you up
The
for
ploy
like, little...
is to be honest.
Yeah.
we just need to try something.
Our normality is dishonesty, so technically we're switching
This
it
is a
up by
ploy.
being.
This is
a ploy.
This is a radical shift.
We're not honest,
got
so
to-
let's try it for once.
All right,
Our
let's do
enemies
it.
guessing.
We're from Amon.
Yes,
we need help
exactly.
fighting
Dragons.
Dragons.
I feel like that's pretty compelling.
Yeah.
Grog, make an intelligence check.
Yeah, thank you. Travis needs to make an intelligence check. Oh, Jesus, it's a 12. -2.
You have no idea what they're talking about.
Wah, 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 wah.
You find yourself instinctually nodding.
We'll just go in, big guy.
It'll be
We'll
fine. There'll be something to hit eventually.
First chance for violence. It's all yours.
Violence.
You're the first one in.
I'm all in. Violence.
Oh,
That's what I came away with.
we have to be careful with our word choices with him.
We head,
right,
we head
let's
towards
go.
the gate.
Yeah.
This ravioli is delicious, by the way. My compliments to the little purple men.
Violence, yes, violence.
As you guys approach the outside of the gate, you can see 7 of the guards stay behind, while 3, seemingly the same 3 that have been kind of keeping a close eye upon your initial approach in the evening, walk up, and the same man walks up, now looking a little tired. At his stage, he's probably finishing out the rest of his station here at the gate. Approaches, hand still on the side of his sheathed weapon. So, you waken. You have rested. What is your business here in Ankara?
Mr. Shorthalt.
We are weary travelers from Iman, and we have come to seek assistance with the security of our home.
What is your contact within the city? Who do you wish to speak to?
Go for the top.
Oh, that's a really hard stretch.
We would like
The king.
to.
I would like to speak.
We are seeking a man called.
Jamal's Howard.
No, I don't think we want to talk to the king.
Hi, we're seeking a man.
All right, then. Fine.
No.
Why not? No.
not that one?
Nope.
Why not?
We would like to talk to Jaman Saord or his or her advisors to seek advice.
Come for an audience with the Emperor.
We come for an audience with many people, to be honest. We are looking at many avenues of possible help, contact, trade, anything that can help us in our time of dire need.
Make a persuasion check.
Me or him? Oh. Okay, it's
Well,
a million.
I didn't know that die went that high.
A million.
34.
It's a million.
His arm relaxes at the side of his weapon. He looks down upon your diminutive gnomish structure, but glances over at the much larger Goliath and back at you. If you indeed have business with Jemon Saord, then the Emperor will let you in. If you do not, you will be sent out. We have no business between either of those answers. If you wish to enter, do so, but keep your weapon sheathed. And keep an eye on that one.
The big one?
Yes.
He's well behaved.
Don't trust his face.
His face is usually not the trouble.
Is it the beard?
Very well. Well, welcome to Ankara.
Oh, thank you.
Be pleased.
Billy.
Please.
He turns around and walks away. His bow is much smaller than you were initially taught by Jared. You get the sense that that's more of a formality and is on a smaller scale for more informal conversations. As he walks back, he kind of lifts one hand and does a loop with it. As it does,
Awesome.
the gates open ever so slightly, enough to kind of bring through as broad-shouldered individual as Grog, as well as the rest of you easily. You guys walk up and approach. As you are,
Is anybody looking at Trinket weird, or is it okay that he's like, just with us?
actually, no one seems to bat an eye at the large bear that's wandering inside.
They give a shit about the Goliath? That's fucked up.
One last question for our good friend at the gate.
Okay, as you walk past him.
One more thing, good sir. If you were going to find a place to sleep comfortably, quietly, and without incident for the evening in the city, is there a place that you would recommend to a friend?
Well, best I can think, there are many fine establishments of rest where rooms can be rented throughout the entirety of the city, depending on how much coin you have to give. I would say you could, think of things for a second as I look at my notes.
Where you would put a brother-in-law that you like.
Medium to high.
Brother-in-law that you liked.
I would recommend within the Suncut Bazaar, you would find the Death's Respite, the Shade, or the Corner Cove. All very fine establishments, and very well watched by the Hand.
The Hand.
Are you a member of the Hand?
I am. Is this your first time in the city then?
It is absolutely.
Yes.
What was the name?
Wait. I gotta see something. Okay. Okay. I needed to find these. Watched over by the Hand. I believe that last time we found out that the like government is like the Hand of Ord, right? I believe, at least. Oh man, I really need to do a theory stream. Yeah, Hand of Ord. Now, I know that this is a complicated theoretical space. Because I know that there is a hand imagery with Vecna. But also, Hand of Blank is like a very common motif for organizations that act on behalf of someone. So it's definitely not like the most obvious, like, Vecna has hand imagery, so there's a Hand of Ord. But it is also an opportunity for that kind of connection. In like the way that he said, are you part of the Hand? He's like, yes, I am a part of the Hand. Sounds similar to how Riskel said, like, we are his blood, right? That's the only reason that it's kind of tipping me off this section, is just because of how he talked about it. But also, it's one of those things that always could be connected, but is very tenuous as like an actual piece of evidence, you know? I took it as a play on long arm of the law. Also that, yeah. So this is a very distinct time where it's kind of like the red and blue. You know, it's like Cerulean Palace and the Scarlet Prison. Their armor is like blue and red. That could have some more meaning, but it could also just be blood and water, especially when water is such a is such a commodity within Ank'Harel, and it seems like Jamon united the continent through force. So it's all of these like small details that could connect, but any individually don't need to. They kind of just have inherent symbolism, regardless of anything deeper, you know?
Name of the district?
The Suncut Bazaar.
Suncut Bazaar.
As you can watch as you guys enter, the gates closing behind you. You now see the incredible reveal of the interior of the mystical city itself. Streets of smooth, cobblestone-like red pebbles lead your eyes to hundreds of visible, vertically inclined buildings of reaching peaks and smooth, pointed rooftops as far as your eye can see across the cityscape. It's a city of vibrant color. You see nearly every home, storefront, and outhouse has some form of draping silks or painted mural to give it individual character, standing out against the rest of its neighboring abodes, creating a calming, beautiful symphony of really nothing and just the presentation of it all. The people are walking with purpose, and the sounds of foreign barking and shouts occasionally break the air. Welcome to Ank'Harel.
Wait. A beautiful symphony of nothing. Interesting. trying to intake what that means, because it's a really specific way to describe something that does feel evocative, but I'm not quite sure of what. I guess nothing. Interesting.
Symphony of really nothing, and just the presentation of it all. The people are walking with purpose, and the sounds of foreign barking and shouts occasionally break the air. Welcome to Ankara.
So let's get arrested right now.
What do you guys wish to do?
We need spice. We need to find out about this merchant guy.
Yeah.
I don't think it's right.
Gotta get laid.
We gotta get laid.
Oh, Lord.
Every continent, right? That's our pact.
Oh, boy.
Doesn't mean it's a pact.
We're going to need to talk to some gentry. We're going to need to talk to a library.
Yes.
Well, we should probably start with the
And
tavern.
I should also mention, not just a tavern is available, but we do, in fact, have 3 titled people within our crowd, so we can actually talk to people of standing note with very little difficulty.
Are we certain that will hold any water on this continent?
It holds water on every continent.
Okay.
Time is up.
Only
the
people who are
essence.
not titled think it doesn't.
Should we split up into a couple parties? Someone to go find. No. All right.
Let's find a place to. Let's find a tavern. Let's find a tavern let's find some rooms. Let's go to this bazaar
People
See
tend
what
to know
the-
things in taverns.
and start to get the word out of what we're looking for.
The
and why.
Sun-Cut Bazaar.
Wait, what if there's like a market, like an open, like farmer's market? We could find.
Like
We
a
will set
bazaar.
it on fire.
Get some spice.
Yeah, as we look around, do we see any
Stalls are like.
markets? Actually, like the shopping district would be a wonderful place to look for.
Is that in like the Sun-Cut Bazaar?
Oh,
Can we
no.
head that direction while we look?
Oi! Oi, you there, boy.
As you glance over, you see walking down the street what appears to be 2 teenage boys kind of huddled together, wearing drab ankle-length cloth robes. One of them has what looks to be some sort of a purple shawl over their shoulders. The other has a hood up, and they're both carrying what looks to be small satchels of fruit in their arms. They both kind of stop and turn.
Please don't.
They look curiously at the small gnome that is the small pale gnome in foreign clothes and adorned beautiful armor that walks up to them in the street.
That looks like fine fruit. Where would you go to go shopping for things here? Markety things.
You are a very small man.
So I've heard that it's a glandular condition.
Oh no. To hear that.
Yes, it's my cross to bear. I've seen many medicine men about it, but they can't cure it. But many have recommended that I get a diet of vegetables and fruit. Where could I buy some, just like the kind that you have?
This fruit is actually very difficult to find and come across. If you wish, you could purchase this batch.
Okay, I've seen this before. I'm not interested in buying from you. I just want a market or a bazaar or anything.
A bazaar. You're looking for the Sun-Cut Bazaar.
Yeah, that.
It's further down that way. Look to the blue tower in the center of the city. Walk this direction to the eastern skyline.
Yeah, I'm not looking in the direction. I'm keeping my eyes on them the entire time he's talking.
Okay, make a perception check.
I'm desperately trying to commit every direction to memory. For an eternalized
So
tower.
fearful that he's about to try and buy meth
20.
from these children.
I'm not gonna buy
Look
that.
for the strands of crimson flags that hang across the various street corners. That will signify the entrance to the Sun-Cut Bazaar.
Signify entrance.
You're so
20.
helpful.
They both seem confused, but also strangely enamored with this tiny man who's talking to them. No shifty behavior beyond that.
Okay.
Their hands aren't moving into someone's pockets.
No.
Thank you so much,
post them.
young men, for your help. Also, Spice?
Yes! Oh my god!
No.
Do you spice?
Do you spice?
Yo, you cool? You cool, dog?
Face to me? I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not an authority. Do you spice? Spice it?
I'm sorry, I'm confused.
Let's go. Ignore that part. Thank you so much. What do you think? A little spice?
Kind of just puts his hand out,
I flip him a coin.
takes it.
Good luck finding your fruit.
Okay, thank you.
And they both kind of walk away, but at a slow pace, looking over their shoulder at you the whole way.
They seemed legit. They seemed like they were street kids. What about that was legit?
Take a break.
Dude. So we talk about a lot of times, you know, I can avoid spoilers, you know, I don't see a lot. And if I see something, I let it roll out of my brain. I am now remembering a Super Geek Mike title called Does Scanlan Spice? And I am very prepared for this continued bit. It is a perfectly timed break timer. Oh boy, does Scanlan's I'm ready for it. Spice it. Let's get spicy in here. I'm excited. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and we're gonna get back to it because I want to see if Scanlan spices. What up, cinnamon? I think mine is garlic. Does garlic count? Garlic powder? It's not really a spice, I guess, because it comes from like a clove. What else do I like? I like chili powder. I like chili powder a lot. Cayenne, yeah, as a classic. It's a seasoning. Yeah, I think that's fair. Garlic powder is a seasoning, but not necessarily a spice. Yeah. I think I would probably go with like chili powder. I don't know what makes it spicy either. I like paprika too. I like spicy spices. I really like I like peppers. My roommate in college was obsessed with spicy, with like hot sauces and spice. Apparently, I was just talking to him the other day, and he doesn't. I was talking about getting him some hot sauce, or because he doesn't drink, and so we were talking about doing like a drinking game. And in college, he didn't drink either, and he used to do like hot sauce shots when we would do like drinking shots. Because he loved them, but we could get him really spicy stuff. And he's like, yeah, I don't do as much hot sauce anymore because it's like bad for my acid reflux. And I was like, no, we're getting old. I'm drinking less. He's doing the sauce less. No! It's fucked up, dude. It's absolutely fucked up. Wikipedia says it's anything that flavors or colors food, but isn't the leaf, stem, or flower. Oh, interesting. Hot sauce shots sound brutal. Oh, yeah. I mean, we were trying to equate them to alcohol shots. It's gotta be a punishment. On my birthday, on my 21st birthday, before we started drinking, he got me this chocolate that had it like Carolina Reaper extract and ghost pepper extract in it. And it was the worst thing I've ever eaten. It was middle of the winter in Kansas. It was probably below zero. and we were running back and forth outside with our mouths open to try and just force cool air down our gullets. And one of my other friends threw up from how much milk he drank. And then after that, we started drinking. Yeah, no, it's got to be brutal. A hot sauce hangover. Hot sauce hangover. It's just nothing but acid reflux the whole time. That always blows my mind because capsaicin is basic, not acidic. Really? I didn't know that. Interesting. Garlic is a tuber, so I guess it would be a spice. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Garlic is the bulb. Yeah. Interesting. Anyways, little bit of a, I guess, what would that be? A nature check? I think I would call that a nature check, probably, because nature's intelligence, right? I think that's a nature check. I really want to do. Someone was talking about how the quid pro quo discussion was a history check, and I really want to make some some on-screen graphics for fucking nature check or history check or whatever of some of these tangents. And have vocal triggers. I don't know if I'll actually end up doing it because I'm not good at graphical design. I would set up all of the triggers and then it would just pop up a bit of text like the fucking comment highlights and it would look so lame. But maybe I will end up doing it. Maybe I'll work with someone to make it look a little nicer. But anyways.
They're riffraff. They could know it's spicy. They were carrying fruit, and they look normal. But I've got a keen eye for these things. I was a kid on the street for a long time.
Sam, no joke. Thanks for the ab workout.
Oh god. So do we go in the direction?
Walk to the
Suncut Bazaar.
Yes.
And keeping an eye out.
All right. As you guys continue deeper into the city, the sheer size of this town reminds you of a mirror universe from Obi-Mon, and just the way that the streets kind of narrow and then open, and just the liveliness of culture around you in its heyday. And it saddens you because it reminds you of back when the city was at its prime, when you first arrived and made it a home for yourself. But at the same time, it's also, the energy is infectious, and you can't help but feel like there's a lot of interesting people and culture and just momentum all about you, no matter where you seem to walk across these streets. Though the culture here appears to be far older than that of Iman that you've encountered, and even the buildings and constructs range in ways that maybe not as old as Vasselheim per se, but at least you can see there is some variation to some of the abodes here that appear to have been worn through time, more so than any you've encountered in Montaldore for the most part. These decorated and intricate buildings fill the streets. You can see pride in their construction, and the smells of horses and hot desert air combined with various burning spice and sage that occasionally wafts through the air to your nostrils. The ever-changing exotic skyline occasionally grabs your attention. You see the distant shadow of what looks like a skyship docked at a skyport. You get looks of many citizens, expressions ranging from amusement to mistrust as you pass by, until you come upon a massive building that shines with the sunlight. Above you, you see what appear to be a number of red flags that hang and drift about 5 feet in length, these thin, draping pieces of silk that kind of just shift with the breeze. And you can see numbers of these strands across different roads. And it's at this point that you look up and realize that this in itself is the entrance to the Suncut Bazaar. You also, looking off towards the left, and what you've been watching as you approach, there are this cluster of dark blue and purple towers of various widths that tend to be kind of marking a central place in the center of the city. In the center of them, there is one very large cylindrical tower that rises up past them all into what looks like a chalice or cup-like platform at the very, very top that is impossibly high amongst the rest of the structures here in the city. It seems to be almost like a beacon or watchtower over the entirety of Ank'Harel. But your attention now here in the Suncut Bazaar, as you step around the corner, you can see tents and storefronts and buildings and voices raised as different barkers are shouting out for their wares. You can see carts being drawn through the streets by horse and camel. You can see what appear to be dozens upon dozens of people coming through with small satchels and coming by and purchasing their necessities for the day. You can smell cooking meats and food in the distance. You can see what appear to be street performers juggling and distant music of buskers on the side of the street, just playing various flutes and instruments that some you recognize, some you do not. You actually see a sham catches your attention on the side of the street.
Need a new read for that.
And here you are amongst the Suncut Bazaar.
Can I whip around and see if anyone's following us?
Just of tracelessness.
Make a perception check.
I would say, despite the big, description, this is an example of where, and it's sort of there's a little bit of nuance of like, if this was a travel section, which, it's kind of up to your own personal style as to whether or not you consider it a travel section. I kind of personally don't. Unlike, maybe the Moonbrush. If this was just a travel section and they got to where they were going, I think it's maybe appropriate to just like stop and be like, you got here. What do you do? But especially for something like this, where it's just like a large district of a town, I would describe something for them to immediately react to or interact with. Like maybe a few specific merchants, even if it's not clearly what they're looking for. I might even, give a little wink and a nudge to Sam and be like, you do see a merchant that seems to be selling some sort of spice. They look pretty generic from first glance. Vex, you notice blah, blah, blah. Grog, you notice some interesting swords. Nothing like you've ever seen. They're long, they're curved. Something to give them an immediate target. Now, if they then say, fuck all that, we're going to go find our own shit, more power to them. You want to always leave open or not always, but it's good to leave open the opportunity for them to go and do other things. Like, you don't need to necessarily have like an event that is happening that gets their attention. That can be good, especially if you have something really specific you want them to interact with. Or like a specific thing you want them to see and learn about the city. But if it's a more freeform flavor, just giving them things that would exist in this bazaar that you think they might be interested in, just to get them kind of kickstarted, can be really nice.
Hammer down.
Oh God.
14.
14.
Hammer down.
I mean, no matter where you walk, eyes are on you. You especially. Most people you come around here, like, it seems a largely human population. Beyond that, you've not seen a single dwarf as you walk to the city, but you have seen a number of dark-skinned halflings, a few half-elves. Not an elf has caught your eye since you wandered through. You've seen a couple of tieflings that walk openly in the city, which is a rare thing from Amon, even then most tieflings generally are met with mistrust and prejudice in the streets. Here, no one seems to pay mind or bother. You do see a few half-orcs actually in the process of this team of half-orcs that are shouting out in a language that none of you understand. Some sort of a sales pitch they're giving, and a few people gathered around them. This is a very wide variety of people that live in this city, and everyone seems to kind of mesh together without issue or prejudice. But not one Goliath has caught your eye, and you've caught the eyes of many. And wherever you walk, you can see the townspeople kind of stop in their grasp, and they don't gawk. They don't stare intently. They're just more curious. But no one appears to be following you.
Are the shops here indoors or are they outdoor, like tent, market?
There are a few that appear to go into buildings, but the majority of this, as you look at now, the Suncup Bazaar itself, while it is a section of the city, it is mostly open sky and is just probably hundreds of various tents, carts, kind of pop-up stand-ups, and even just center of the street blankets set out with the various merchants just there with their wares strewn across the ground, ready for anybody to come and approach.
Do we see any spice merchants?
Go make an investigation check.
Also, while she's rolling, do we all see people eyeballing him?
Yeah, it's pretty easy to see. Most everyone's in
love, enamored, jealous.
And this minor thing. This is, a minor thing, but like having an investigation roll there for what maybe I'm wrong, but what I would assume is a relatively, it's not like a huge specialty shop. You know what I'm saying? It's not like she was like, do I see a magic apparel seller? Something hyper specific. I feel like a spice merchant is a little bit more generalized. So to me, rolling there seems a bit like a waste of time, but a little nitpicky. Webster is a nitpick for me. Things about mom, we don't know how it is in the rest of the world. Fair. And I guess he's never... I was taking that as the rest of the world, mostly because he's never called out the tiefling openness in any other part of the world. So, like, in Whitestone, in Westrun, in Vasselheim, Draconia is kind of its own thing. But all the places that we've seen, even Craghammer, he has interacted with the concept of tieflings in the same way that he interacted with them in Amon, which is not at all. So I was sort of extrapolating from like, oh, if that's how it is in Amon, everywhere else we've gone has behaved seemingly like Amon, as opposed to. So but that's still a fair point. As opposed to Amon and I'm gonna say seemingly the rest of the world. That's a fair point that he was more specific.
11.
Interest.
11. You kind of look around and ask a few people, and most everyone just kind of shrugs their shoulders or points you in an odd direction. No immediate spice merchants catch your attention. You're still on the outskirts of this income.
Go ahead.
Do there appear to be any fruit merchants?
There are a few, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah, and it's interesting. In this very hot desert environment, and you understanding of how most plant life exists, fruit should be pretty damn rare. And what fruit would make it here seems to be pretty dry, withered. But everything you come across here is very, very, like, plump, beautiful, and fresh.
Life.
It comes from that oasis.
Needs things to live. There's not many things, no. So can I just go up to one of the fruit merchants?
Mm-hmm. I came up to what appears to be a woman, probably in her late 30s. Her hair is long past her shoulders, and kind of these dark black brunette waves that just kind of almost spray out like mermaid hair across her shoulders. As you approach, she eagerly reaches out.
You look like you are traveling here to Ank'Harel in search of beautiful, delicious fruits of which to whet your palate. Yes? Would you like for these fine apples, of which are the finest you can find?
Apples? Oh, wow. I was looking for something a little bit more exotic, something native to this land.
Oh, well,
she takes apples back. What you would prefer here then would be the karak fruit. And she pulls up this, what looks like a mango, but the exterior of it is very rough with these little spines all around it.
While it is difficult to hold the crack open for a delightful flavor, it is gentle. It is like a sweet water experience.
That was very descriptive. Thank you.
Of course.
How much do I owe you for this?
For this, it would be 2 silver pieces.
2 silver?
Yes.
And how much, just for future reference, are the apples?
The apples will go for 1 silver piece apiece.
1 silver apiece. So that's pretty steep. Don't worry about it. Here you go. I give her a little extra.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for your patronage. Anything else you would like?
I think I'm good, thank you.
I peek around her shoulder. Where would the shade be?
The shade? The shade would be...
This is something that I've debated, and going into my next D&D game, which should be hopefully starting soon. My players are starting to get their shit together. I'm excited. I think I'm going to be DMing again pretty soon. I've been missing it. I've been feeling out of practice, feeling rusty. I'm excited to get back to it. But to bring it back to BitD, we haven't had as many BitD references lately. I'm glad to be bringing it back. But on the BitD character sheet, I'll just show an example. One of the things that I really like in BitD, that I really want to find like an excuse to bring into D&D, try to figure out how to do it, is that in Blades, if I can find it on here, where the fuck is there? What? Where? Oh, wait. No. BitD party sheet. I think it's on the party sheet, not the... No. What the fuck? No, not bird party sheet. Blades in the dark. Party sheet. There. Oh, where the hell is it? Is it this? No. Okay, there we go. Yes. Yeah. Coin right there. Upon crew advance, each PC gets stash tier +2. Yeah. Basically, I don't even know why I'm looking so hard. It doesn't matter. But as you like fill up your vault in Blades in the Dark, which is essentially your personal wealth, very similar to like, just like counting up gold in D&D. As you fill up your vault, which is actually like putting coins away to where you can't use them anymore, you slowly improve your passive lifestyle. So it's basically like, showing like just passively that you have more wealth. And then whenever you go to do something like this, like you go to buy something small, like a spice or a fruit or whatever, something that you don't need, isn't valuable enough that you need to track it individually, something that's worth a few silver, you make a lifestyle roll. And that lifestyle roll kind of depends on how, or changes how the person interacts to it. Level 1 crook versus level 100 baller. Exactly. And I think it's extra good for something like what Keyleth just did, of like, oh, I want to tip a little bit extra. Like, Blades encourages you to just not worry about the minutia, and you don't even have to make like a lifestyle roll every time they buy something. So it's like, if she just like wanted to buy something, I might just say like, oh yeah, like that's fine. But if she's like, oh, I want to like buy that, tip a little bit extra, that might involve a lifestyle roll. Because even there, like, if you were actually strictly tracking gold amounts, what is a few extra? Like, you have to actually like write that down and track that, and that's fucking dumb and lame. I don't like it. Whereas I like the aspect of a lifestyle roll a lot more. So I might just like choose like some cutoffs, like 100 gold, 1,000 gold, some cutoffs, and just say like, oh, if you have that much gold on hand, then this is your lifestyle modifier or something like that, and then you make like a D20 like lifestyle test. I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about it a little bit more, talk to my players about it a little bit more, and we'll see. But it's definitely, gold is something that I don't find interesting in D&D. I don't think it has enough utility, and it's not interesting enough to interact with. So I want to try to abstract it down a little bit. I don't know if anyone else feels the same, but this is, to me, some of their most dated content besides early scaling jokes. I feel like the don't let the locals scam you with the I don't take my eyes off them, etc. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I don't even know if it's necessarily... It's tough. I go back and forth on whether or not it feels dated to me. It seems to change on every interaction, but also it's like, it kind of depends on how dastardly your players are. Like, if they are constantly scamming, it's kind of like cheaters are the people most worried about cheating. It's kind of like they are all dastardly ne'er-do-wells, so they're constantly on the lookout for someone to be a dastardly ne'er-do-well to them. So I think it's very much like murder. I feel like it's more murder hobo behavior than necessarily like player dated stuff. But I could see some differences of opinion there. But I don't know. We'll see. It's not something that like sticks out to me super hard, but I can see it impacting different people differently.
How to explain? Do you see that building over there with the sort of dark green steeple?
And you kind of glance off in the distance, you can see layers back. There appears to be one kind of spire, this very, very harsh point that has a dark green.
That is the roof of the shade. That would be what you're looking for.
Thank you so much.
Not a problem.
I would like to walk by, and as I'm passing Vex, I'm going to do that thing where you're walking past a friend and you sort of do that sideways kick in the butt, and then just walk past. And I'm going to stand by Grog, and anybody I see giving him the evil eye, I'm going to kind of match it back.
Okay. You watch as she walks away. She had her hands out to Vex, and as soon as Vex keeps walking away, she goes,
Toss her a gold.
God.
Another gold.
She's with me.
Jesus, making out like a bandit.
You are free to shop here any day you like.
And what was your name?
Pulls the coin out and pops your noses.
I am Shubad.
Shubal?
Shubad.
Keelan.
Pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure. Thank you so much.
What? Any of the barkers talking about magic stuff?
I'm also looking for a soothsayer.
What do you want to see a show?
Okay.
Well, I don't know. It just seems so exotic.
anything out of the ordinary, and or a soothsayer, card reader, bones reader, whatever they have that's like that.
Okay.
Preferably card.
Both of you guys make investigation checks as you kind of look around and ask around.
And I don't like the way people are looking at Big Man, so I'm going to stay by him.
So you kind of stay close to Grog.
That's just
No
awful.
going up from that. That's what it is.
-2.
I've never rolled a decent
Is that true?
I'm city blind, apparently.
What are you looking for?
I'm looking for anything out of the order, but specifically a soothsayer, a card reader, a bones thrower,
Grog.
gut wrencher.
In glancing about, you look to see something shine across the ground. As you rush up and find it, you find what looks to be a magically enchanted stone about that big. Rough around the edges, but the reddish color is brighter red than the rest of the stones on the ground, and you're sure that this may be exactly what you were looking for.
I'm watching him.
I quickly get on my hands and knees and I start like moving this hand around, looking for one just like it, just to make sure it's unique.
There are many red stones around it as you press the bit of dust and sand that is gathered around the other cobblestones, but this one appears to be unique.
What does it taste like?
There's a hint of saltiness to the dust that is gathered in this vicinity.
I gave away my salt lick, Rock.
You did?
I take a moment to marvel at how a being of such ferocity and power can be such a doofus at the same time. It's amazing.
I'm gonna plant myself at sort of the end of two rows or the intersection and just wait for people to walk by, and as they do, I just say, spice. Spice. You spice it? Spice.
Can I have
Dude, you know what's fucking crazy? I actually had someone unironically do this to me in Portugal, in Lisbon. I had someone several people, sorry, not even one person, unironically, as I'm passing by, go, hashish? Hashish? And it's like, I know what I fucking look like, all right? I get it. And I partake in the occasional weed. But it's legal in Illinois. But it turns out, I found out later that they sell fucking tourist fake drugs, which is hilarious. But they were like, hashish? Cocaine? Hashish? So, I mean, talking about like the out of date conversation, it's like this, I could see this feeling somewhat out of date as a joke, but I can't even consider it that because it just happened to me like less than a year ago. Or actually right around a year ago. But yeah, they sell fucking tourists like fucking not balsam leaves. What are those? Not thyme. But like fucking cilantro leaves, like crushed up cilantro and like baby powder. And so the police like haven't even like cracked down on them because I guess that Portugal doesn't have like strong like anti-scamming laws, I guess. And basil, yeah, thank you. And so since they're not actually selling drugs, they're just lying to people. The police like don't really do shit about it. And so they're all over the place in Lisbon. It was just like everywhere we rocked that was even remotely touristy. It was, I got like at least 3 dudes walking up to me being like, hashish? Fucking crazy. Yeah, very common experience across Europe. Really interesting. Oregano? Yeah, something like that. But anyways.
Seen Percy looking around.
Yeah.
In Washington Square Park.
Can I help him look?
First of all, what'd you roll?
I rolled
Anyone
where did it go? What was it? Investigation? I rolled a 9.
Yeah. You're. It's funny, for all the preparation of being a noble in public speaking, you are utterly lost.
Oh,
here in
I'm
Alpharetta.
terrible in urban areas. I've learned this. I get flustered. And
The culture is so vastly different from what you're used to, and the people don't seem to really pay much mind to your relatively important outfit and presence, and you're just kind of.
I've never
lost
been
in
able
the
to find.
sea.
I've never rolled a decent investigation check. It has never happened.
So Vex walks up to you.
What you looking for, dear?
Beyond just anything interesting, which everything is too interesting.
It's very colourful.
A soothsayer of some kind, perhaps, it might be a good way to start getting the word out of the sorts of things that we're looking for.
The sorts of things.
We're looking for a cloak. We're looking for a merchant. We're looking for a merchant for one eye.
I found a rock.
And we're looking for rocks. Not anymore, I suppose.
And spice.
And those are usually the most trustworthy of the untrustworthy people you find in a city.
Investigation?
Yes.
19.
19. The two of you kind of begin to meander around and look around. You see, after some wandering, what looks to be a single blanket set out with a small kind of half-dome shade structure of just various cotton cloths that have been layered and kind of pinned to create this this loose kind of escape from the sunlight. And you see what appears to be an older man with a very, very long kind of braided beard that kind of goes past his belly button. He sits there, sleeveless, kind of open shirt, kind of baggy pants, no shoes, and before him what appears to be a deck of cards that is just laying in a stack, and he has his eyes closed with his hands resting at the end of his knees.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah, sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Do you mind blowing a little bit of money on this?
No, actually.
Are we all there? Are we all there?
Depends on if you guys want to follow.
I'd like
I'm
to
going in.
follow.
Okay.
Speaking of like breaks for your players, I love introducing small mini games. I love introducing like cards or dominoes, like, or marbles, like anything that is a small mini game that I can actually like act out with my players. I normally don't do it if we're like really in the middle of something, but like us talking earlier about like, oh, the Feywild, you know, a little bit of a break for the players, allows them to do something that's not so serious. Like, especially if we've had like a very serious session right before, very intense. I haven't done them as much as I've wanted to. But I've done them a few times, and little mini games like that, so almost reminiscent of like the carnival games that they did in Winter's Crest in Whitestone. I liked that a lot. Any sort of small thing like that, it has to be quick. Fishing mini games. I love a fishing mini game. How would you do a fishing mini game in real life? Do like one of those like the magnetic rubber ducks and like put them in a bowl and then have them like little magnet fish? That'd be fun. But yeah, I think the main thing is it has to be fast. And most of the things that I think of aren't fast. But I think if you can find something that's very quick, especially like a game of luck, game of chance, doing like, 3-card Monty or like any of those sorts of things can be a really fun, like very physical break for your players to like not have to think about things as much, but still have like a fun opportunity to like physically role play as their character. Because the physical roleplay aspect for people that aren't, voice actors, or if you're not dressing up or whatever, a lot of times I think the physical roleplay can get lost. So bringing in like a physical prop, a physical puzzle even. I know that Ryan Immel does a ton of physical puzzle props and like letters that he likes a lot. And I think that anytime you can bring some like real world physicality into it, it can be a deeper level of roleplay while also being a bit of a break. It's tough. It's not like the easiest thing to do. It doesn't always like work, frankly. But when it does, it can be really, really fun. You get one of those mechanical kids fishing games with magnets. Yeah, precisely. Yeah. Yeah, it's something I really want to work in more, especially like I think I was so broadly impressed with Winter's Crest in Whitestone. I really want to. I think that was a good model of like how to bring your players down off of like a really climactic. Yeah, climactic. Off of a climax that was like very dramatic and very serious. And I think that Winter's Crest and Whitestone did a lot of good things there. And I think that the mini games were a big part of it. A lot of those mini games were in fiction, which is great. But if you can bring some of it out of the fiction, I think it could have been even better. Yeah. I spent too much time making a dice-based fishing minigame. Really? Was it fun, though? Did your players have fun? Because if your players have fun, it ain't a waste. It ain't too much time.
As you guys are approaching, you over in the corner.
Splicing.
Make a deception check.
A billion. Deception?
Deception, yeah.
32.
This marks your kind of ability to double talk or subtly put out the vibes for an individual that.
Why aren't you a crime kingpin?
Who knows what Scalen's ultimate destiny is?
I have a song for your next playlist. I'm so excited.
After a few moments of you doing this, and a few people kind of walking away looking kind of frustrated and taken aback partially by your visual form and the unexpected content.
Oh, I really hope that there's some whack-ass illegal spice merchant. Like, if I am Matt, I am creating an NPC on the spot that's an illegal spice dealer. Because that's so fucking funny. It's like opening up the trench coat and showing all the watches, you know? It's like, oh, I got watches. And it's just it's just spice jars down the trench coat. It's perfect. It's your players handing you a funny interaction on a silver platter. Victor but for Spice goes so hard. It goes absolutely ludicrous, and I'm going back and forth on whether or not Matt's a little bit too serious about his world building to do that, but he's so fun most of the time that I feel like he will, so we'll see.
Tense are your words. One man in like his early 20s, walking up, kind of what looks to be a damp cloth kind of wrapped loosely around the head, keep the head cooled under the sun's heat. Walks up, kind of leans in and goes,
You're asking about spice, yes?
Yes, hard to find spice. I don't know if they have it in this particular bazaar. Takes a seller with a keen eye to identify it.
Well, I know folks who are purveyors of many spices here.
Oh.
Please, what do you seek?
It's not really something that I wanted to discuss out in the open, but, we could take a waka and talk about it.
Good. Lead on. We'll have a conversation as we go.
As he kind of stands back up after leaning down for you, you get a little glance of what appears to be a slightly pointed ear.
Ooh, pointed.
And what looks like a hint of a mustache that's grown through. Very similar in visual presentation as to your comrades. Not full elf, not full human, though definitely a much darker shade due to the out in the open lifestyle of Ankrel. You begin to walk with this figure through the street. We'll get to you in just a moment. So as you guys make your way to the... watch the juggling and sitting on the ground.
You can see it. I mean, this is good. This is a good lesson for both players and DMs. Is on the player end of things, having small but specific things that you're interested in. Like, we talk about, like, flaws and ideals and fucking arcs occasionally on this stream. Occasionally. But it's, like, little small idiosyncrasies like this of Sam just deciding that this is, like, Scanlan's personal quest, is to find this spice, and he has convinced himself that it's this underground shit. And, like, having such a, like... specific thing where you are assuming so much is a really fun direction to take something as your character, especially if you're pretty sure that, you're not wanting to pursue a larger character arc here, right? Like, Kaylee's not in the city. Scanlan's not doing this when they're going into Westrun, right? And he knows that Kaylee's in the city. He's taking that more seriously. But this is, he knows that Kaylee's not here. He knows that Kaylee's happy. He's not really looking to do a ton of personal growth. That doesn't mean that you just need to sit on the sidelines, And it's honestly something, as much as Grog and Travis Willingham are national treasures, I think this is something that it seems like Travis struggles with a bit, is finding things that Grog is interested in that are not that are niche and not like necessarily like broadly applicable or like, make like a copious amount of sense. He's really good at it sometimes, a la the pointed rhino horn hat. The hats are another great example. I think that Sam is really, really good at this sort of thing, of becoming really enamored with the idea of getting Vex a pointed witch's hat. Like, it's a really good lesson for players to model that sort of behavior of finding like a little niche interest for yourself can be really fun. And it's a good lesson for DMs of enabling that, because when your players are doing stuff like that, you want to encourage it as much as possible, because that's where the silly, fun dynamics are going to come in. It's a very like absurdist school where you treat these very silly situations very seriously. And at least for me, that's a place that I find is very easy to sink into as a DM specifically. Because a lot of times as a DM, unless you're running in like the Feywild, like if you're running like Wild Beyond Witchlight or something, you have to like, you can be pretty silly with just the world and how it reacts. But a lot of times you have to be relatively serious as a DM because you are describing reality to the players and like what they can do. So I find that like leaning into more absurdist type comedy is way easier as a DM than maybe other types of comedy. And in this, like treating Scanlan's ridiculous spice question seriously with this DM of being like, yes, okay, yeah, let's go, let's find it, let's take a walk, yeah. I think you'll find players really, at least I've found my players at least really love that sort of thing of they develop this kind of absurd, silly, niche obsession, and then you as the DM make the world treat that obsession incredibly seriously. And like fully commit to that. I think it's a dynamic that can allow for funny and silly moments that don't break the fiction, which I like.
Eyes closed.
We sit down in front of him.
Be pleased.
Be pleased.
Be pleased.
Be pleased. His eyes open, and you can see his eyes are snowblind. They are just clouded over with what I've heard to be terrible cataracts or something else that has caused him total blindness, but he just kind of stares past you as he opens his eyes.
So, you wish to be read, then?
Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
I've called for my services.
He won't know what you put in his hand.
No, what?
You're not there.
I'm not there.
He will know. He's a fortune teller for Christ's sake.
5 plumbing washers.
Should I put 5 or 15 for each of us?
5 for the moment.
5.
He knows there's 3 of us.
Places it into a small a side pouch.
What do you wish to be read for?
Takes the cards and begins shuffling.
We search for a garment. We search for a man.
And his way of shuffling cards is interesting. It's supposed to be the usual like double shuffle. He picks up the deck in one hand and kind of splits it, and then shuffles it together, turns it around, splits it, and then shuffles it together on each side. It's this weird kind of almost like Boy with the Crystal and Labyrinth, but with a card deck. It's wild. As he just stays still, looking forward past all of you.
And we search for answers towards the future that we inevitably run to.
Shuffling stops and he grabs the deck.
You search for a garment.
He takes 2 cards out and throws them across the center of the blanket. You guys can step back and take a look. One of them appears to have what looks to be a fire or a camp flame with smoke pouring up out of it, and the other one appears to have what looks to be a storm, a torrent of water.
This garment you seek. It looks to be in motion, moving. If you seek this garment here, may haste take you. Your second question.
What were you saying?
A warrior.
We search for a man.
With one eye.
Well, I didn't say that far.
Oh, shit.
Merchant warrior missing.
We don't, he doesn't need that. He's fine.
What did you say?
Well, we search for a man.
Pulls up 2 more cards and throws them, and they land almost exactly in the same place as the other 2 cards that he tossed before. He kind of scoot to a stop. One card appears to be mostly blank, except for it carries what looks to be some sort of a stylized symbol or letter that you don't recognize. And the other one appears to be a hand of cards stuffed within a pile of coin. You seek this man, yet it is not a man you seek. To where the luck brings you, the answers lie. He puts out his hand.
5 more.
Where the luck brings you.
The luck brings you, the answers lie. He puts out his hand.
5 more.
Wait, I gotta get it exactly. The answer to where luck brings you, the answers lie. This is really just Matt taking their tarot in real life. A little bit. Yeah, no, I mean, this is incredibly similar to, I talk about how I love dreams, I love visions. Same thing with fortune telling. I love anything that can be interpreted poetically. I love anything that is vague but makes sense in retrospect. I think if it were, unless I had this planned out, I'm guessing that this is improv, but I'll just tell you what I would do, because I don't know if this is improv or not. Matt might have had this planned out. If I'm improving it, I'm going crystal ball, because crystal ball is more flexible. If I'm going planned out, I'm going tarot. Because there's a distinction between what the tarot shows. Similar thing with bones. Anything that there is an actual physical representation of the metaphor, and then there's the interpretation by the teller. I think that playing with that transfer of information is super fun, and I really like for there to be a little bit of dissonance or hidden meaning that like a divination wizard could pick up on or something like that. If I'm going improv, I prefer crystal ball. Palms could work for improv as well, Saunters. Anything where there is not a separated physical manifestation that the players could separately interpret. So reading palms, there's not really a separate interpretation that the players could get, probably. Similar thing with a crystal ball. I will say, if I'm doing a crystal ball, I would have it to where it seems like there is something that the fortune teller can see that the players can't. Like, I would have an obscuring of information so that they basically just are dealing with the fortune tellers. Because if I'm improving it, I don't trust my ability necessarily to play with that distinction well in the moment. But if it's planned out, I love playing with the thing that they're telling you. Talking to a wizard or talking to a warlock or even a cleric and being like, something of reading bones and, make a religion check or make an arcana check. And what or even working with passive arcana, passive history, passive religion, and saying the way that he's interpreting this card doesn't seem to be consistent. It could be a cultural thing, or the fortune teller could be lying to you. I love playing with that sort of shit. That sort of shit is so much fun to play with. But I only do that sort of play when I've prepped for it. And to me, this seems like an improv sequence. So I'm not taking the cards that are coming out I'm not giving them too much weight. Of course, he could be, improving the cards well, and there could be, a distinction between these two things. Very, very possible. But I'm not giving them as much weight as I would. But in any case, I love these sorts of conceits. They're so much fun. So much fun. Yeah, in my Curse of Strahd game, one of the fellow players, Div Wizard Gloom Ranger, has a tarot deck that allows her to cast divination. She asks the question, pulls 5 real cards. Our DM imparts a vision for each. Oh, that's so fun. That's really fun. I like that a lot. I mean, especially if that's like a conceit that you have established with the players as like a feature mechanic that this divination wizard has, that's super fun. And that can allow so much like fun delivery of information from the DM. Yeah. I would think that he has the meaning of some cards written down for possible keywords, as he knows what the party would be looking for. He can estimate that. Maybe. I think it would. The reason I lean towards this being more improv is that I think I've never heard them express any sort of interest in this realm. So to me, Percy asking that would have taken me off guard. But it would also depend on, what they've expressed in the past, how Matt has interpreted, if they've expressed anything above the table about this sort of thing. I'm more just basing on, I can't remember them ever asking about, soothsaying or divination. So this would kind of come out of left field for me as a DM. But if there's something I'm either forgetting, if there's stuff that they did pre-stream, anything along those lines, then I could see it being different. I'm always amazed by our DM for his ability to improvise all the visions based on cards, and it's allowed us to come up with our own interpretations, yet still feel more forewarned, forearmed. Especially if that's what if this is like an established mechanic by your DM, there's a trick. I mean, you can, this is something you can legitimately study, is you can study how real world modern fortune tellers take cues and take responses to questions and work that into things that they already want to say. There's an entire field of practice in how to take seemingly unrelated factors and work them into what you already wanted to say. It is cynically, you can call it a manipulation technique. But really, it is just, how do you deliver a message that you already want to impart? How do you work that into a pre-existing fact that is seemingly disconnected? It might surprise you to learn, if you've watched any amount of this series and seen my theories and my pattern recognition, that taking two unrelated facts or messages and connecting them isn't the most difficult thing in the world for me. But it is something that you can legitimately study and practice and get better at. Which is definitely interesting and can be very impressive when you do a really good job at it. Yeah. They did go and meet with a hag merchant once pre-stream, and then again in Slayer's Take Part 2, so that might count as interest to a degree, but the hag didn't do... That was more in terms of magical items. I'm just saying, based on what I've seen, it would come out of left field, but again, there might be stuff that I'm not seeing or that I don't remember that is making it come less out of left field for Matt. I don't know. Hard to say. There used to be pre-stream games at this year, but I don't remember if it was directly. When you're the one making up the plot, it's easy to make fortune tellers look very impressive. Yeah, absolutely. And that's but it's. I don't want to say it's easy as a way to discount what your DM is doing. That's the game, man. That's this is the trick. This is the secret at the bottom of DMing, is how do you make things that are secretly unimpressive look impressive? That's the skill diff. If we want to get really down to like the really nitty gritty bottom of it, I talk about it all the time with Matt, that Matt makes so much of what he does look prepped. And I'm constantly talking about how, I think this was improv. I think that was improv. Why did he choose to include that right now? Like, interesting that he improv'd that in that way. And I consistently get people telling me, I think it was prepped. I don't think it was prepped this way, or I think it may have been poorly prepped, but they're still implying that it was prepped. It's like the fact that Matt can make all of these things that I believe are improv'd look prepped. That's the skill. That's the skill difference. That's fucking Chris Angel convincing you he can levitate, you know? It's like, man, it's not impressive that he's levitating, because he's not. But it's impressive that it fucking looks like he's levitating, you know? And so it's like, it's not impressive that he is improvising the visions, because he gets to make everything up. But it's impressive that it feels impressive. Like the fact that y'all are amazed by it, that's it. That's the skill diff. He's doing great, or they're doing great, I should say. I don't know. They're doing great if you are impressed. That's the point at the end of the day, you know, is to make it like feel cool and impressive. Yeah, for sure. Not meaning to diminish. Yeah. Not meaning to diminish the improv at all. The fact that the improv feels that way is incredible. That's the goal, is that it all feels impressive and it all feels, yeah, I lost steam towards the end, but yeah, it's really good. And I'm constantly impressed by Matt's ability to do that. Even something as small as like the flower, like Westrun's flower being like the white lily or whatever. His players were so impressed by that. And it's like, to me, that's something so easy, but the way in which Matt went about it impressed his players. And that's a fucking skill diff. You know, there are different ways to improv that feel less impressive, you know? Chris Angel never fooled anyone. At least he's a good illusionist like David Blaine. Yeah. I mean, that's fair. Look, I'll be real. I'm not that into magic, so I can't use like detailed comparisons when it comes to magic or detailed analogies. But sure, yeah. When David Blaine having hallucinations, yeah.
His hand.
5 more. 5 more.
And the third question.
Can I insight?
Absolutely, John. The best way to put it is like thinking that something was pre-planned when it was actually improvised. And that's why, like, at the end of the day, people saying that CR is scripted are really complimenting it, because it's not. But the fact that people think that it is a massive compliment to it, even though it's annoying. You know? Yeah, absolutely.
Check him as he's reading the cards.
Yeah.
See if his face twitches at all, if it looks like he's making shit up.
Go for it.
21?
Oh, the whisper.
Here it comes.
So many whispers. How are the Cowboys doing, Travis? I can tell you how they're doing.
That's not good.
Sounds like a sad man right there.
Yeah, that does.
Wait, let's consult the cards. That's the third question.
Oh yeah, sure.
The cards say the Cowboys are not.
Hey, maybe you and me should go to a game sometime.
I would love to.
Okay, and the third question.
We move towards a conflict. What should we know? What should we be prepared for?
Pulls the 2 cards forward, throws them down, landing once again almost precisely on the same space as the last 2 tosses. They slide to a stop. One of them shows what looks to be a chasm cracking in the earth. And another appears to show what looks like a singular sunken skull. The path needs to change. Historic. But many will fall. As the transition is to take. Take your time wisely.
for the hourglass runs quickly.
Take a break.
Okay. I need to take a break, and I definitely need to like directly copy paste that because I got confused in the middle of typing it. We move forward to our combat for the hourglass runs quickly. Okay, there we go. Okay. There we go. God, I need to organize these. We're really getting to a point where like the organization stream might have to get split into 2 streams because I've been putting it off for so long. But I'm gonna take a quick break and then we will be right back. See you in a second. Dude, me and Paige played Apata last night. I've never listened to a Blackpink song before, but it's somehow gotten my shorts feed, and that shit is an earworm. I swear to God. I cannot stop thinking about Apata. Anyways.
I have no question.
Is this all of your questions?
Will do, yes.
He kind of bows his head ever so slowly towards you.
Then be pleased.
He takes the cards and shoves them back into the deck, writes them into a perfect square with one quick move of his hand, and places them back in front, puts his hands back on his knees, and closes his eyes and puts his head down. There's a pause, and he reaches over and grabs what looks to be a small, partially eaten apple and
As quietly as possible, put another 5 gold in front of him.
Oh.
the string stops and he swallows. Reaches out, kind of batting around it, finds the gold coins, puts it in the pocket.
You ask for one more question. What do you inquire?
Did I make the right choice?
2 cards land across the carpet before you. One of them shows upon it, looks to be 2 hands joining, and the other one shows a symbol of a sun rising over a mountain range.
You've made many choices, but the one you speak of brings unity and a new dawn.
Be pleased.
He kind of nods.
Be pleased.
Takes the cards up, shuffles them back into the deck and sets it down. Goes back into his meditative trance.
I feel that was money well spent.
I guess.
That was so
That
cool.
was crazy.
Well, we know we do not necessarily look for a man, which is important.
Yes.
We know that time is even more of the essence than we first implied, and considering that almost every soothsayer I've ever met is as crooked as the day is long, the word is now out that we're looking for them.
Well, that's the shade. Should we head that direction?
Should.
Grog,
Here.
do you want to bring your rock?
My what?
We should grab Scanlan and
Where is he?
Scanlan?
Can we
Scanlan.
Can we see Scanlan?
Gone.
Well, shit.
Need one of those leeches for him.
Short halt.
Quiet. Let's maintain a certain level of plausible deniability.
I come over my the earrings. Scanlan, just, making sure you're okay. Wondering where you are. No biggie. Just checking in.
You, as you're walking with your half-elfish friend down one of the nearby alleyways, you hear Keela speaking over the earring.
I say, I'm cool.
We're going to die. Let's get a room.
All right.
So you guys make your way towards the shade?
Yeah, Scanlan, we're heading towards the shade. It's the big green tent. Follow?
Yeah.
You're half-elfish Padre goes,
Are you all right?
I'm cool. I'm cool on these desert nights, and I just need something to warm me up at night. So that's why I was inquiring about this spice.
So, please, which spice are you seeking?
It might not be entirely legal, but Fusaka?
nods.
Ooh. It may take a bit of time. I know someone who could bring this, but I cannot bring you to them. They'd have to bring it to you.
Where can we meet?
Well, where are you staying?
I'm staying outside of the walls in a small encampment, but I can meet him sometime tonight inside the walls.
Where would you need to meet?
How about where we first met, at that same intersection, or is that too busy?
That is far too busy. Needs to be private, away.
Sort of a visitor here.
If you want a place to stay, there is locks around the casino. There are back rooms there.
Oh, yeah. Is it a casino?
Yes.
Hells
There
yes.
is the Debt's Respite Inn, which has its own grasp of lowlifes. Those are probably the best bets.
Ooh, okay, Matt. Utilizing the chances you have as a DM, because you gotta communicate information that the players need to know. The players currently don't have any real way to find out where the Druzhia den might be. And using this ludicrous side quest that you are mostly going on just to, let Sam have a bit of fun, using that to deliver a possible location where asking about the Den of Druzhia at least isn't gonna get you the fucking evil eye, in the middle of the street. Very, very good. Yeah, just nice little instinct, using the moments that you have when you do have them. Spices at a casino. Yeah, it's fucking Percy Jackson. Or no, that's
let's
a
meet
hotel.
in a room at the casino.
Oh my.
The casino it is. Which room?
The red room? I'm not familiar with this casino. I'll need some guidance.
Oh, wear a red shirt. He will find you in the casino.
Okay, that sounds good.
All right. So, hour past sundown. We'll find you there.
Tonight? What time?
An hour past sundown.
Oh, sorry. I was thinking about the casino. Sorry.
What do you want?
Oh my god, I'm not prepared for this.
He starts looking a little untrusting of yours.
God, dude, fucking Scanlan sounds so much like a cop right now. He sounds like a fucking cop. He is not. If this is actually illegal and they're not scamming him, you need to turn right the fuck around right now. If this is an actual criminal, they deserve to be caught. Yeah, he's literally speaking to a wire. You're so right, Ivo, dude. Really not.
Oh man.
Enough to get me through a week of heavy use. I want to go on a bender.
Make a deception check.
Oh my gosh. A billion.
Dude, I'm saying make a performance check to look like not a cop.
More than before. 35.
How are you rolling that?
He gives you a look and bends down.
I've had a rough few weeks and I just need to get away from it all and go to that place.
He gets close to your face and interrupts you and goes,
I mean this with all due respect. Being as small a man as you are, you have to be careful.
Don't tell me what...
I read the captions right as I paused it. Don't tell me what to do. That's fucking awesome. But that's what I'm saying. I think that... Oh, man. I think sometimes DMs get in this headspace where we think that we can't, like, go along with our players' absurdist bullshit. But this is a perfect example of Matt, like, going along with the absurdist bullshit to an even higher degree. I'd be so curious if the things I could ask Matt, right? I'd be so curious if this spice was illegal beforehand. Because now it seems like it is legitimately illegal. I'd be so curious as to if it was illegal before or not. Because this seems like Matt made it illegal just because he's going down this thought process. And I think this is like a great example of I so heavily doubt that any of this is planned. And not only is Matt going along with it, but he's giving Scanlan/Sam even more than he bargained for. He is still progressing all of the main quest lines, even through this fun and ridiculous little side quest. It's like, it's the exact type of fucking around that I like. It's fucking around that still progresses the plot. And I love it. It's perfect. It's huge thumbs up from me. Huge. How are you rolling that? He has a plus 60. Yeah, exactly.
What to do? I can take it, all right? Let's just say that when I started using, I was your height.
He backs off hands. He goes.
Very well. The amount you ask?
Oh my god.
I have no specific amount. I'd have to inquire, but I would say to be safe, bring about 200 gold pieces.
And again, it's like treating the ridiculous as serious. Matt is not being serious. He is being absurdist, which is a way to progress serious plots in a ridiculous way. Chef's kiss. Love it.
Pieces with you, just in case.
Oh, there's a lot of drugs.
It'll be pure. Not cut with anything else. I want the good stuff.
Oh my god.
He looks at you confused and like,
am I just finding cinnamon here?
It might be.
It's gonna be a living baby. They're just gonna hand you a baby.
It's gonna be like a pound of turmeric or something.
Cardamom.
Yes, we have a deal. Let's shake on it.
he reaches out and takes your hand and you shake. Very well. Hour after sundown. The casino. Brings his cloth up and kind of like brings it above his face for a second and darts into one of the nearby corners and vanishes.
Where did you guys go? Hello?
We're at the shade.
Okay, I'm coming. Where is that shit? Where am I?
Green tent.
I ask around for the shade.
You eventually find it.
Scanlan, stop panicking. I can hear you hyperventilating.
I'm sorry. I've just never done anything that cool before.
You still haven't. The hell you haven't.
Yeah. Just a drug deal, guys.
Oh man. Scanlan, not over the speakers, not over the phone line.
You have drugs with you?
No, I'll tell you later.
These earrings are tapped, you know.
Listen, I'm coming to you.
Pike hears everything.
You guys find your way to the shade, and what it is, it's a large circular like a sandstone wall that has a pointed tent roof above it, held by a singular pole in the center. It is segmented into various rooms that have no ceiling, so everyone shares the same roof. This is what appears to be a lounge tavern, meaning there are drinks and wine served, but each room seems to have a carpeted and pillared floor. It looks like there are beaded curtains and various draperies that separate each of the different rooms, and there's like there's large, looks like hookah type tobacco pipes. It's very much just kind of a relaxing lounge
There's
area.
hookah.
There's hookah.
I've never tried hookah before.
Do you guys
You've
wanna
never
stay
tried
here?
hookah?
No.
The Earth Ashari are like super into the hookah.
Really?
It's really nice, yeah.
This is the only thing I actually know about this continent, is that there's tobacco.
We should try it.
Did Scanlan get here yet?
Once, yeah, it's nice. yeah.
Scanlan takes about 5 minutes or so, but eventually catches up to you guys.
Are we staying here?
I don't know.
It's not very private.
It's not very private, and privacy is definitely higher on the list.
Can I find a patron that seems chill?
Yeah, look around, you can see what looks to be a kind of a matronly older woman, kind of wearing some nicer dark purple and black clothing, who is sitting there with one big hookah next to her side, just by herself, with what looks to be a glass of wine to on the side, and is just kind of staring into space.
I can literally only see my mother when you describe this image right now. And only you know how funny that is.
It's actually really
funny. Because it's just seared in there.
I woke up.
It's so true.
Pleased. Can I help you?
Actually, just a small trifle. Are you staying here?
Oh, the next few hours, yes.
Lovely. We're from out of town.
You don't say.
Yes. And I've noticed the shade is rather open.
Also, describing a person of interest, really good. I think it depends, and this is a good example of like descriptive depth, because I am sure that there are more people in here than he described, specifically, but he described this one person really specifically, making me think that it's the actual patrons don't really matter. So actually, it's not descriptive depth. It's like setting the scene or describing the scene, because this is maybe the only person that they can actually like feasibly interact with, as opposed to if he had described like 3 separate people. Then we might be in a descriptive depth territory if none of them matter, but they have some commonality between them that describes the area, that like characterizes the area. Or if there were more choices, like if there were more important people here, and it was necessary for the players to get descriptions of all of them in terms of describing the scene, then we should have gotten those. We should have gotten those at the beginning. So this is much more of like, it seems like a limited option set in this actual location. Because I don't think that necessarily just describing that woman characterized the place substantially. Although, like we talked about during that conversation of like describing the scene versus descriptive depth, there's also a level of like sometimes the lines are blurry and you would need to see behind the screen to really know. Tal's mother is the person that introduced Matt to Burning Man. I see. That, okay. That, I could imply some things based on the joke, but that drives the joke home, yeah.
Do you know if the Corner Cove or Death's Respite are quite as
communal,
private as this, or do they have actual rooms?
Both of those have rooms, yes.
Oh, lovely.
Do you have any other specifics or requirements?
Are they far from here?
Corner Cove is maybe 2 miles that way. The Death's Respite is about 1 mile that way.
Thank you. Sorry to bother you.
Ross, should we just put some cards on the table?
Some cards?
I thought that's what we just did with that other guy.
Ross, we've been searching for a friend of ours, and it's just been very complicated.
Well, yes.
She's got one eye. She's been around for quite a while.
She's a merchant in town. We've been looking for her, and unfortunately, we haven't found her.
There are many merchants that live here.
There are many merchants with one eye.
She's quite strong, actually.
Some call her a warrior merchant.
Oh boy.
Warrior? You're looking for warrior merchants, you're probably looking for the scar bearers.
Oh, yes, that sounds about
right. Yeah,
right.
that is actually what she is, a scar bearer. Are they around here?
Well, this definitely narrows down your search. The Death's Respite is where you want to go.
Oh.
It's actually run by one of the heads of their
Ilk.
Ilk?
Not an animal.
Scar bearers, they're a bit of a rough and tumble lot.
Oh, are they?
They hunt for coin, sell what else they find. Odd jobs. Some of them maybe not the most up and legal. But they work with a guarantee. And the head of their troop, I'm pretty sure, runs, or at least partially owns the Death's Respite.
Thank you. What are you smoking at the moment, by the way?
I was just about to ask her the same thing. Yeah.
This? I don't know.
Raises her hand, and one of the, looks like the various workers there approaches with another bottle of wine.
Yes, may I help? What is this? What is it you put in here?
Kind of blows it in her face and just kind of...
Ooh, that would be a dusk blossom sage.
And kind of walks away.
Dusk blossom sage.
It's very fragrant.
Sounds nice.
Pungent
Floral.
would be the word I'm looking for.
I walk over to Keelan and say, I've done this, but I don't think I knew what I was doing. Your people do this.
Well, the Earth Ashari do, and the Fire Ashari sometimes.
But
you know,
you've
they
done
take
this.
place. Yeah, well, I mean, I stayed with the Earth Ashari for like a few months, so yeah. You want to try?
I kind of want to do it
It's kind of
again.
fun. It's very nice. It
Just
relaxes
for a
you.
little bit.
Oh, come on, guys. We got time. We can take time. Do we? We never take time for ourselves. Come on.
We've got a ticking time bomb.
Just 15
The cards say said our luck, and perhaps this is a good way to ignite it.
That's timers are a good source of inter-party conflict. Love it. Love Marisha not having a full grasp of the importance of the timers, shows her youth, her naivete, as, you know, potential ideals and or flaws, depending on the situation. Love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. This is a good example of one of the reasons that I enjoy having some manner of timer. You know, it can oscillate between like how soft it is, how, you know, strict it is, how much like teeth it has versus like, you know, maybe like a much lighter consequence. Not everything has to have these huge consequences to be a timer. But it can, especially if you start putting more inconsequential timers where like, you know, they have an effect, you know, things update, but they're not maybe explicitly bad. It can really start to be a source of inter-party conflict, which I love. Marisha or Keyleth? Oh, good point. Keyleth. Keyleth being more naive and yes. Thank you for the correction. Yes, because I believe that Marisha, if you asked her, would say, oh no, we shouldn't stop. We have this like very strict timer. But she is very explicitly role-playing Keyleth in this more naive way. Yeah. Very great. Very, very good, and a good example of like what that sort of, again, I don't think that the Ravenites are that strict of a timer, but even just having a not strict timer with, you know, ambiguous consequences can start to get some interesting inter-party drama within it. I love it. Yeah.
15 minutes, please, Bex, please, pretty please.
We are still waiting for Scanlan to get here.
Yeah, we gotta meet up with Scanlan.
And then we'll take him to the next stop.
Scanlan, by the way, is right behind you now.
Hi.
God damn, no, Stanley, Scanlan.
Sorry. Didn't mean to sneak up on you there.
Now we really need to do it.
Well, we do need to talk to him, actually, so do you mind if we join you? And I motion to the waitress, could we have some more dusk sage?
Something
meadow?
stronger.
You see her eyes rolling.
I mean no offense, but this is my...
May I have a gold piece?
This is my me time.
Oh,
Sure.
of course.
But let's get our own. We can get our own. We'll get our own little booth.
I'm going to put a gold coin on her chair so you can keep smoking and thank you for the time spent in our company.
She takes the coin and flicks it back to you and goes,
I appreciate, but do not require your patronage.
Grateful for your time.
Bad bitch, man.
Yeah, I like her.
Thanks, Mom.
She was cool.
It is burned. It is burned into my head.
Getting our own.
Yeah, we go get our
Thanks,
own.
Mom.
you guys are brought to one of the small
That's just like a
sections
show.
of the shade. You're given your choice of various tobaccos, and it's not a large room per se. You can all comfortably kind of lounge in there, and it's a nice place to kind of get away. You can hear the distant sounds of the city, but for the most part, there appears to be some sort of a soft violin-like music that is played somewhere towards the center of the area. So at least it has a nice atmosphere to it.
As we're in there, do we notice anyone with any large scars walking around?
Make a perception check.
Will go great.
Ah.
12.
You see people with small, large scars, people with scars all over. It looks like, life out here can be a little tough at times, but no more scarred than most of the people you've encountered in your lifetime, and definitely nowhere near as scarred as the people that you run with for half of your lifetime.
There are no really large scarred people in here.
Oh, good to know. Thank you, Grog.
Good to know.
Good to know. Good to know.
Hey, can I see that ruby you found?
Speaking of maybe a slight weakness of Travis / Grog's roleplay is like large scarred people. It's definitely not impossible to run with that, and I think there's an argument to be made that Matt could have responded to that maybe in a more interesting manner. But also, honestly, it's not a very interesting question. Like, the whole spice conceit, and especially how Scanlan was approaching it, was much more interesting than just saying, is there anyone with scars? Like, asking something a little bit more specific of, is there anyone with a face scar, an arm scar? Is there someone with a knocked out eye? Is there anyone with an eye patch? Anything along those lines. What is he asking for about scarred people? Exactly. It's harder to know because Matt knows the intention behind Scanlan's questions, and so he has a lot more room to play within that of progressing more serious plots while still being funny, while also leaning into the more absurd nature of Scanlan's questions. It's harder to determine the intent behind the question. Yeah. And so it can be difficult, a little bit more difficult, to roll with as a DM. To be fair, especially at a home table, I get it, more on a show for Matt to not do it as much, but especially at a home table, this is an opportunity where, as a DM, you could ask into the intent behind the question and see if there is a more interesting intent that you could play with a little bit, as the DM, a little bit more explicitly. Especially, like, I think right now I'm thinking about, like, Grog hasn't gotten to do anything in a while. So, like, as a DM, I'm looking for every opportunity. I'm generally a proponent of DMs, blocking ways from players, saying no. That's an important tool in your tool set. But the longer this goes, the more and more I'm looking for ways to spotlight Grog as a DM. Because he really hasn't gotten an opportunity to shine. And they've even talked about it, at the table of like, first chance for violence, you're in, buddy. Like, he's really not gotten a lot of opportunities to like be Grog lately. So there's a partially, like, that's kind of partially on the player, to be more interesting and more specific and, like, take the spotlight a little bit. But it's also on the DM to look for more opportunities to pass the spotlight. Agreed, but I think that's the charm of Grog. I mean, definitely part of this is wrapped up in the charm of Grog, and it is a balancing act of what you do or don't say. But I think that, like, the hats are a good example of, like, Grog being very enamored with the horned hat. Finding opportunities like that as the player where, like, I think that segment was still very much within the charm of Grog. Or even a little bit before that when he had, he got it in his head that he was going to go and bargain. He was going to go and do a fun transaction. And then him and Vex had that whole, like, back and forth about it. I think those are examples of, like, times where Grog could be a little bit more niche in his interests, which expose your intent a bit more to the DM without them having to explicitly ask. Yeah. Based on the answer, I think he's interpreting it as how dangerous is Marquette or Ankarel specifically. I agree, and I don't know that that's an overly interesting question. I don't think that there's a lot that Matt can do with that, but I also don't know that that was actually Travis's intention. And the more niche and specific you can be, the more you can play with that intention. Like the rock earlier was a good example of it, but not as much to play with there. Yeah. It's been a while since it's personal. Yeah. Travis plays Grog as very low intelligence, mostly in a very interesting and entertaining way, but sometimes he can come out like this time, just blunt, head to the wall questions. Yeah, and like Travis is one of my favorites at the table. Grog is one of my favorites in the party. So I don't want this to come off as a like sweeping critique of Grog. I like him a lot, but I do think that this is maybe one of the weaker aspects of his performance. Compared to someone like Scanlan or Sam playing Scanlan, let's say. I think it's a huge strength of Sam's performance as Scanlan, and it's going to be difficult to replicate it or to pursue it at the level of Sam. But there is somewhere in the middle of the two that you can probably land with most characters. Where they're not quite as silly and absurd as Scanlan, but they have a few more niche interests that they gravitate towards that give your DM an opportunity to kind of dive in a little bit more. I kind of feel like Travis has as much of a spotlight as he wants. I think he's pretty in control of when he wants to step up. Assuming he can't do it as well without the GM is a little taking away his agency. I think you're taking this as me being a little bit more personal about you're assuming a level of like what he wants or doesn't want. I'm not saying that he can't do that. I'm saying it is easier for a DM to pass spotlight if a player does these things. So this is if you did want more spotlight. I'm not assuming whether or not Travis wants it more or less. Travis might be perfectly happy with the amount that he has. I'm more taking it based on the fact that he hasn't had it in a while. I'm looking for an opportunity to spotlight him. And players, this is also like assuming that if a GM passes the spotlight, that a player can't pass it away. Like, just because a GM gives someone an opportunity doesn't mean they have to bite on it. So I'm saying, like, as a GM, I'm looking for opportunities to offer Travis spotlight because he hasn't had it in a while. And if he doesn't want it, then he doesn't need to take it. And then separately, if you did want spotlight as Travis in these moments, these are some ways you could go about doing it. It's not, again, it's sort of related to earlier. This isn't a Critical Role critique show. This is using the examples in front of us to think about our own games. It's not is this bad or good? This is, like, as a show, it is what are these ways that we can translate to our games, you know? We don't know how busy they are off screen. Yeah, I mean, like I said, yeah. I think we're kind of having two different conversations here. A nice pre-recorded strip. His attention on the Galway game. Yeah. It's a good point to highlight opportunities, but the fact that they haven't might be for gameplay happenstance or because Travis intentionally plays low key. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm more saying that, like, there is a different way that Grog could be played in order to open up Grog to more opportunities. Because any sort of spotlighting is a joint kind of agreement between the players and the GM. Like, both the player and the GM kind of have to be co-working on giving a character a spotlight. And I'm saying that Grog is not really doing that, which could be indicative that he doesn't want it, but yeah. Anyways.
Before. I have no ruby.
You found a ruby. You gonna hold out on me?
Nope. There was no ruby.
Why are you lying to me,
Look,
Grog?
Little Teeny is my friend, all right? He spoke to me out of the deserts of fate, and he is mine and mine alone.
All right. All right.
So Scanlan.
Oi.
Spice dealer.
Oh yes, I want to hear the story.
I've made contact. I'm supposed to meet up tonight in the casino.
There's a casino.
1 hour after sunset. I'm supposed to wear red. I will not lie. I am shitting myself. I'm so nervous.
Are you gonna wear red?
Well, how else will they discern who I am? I don't want to go alone.
Well, I'll go with you.
Are you cool?
Of course I'm cool. I'm so cool, darling.
Okay.
I'm cool.
Me too.
Well,
No, what do you mean? We're cool.
I don't want to draw too much attention, but I want to be safe.
Are you buying drugs?
Could not be happier.
What an episode.
What an episode. I feel like there's such some valuable lessons at any moment.
Do you think maybe the reason Jared was almost rested was because of this fucking spice?
Yes, I think it's precisely what happened.
Yeah.
But we're going to do it smarter. We're going to do it better. Listen.
No, we're not.
Jared 2.0.
He's legitimately smarter than us.
I can do this. I am the one who cocks. I can do this, but I just need some backup. Maybe Vax could come and he could wear red and he could be the guy who. Or
They're going to also
Are they going to be
describe
looking
the
for a very
tiny
little
first.
Okay,
man?
I'll wear the red, but maybe you could be there to.
I will go with you, and I will hang back, and I will be there to stab out the eyes of anyone who wants to hurt you. But you are the talker, man. You've always been the talker.
Okay.
We could be like clients.
I just
all
gonna
from the
never think I'm
casino.
very cool. Why does
What?
he think that?
No, I think you're
You
great.
never want me to go with you. I could have helped you find Kaylee and you didn't ask me to.
Well, I mean, let's be real. She's
He
the
doesn't want
coolest
us
one
to
in the
go.
group,
The
really.
big pointy hat, it's really dorky. But
You're the one who fucking makes me wear this thing.
Can she take it off at the casino, though?
she can.
I'm not flying. I can take it off whenever I fucking
Can we
want.
all come? It sounds like super dangerous. I just
really
want to
want
watch.
to
I'll be like so sly.
We are, by the way, walking
Can
to
you-
our next
can you
destination.
see that?
No, we're totally. I am enjoying my hookah.
Oh, I forgot we got hookah. Oh my god.
We're just sitting.
I mean, I think that difference, Sarah and Quinn, is very like that's very much like a while we're viewing this as a media project sort of thing. I think that's totally fair to enjoy watching different types of things. For me, this is substantially more my speed than anything they have ever done in the mansion. Anything they have ever done in the mansion, this is so much more entertaining to me from a media perspective. In both cases, the players are having fun. You know, I think, but I also think that it's very fair in terms of like liking different types of comedy, because this is much more, I've used the term a couple of times, this is much more absurdist than some of their other sequences that are a little bit more, I don't know what genre I would put the Magnificent Mansion sections into, but they're a different kind of comedy style. And so it makes a lot of sense to me that there are some people who like wouldn't vibe with this, but might vibe with like other segments of their comedy. That makes total sense to me. Yeah. This is sort of cringe comedy, and I don't like that. I can't watch The Office, for example. Yeah, The Office is also very absurdist. It's very, in my own head, I actually don't know off the top of my head how absurdism is defined. Absurdism comedy definition. Absurdist. Surreal humor. A form of humor predicated on deliberate violations of casual reasoning, thus producing events and behaviors that are obviously illogical. Portrayals of surreal humor tend to involve bizarre juxtapositions, incongruity, non sequiturs, irrational, absurd statements, and expressions of nonsense. Yeah, I think it's fair to describe it as cringe. But I also think that cringe means a lot of different things to different people. That's the only reason I'm like kind of going away from that, is because like to me, cringe is like a negative thing, but I understand that you're using it as the humor makes you cringe. To me, the humor doesn't make me cringe here. Because, and like The Office also doesn't make me cringe because of the levels of illogical decisions and absurdity. And I really enjoy that type of humor. Same thing with like, you know, it's in a similar vein as like Nathan For You and stuff like that. Yeah. I love all the emo boy edgy antics from Percy and Vax, but oh boy, every time they go full Monty. Yeah, very Monty Python. Yeah, Airplane. Pure Schadenfreude, yeah. I assume it's juxtaposition of real and unreal, kind of. Surely you can't be serious. Don't call me Shirley. Yeah. I don't find this absurdist IMO because it's fairly plausible to do all the things he does. I think that's debatable. I would still classify this as absurdist because it's ridiculous for a party of Vox Machina's caliber to be behaving in this relatively childish way. Like, these are hardened adventurers and murderers and mercenaries that have seen the true abominations of the cosmos, and they are having silly little pretend drug encounters with over a drug that probably isn't even illegal. It's probably not even a drug. It's probably a totally normal spice, and they're all treating it very seriously, even though it is obviously non-serious. Like, all of the characters in session are not calling out how silly Scanlan is being about this spice. They are also all treating it seriously. So that's where it falls into the layer of absurdism for me. But I can also see how that is like an interpretive layer, where like if you don't consider this illogical for Vox Machina to do, then I can see how it somewhat loses that layer to it. Yeah. Absurdist is like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Hitchhiker's Guide is also absurdist. This is less absurdist, to be sure, than like some like true absurd stuff. But I think like it's closer to like The Office and stuff. Yeah, he's a dipshit getting drugs. It feels pretty human. I just love Scanlan pretending to be cool over this. Yeah. And it's like, yeah, I don't know. It's definitely like, I can see this hitting differently. Like I've gotten literal comments. I'm not sure. I don't remember who from. It might be someone in chat, honestly. Where someone commented and said like, I'm sad that you're skipping through the Magnificent Mansion bits because like I turned up like the playback speed higher on one of the streams during the Magnificent Mansion bits. And they were like, I'm sad that you're doing that. Those are like the parts that I really want you to react to. And I'm like, man, I could not bring myself to like really analyze those bits because they just feel so disconnected for me. So yeah, I don't know. Different strokes. DBH, I think I like this for about 5 minutes, but not as long as this is going. I think it just wears on me. That's fair. I can also see like it being a funny joke at first, but then playing out a little bit. There's nothing to really analyze there. Yeah, which is like, that also gets like why different people watch the stream for like analysis versus react. Because sometimes there are things that people want me to react to that they don't necessarily need me to analyze in order for them to enjoy it. But yeah, anyways.
And hooking
I
during
did
this whole
it.
fucking thing.
I did it before, but I don't think I really did it. So what?
Is this a split hose? We have a split hose.
Uh-huh. No thanks. I'm straight edge tonight. I've got to think clearly.
I'm not.
It's
I'm
just
learning
tobacco,
from
Scanlan.
Is it just tobacco? We
Well-
really don't actually know.
Actually, that's a good point. I do a few test puffs. Is it just tobacco? Is there something special about this hookah?
It seems to be just delightfully flavored tobacco.
It's nice. So,
butter
okay,
jelly.
you don't want to like inhale all at once.
Right.
It's more like a flavor thing, you know? So you just kind of like a cigar,
Okay,
you know?
I copy Keela.
You just kind of puff it through. Ah, facts. Come on.
Good job, brother. Good job.
What happened? Yeah.
I just I can't stop.
Wow.
It's
Just kind of cute, actually. It's adorable. I hand him some water from my pouch. Just a little dry.
It's really good.
Wow, you have never looked cooler in your entire life.
I agree with you.
Is there a bar in this place? Like a proper bar?
Not really a bar. It seems the servants take orders and bring you your various liquid imbibements.
Right. Can I like flag down a
Yeah. You see a man walks up to you, kind of long, dark, curly hair, bit of a goatee going. How can I help you?
Yeah, I'm royalty from a far off land. I pride myself on trying the fiercest, spirit in the area that I'm visiting. What do you guys pride yourself on?
Do you want the sandkeg's hide?
The sandkeg side?
The sandkeg's hide.
Oh, hide. Oh, is it like a food or is it a drink?
It's a drink.
Yeah, one of those would be great.
It's expensive.
Yeah, well, don't tell anybody, but I'm super fucking rich. Wait. Only because I have to check with my national treasury. How much is it?
Do you wish to have a glass or a bottle?
A bottle?
A bottle will run you 350 gold.
I'll take 2.
What? No. How have we not stopped this?
Comes back with 2 very...
That's gonna be personal fucking funds. That's not coming from the
We
group.
be clubbing, motherfuckers.
That ain't no party funds.
Those are gold coin. You're not making it rain. You're making it hail, for God's sakes.
Does that get to come with us? Or is it like bottle service? Because if this is bottle service, we're here for the night.
Hey, maybe there's a champagne though, yes?
He comes back a little ways back later with these 2 dark green glass wine bottles that have these like kind of heavy leather wrapped around them and bolted together at certain places.
Bolted?
It looks leather at times, but you get closer as you feel it. It's actually hard. It's almost like some sort of a chitinous armor on the outside of the glass.
This is meant for me.
And both of these bottles are given to you with heavy corks that are kind of wax coated over the top.
Here you are.
Oh, may I start a tab? No, fine. And I give 3, 5. What? How much do I owe?
700.
700. Right. Here's 800 gold.
Oh my god.
Thank you very much. And please, do let me know if you require anything else.
No problems.
And he exits the room.
I have never hated you so much before in my entire life.
Prepare to drink like king.
I feel the opposite way. I'm very proud.
No. Grog, I think this bottle's more well armored than we are.
Yeah, it's like amazing animal skin maker's mark. So how do we crack this bitch open?
Guys, I need you to be clear-headed tonight.
I'm not drinking.
So can I try?
I'm having a glass of this. We've just paid a fortune for
We're
it.
saving a bottle.
We are saving a bottle.
Right. Are there any opening utensils around? Because I don't want to unsheath. Or...
May I sword it?
You may.
I'm going to sword it.
But
I will say, if we're going into the like opportunity sections here, you know, the like types of opportunities to like spotlight people or to reward people, I think there was a bit of an opportunity here to drop some factoid about how, like, you know, the hardest liquor in the city is at blank, or hey, hold on one second, I gotta go to the back, and maybe you like activate Vex's passive perception to talk about her having like a conversation with one of the most heavily scarred men in the joint, you know, that like Grog had identified earlier. There's maybe an opportunity for a little bit more spotlighting, a little bit more progress. But I also don't necessarily like, I don't blame him. If you want to like chill out and fuck around for a second at the table, that's fair. Not everything has to progress it forward. But I do think that there was an opportunity there to sort of progress this in. But they also do already have directions. Like they have the casino, they have this den. There is also something to be said for restraint in terms of not pushing them too hard there. Like if you as a DM feel that you've already kind of given them enough for their next steps and they're going to take the next steps, there is something to be said for not overplaying your hand, which is, I think, kind of more where Matt was opting here. Is they've outwardly said they're gonna do the casino. I'm sure that they'll do the other place, the respite, afterwards. I don't need to give them any more hooks. I don't need to give them any more pushes. He did introduce this whole chitinous thing, which is kind of interesting. I don't know if it has anything deeper, but it's a little bit of characterization. Kind of cool. Yeah. Laura's face is iconic, honestly. A little bit, yeah. It's kind of like the bar crawl in Vasselheim. Actually, I think the party just likes playing with bar scenes. Honestly, this does not bug me like the Vasselheim bar crawl did because they know the stakes. It's actually a very distinct difference in my mind of in the bar crawl in Vasselheim, they had no idea of the consequences of every passing minute, they're now relatively clear on the stakes. They have, I think it was 12 days before the Ravenite deadline. One of those has passed, I believe, maybe 2. I think 1 though. And they, beyond that timeline, they can feel very confident that nothing huge is going to kick off or continue before they defeat the next dragon. So because the timeline is more explicit, them wasting a single day feels more like a legitimate choice rather than them just ignoring everything, which makes me like it million times more. Yeah. He uses saving throws against his wife rather than more than that. 14 days, now 13. Yeah, something like that. So yeah, I like this infinitely more than that. Yeah.
Don't take your sword out because we're not allowed to bring our weapons out.
Oh, there's no weapon in here?
Currently private in the room.
Oh, we're private in the room.
In this.
We've had our.
I thought this was an open tent commune thing.
There's dividers.
It's an open ceiling, but there are rooms segmented by cloth and what looks like sandstone walls. So there are like little pockets and alcoves, and you guys currently have one that you're in right now.
It's not no weapons. It's just no usage of them.
Let's keep them sheathed, he said at the gate, but we are pretty hidden.
Well, I'll just pop it.
It comes off, and the cork kind of flies and bounces off one of the nearby walls. The smell that comes to you is extremely strong. It resembles a very, very kind of vinegar turned wine mixed with this sort of, for lack of a better term, a very earthy scent. It's almost herbal, medicinal.
Oh, good.
It's not at all what you would have expected for something so expensive.
Who wants to be first? Keyleth?
Yes.
Fill me up.
Yeah?
Oh, wait, you want me to go first?
I want a shot.
You want a
It's
shot?
a very small.
First, it just took some.
As it touches your tongue, that smell transitions into a very acidic taste. It actually kind of burns your tongue and it goes numb within a matter of seconds. It is not a delightful flavor, and as the tongue goes numb, the back of the throat goes numb as you swallow. And as the numbness kind of continues down the rest of the body, the flavor has not improved at all, but it brings this kind of universal numbness, and as the slight pain of the burn subsides, you, with just about a few sips, become extremely sort of intoxicated, but also just kind of numb.
How is it?
How is it?
Not very good.
Oh shit.
But
Oh, he's
I slap
fucking
him a little
wasted.
bit. I slap him.
Well, don't ever do it.
You should do that again. That felt really good. I'll do it.
Oh shit.
Wow.
Liquid MDMA.
I take a sip.
I'm not drinking my hair grog.
I want to know. I take a sip.
You take a sip, and the same
YOLO
sensation takes, and the numbness sets in. The weird kind of this like slight vibration at the back of the skull, and it's like the element of this reminds you of being very drunk, but with but a few sips.
Hey, can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Yeah? You all right?
Oh, holy shit.
It's really weird.
Oh, the
Sand keg.
It's on air.
All right, we want to talk about comedy that I don't really mess with, but I know some people do. Sober people acting drunk. For what I legitimately can't think of a time where I've seen it that it has like played with me. Even like drunk scenes in movies, I'm kind of just like waiting for them to be over. And I am not someone that avoids drinking. I like the good drink. But yeah, I don't know. For some reason, drunk humor just doesn't enter my head.
We're good.
I take them by the cheeks. Can you feel this?
Yeah.
You can. Can you feel this?
Does it taste good?
Do you recommend it?
Are you gonna try it, Grog?
You know, I am not going to have a sip
not
of
gonna
that
have any of it.
right now. Definitely sometime, but
Back in the mansion, maybe.
yeah.
But not when we have to do something tonight.
Well, we have to
As charming as you two are right now.
Okay. And then I'm gonna put the extra bottle in the bag of holding.
You didn't have any?
Nope.
Such an asshole!
Can I?
Money well
oh, God.
spent.
Can I step out and find that waiter that we paid for?
Yeah, I mean, you're both really cute right now, but you're kind of useless.
I just I lean on Vax a little bit.
All right.
Wonderful beverages you just served us. How long does that last?
Yes.
It depends on how much you're drinking.
Just a tiny bit.
Hour, maybe.
Fabulous. They came with quite a price tag, didn't they?
It's very dangerous to harvest and create the drink, yes.
Could assume. What exactly is in?
Yes, what are they harvested from?
I think I don't know which part of the sand cake it is, but it is taken from the usually venomous bile or spittle of the creature.
That's really good bile.
Oh my god!
Also, Sandkeg is so up my alley in terms of monsters because and maybe I'm wrong about this, but I am assuming that this is an Ankeg clone that is probably like resistant to bludgeoning. I'm looking to see what the resistances of a normal Ankeg are. Oh yeah, they don't have any resistances. Yeah, perfect. It's like the Sankeg, you could maybe mess with its AC a little bit, give it a resistance and a weakness, like giving it like weakness to I was about to say to water damage, which is so stupid. But giving it like resistance to fire and like weakness to ice could be kind of cool. I love playing with that sort of shit. Of taking like a base monster stat block and like giving it a resistance and a weakness. Love that sort of shit. And having that little naming change is exactly I feel like the past few pauses have just been like, that's my kind of shit. That's not. I get it, but it's not my kind of shit. Oh, that's my kind of shit. I love a Sankeg. That's great. That's very, very, very good. The fact that they're best friends really shines through. Yeah.
It's the thing. It's a living thing.
I'm assuming, back in the city that we're from.
Mind you, it is refined and pickled by the finest of various. It is a delicacy across Ank'Harel and the northern areas of Marquette. I was merely fulfilling the request of your community.
No, it's very good.
Believe you, it's
very good.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Where we're from, usually when purchasing such a great and expensive item, room service is included. I'm assuming we have somewhere to stay for the night?
I don't think this is a kind of place.
You are welcome to stay should you pay an evening price, yes, but that is not part of the price of the drink which you have purchased, no.
Oh.
We have to
Cultural
go
differences. Good to know.
Strange, huh?
Yes.
We have to move.
Hey, can you say your full name right now?
Wow.
Don't say the W word.
This restaurant?
Okay, it's fine now.
What?
How long until you have to meet this guy at the casino?
Why are you talking with shh?
What time is it? Has the sun gone down?
No. You guys woke up maybe 2.5 hours ago.
Yes!
You're maybe getting close to noon. The sun, last you saw before you got here, was close to the center of the sky.
Well, we got time to kill, right?
Well, let's go.
We
Let's
need to go find the
find some people.
Death's Respite and maybe get a room at the.
Is that where we're going to sleep tonight?
Yeah.
That's where the Scarbearers are. We can get a room here.
No, Scarbearers.
And your deal is this evening, yes?
Yeah, we've got some time for that.
So we take off for the death respite.
Okay. Who's leading the charge for that?
No, you're not. Oh.
Okay. Go ahead and make an investigation check, if you don't mind.
Investigation? You're terrible.
That was everything I wanted.
I'm so happy right now.
26.
6 investigation check.
Oh, terrible.
Within 10 minutes, you've asked the right questions between a number of various street urchins and street salespersons to be directed straight towards the debt respite.
I wrote it down correctly, Matt.
So, in following the direction, you end up walking up to what looks like a rather run-down-looking establishment. The broken glass windows and missing front door lead you to think that perhaps it's been abandoned for months. Looks a little rough and ramshackle.
But they said this was being guarded by the Hand of Ord. Interesting.
My contact in the underworld said that this was a place that is a known hangout for seedy types.
What? The guard?
Am I remembering that correctly?
No, the guard at the front of the city told us this was one of the places that you could stay, and it was guarded.
I think we should knock.
He said it was a place you could stay. So you were asking for taverns and inns.
You got accounts from two different people. Maybe they had two different opinions.
It's like Yelp, but better. I'm going to knock.
Okay. As you approach the door, it's partially ajar, and as you kind of push it open, you can see the inside is a whole different story. As your eyes adjust to the interior, you find actually a bustling business of bar hands filling tankards across 7 stained wood tables. Some of the folk look rather day drunk, similar to these individuals, though it has worn a bit off since the original sip.
Yes.
And most would be kind of various miscreants or post-work farmers taking a break. The interior is familiar and probably closer to the taverns you're used to in more of the kind of poor districts of Iman and surrounding cities than some of the more luxurious areas you recently found yourself in. Vex, and Keyleth. Actually, Keyleth, make a perception check with disadvantage.
Aww. I see why you're doing that. With disadvantage?
Take a break.
17.
Okay.
Pretty good.
Vex.
Take a break. All right. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting so far. Not as... I'll have to... maybe I'll think about it a little bit on the break, but it's... I'm trying to think of what has happened the past few episodes and if they've had any time, but... Because it's weird. Like, you need, like, breaks and, like, times to come up for air, you know? After more serious stuff. And they had, like, the serious end of the Feywild, and there was a pretty serious moment within one of the interstitials. So I guess this is kind of their, like, break, fuck around session. They had a little bit of that. Oh, you know what? I was going to say last session, but that's actually not true. It was last stream, which was also this session. So yeah, I think this is just kind of their break. Fuck around a little bit before things get too serious. The only thing I'm really debating is if to do one of those sorts of sessions at the same time as you are introducing a new city. To me, new cities, new geography, biomes, peoples, cultures, those are generally more on the serious side in terms of sessions. It's like one of the huge chances for discovery. But I think that's like a tonal and stylistic thing. I think they can also be these like big brand new sandboxes where you just like throw stuff at the wall and like see what sticks, see how people interact. So I think it's valid as both. I am just not used to it in this kind of other way. It's kind of interesting. Anyways, you won't lose your job, Robin. Don't you worry. I hope at least. Hopefully not. And I'm going to be right back. What up? Hello. Scanlan's drug quest also shifted the intended tone a bit, probably. And in like, I think it shifted the tone, and Grog is clearly feeling a little bit, I think we can say that like Sam and Travis are feeling a little bit on the sillier side with like, Travis's pebble. Whereas the twins started it off relatively seriously, but then they got into the bar and, Keyleth is saying like, oh, let's hang out 15 minutes. Come on. Like there's definitely varying amounts of seriousness there. And this is something that you gotta balance as a DM. And it is one of the reasons, I'll say this, you hear me say this often. One of the reasons I prefer having less players. When you have 6 players, it is so much more likely that you run into like competing desires in terms of tone. And like, what people are interested in doing in any given session. I like less players because there's less often a divergence between the two. What's your ideal player count? It depends on the game. It depends on the system. In D&D, it's 4, I would say. And then if I have to choose between 3 and 5, I opt for 3. So it's kind of like 4 is ideal, then 3, then 5, then 6, then 2, I would say. And then 1, and then 7. That's probably how it goes down. Blades in the dark matters way less. So I would opt for 3 to 4, pretty even in my head, then 5, then 2, then 6. And then Daggerheart probably has the same arrangement as Blades. Generally, I like lower for a lot of reasons, but there are, there's pros and cons to like every player count. This is, I think, like, managing tonal differences or like tonal desires is a con to higher player counts, but there are huge pros to it too. There are really big cons to having less players. Like having 3 players is super nice in some ways, but in other ways you have a lack of diversity in terms of your options in any given scenario. If you only have 3 characters, you will, often run into situations where you don't have a diverse enough set of personalities to deal with a situation. So I like 4 a lot. I think 4 is a really good number. And then if I can't have 4, I tend to prefer 3. Yeah. I'm a DM with 3 players, very focused storyline. Yeah, absolutely. Because it's so much easier to balance their wants and desires. So you end up with it just naturally being tighter, as well as, you only have 3 sets of features and capabilities. So like there are certain challenges that the group is going to be much more suited to dealing with than others. And it may be more diverse, or not more diverse, but a larger player count. Which is also why I prefer 5 to 2. When you go down to 2, it becomes so limited and so restricted that I would rather take on the, in my head, perceived cons of going up to 5 than I would to go down to 2. So, yeah, super. Also, another consideration is it depends on the players. A group like this group of 4 is going to be very different from this group of 4. And one is going to be easier to run versus not. Like, I think that this group of 4 would be way simpler to run and like wouldn't have as many of the cons as this group of 4. This group of 4 is a little bit more all over the place. In fact, honestly, if we do this group of 5, right? So cut out Sam. I think this group of 5 is probably as easy to run, like has like less of the detriments of a high player count compared to this group of 4. I think this group of 4 would be as challenging to run as this group of 5. Because it just depends. Like, Sam and Travis are incredibly different players in terms of how much narrative space they demand within a story. And I don't really see that majorly changing depending on the characters they play. Could be super wrong about that. I might see their campaign 2 characters and might be proved completely wrong. But that is, it very much depends on the player count as well. Because, like, I have some players that, like, want to talk less at a table and have less preferences, frankly. And they take up, like, they have less of the high player count cons and more of the benefits, right? Whereas, like, higher, like, I would say desire and narrative space filler players like Sam, they, I think, have a lot more of the benefits of low player count and less of the cons. Because, like, Sam will find ways around. He'll find, like, he'll be a lot more bouncy, and he has a lot more wide desires. So I think that, like, Sam is going to really shine at lower player count tables. I mean, I think he shines in this one as well. But I think that one of the reasons that we love Travis and Grog so much is that he doesn't take up a lot of space from the litany of other characters and personalities at the table. If Travis played Grog 1-to-1, which I'm not saying he would, but if he played Grog 1-to-1 in a table with 3 players, we might actually not view Grog very positively because he's not carrying his weight within the story. You know, he's leaving it on the other 2 to carry more than a third. Whereas in this case, leaving it to some of them to carry a bit more of a 6th, which several of them are very willing to do at any given time, is actually seen as more deferential in this high player count environment. Whereas, you know, sometimes, good example, Taliesin going to talk to the Raven Queen. In a 6-player environment, that's a, you know, little bit contentious. People have different opinions about it. But if there were only 3 players and Taliesin did that, probably comes off way better. Like, a lot less contentious. Maybe not a lot, but less, I would say. Because he's a player in a very limited player count, and he needs to take up more narrative time than he does in this player count. So it can really depend, is the short answer to after the long answer. Is it massively depends? Yeah. Only 2 players next session as one is busy, but I love my 3 players. The best campaign I ever ran was a 3-player campaign. It was called Thieves Can't, as in cannot, like apostrophe T, Thieves Can't. And it was kind of a funny, goofy thievery romp. Super, super fun. Very, like, true neutral cast. Really fun. The disrespected daytime Emmy Award winning Sam Riegel. No. That's the shit. I'm Sam. I am way better in low player count environments as a player than I would be in high player counts. In a 4-player game, I already am having to hold myself back from talking so often. I'm way better at low player counts as a player. It would be torture to run at like 7. Dude, being a player at 7, I would probably opt out. I would be like, nah, like, you know, bring me in as a guest PC maybe, but I don't know that I can run with 7. I can't do that. I can't do that. That's not for me. I did a 2-person D&D session within my campaign, and it was wild. Fun because we can move fast and fluidly. Bard Rogue, level 15, breaking a prisoner out of a safe house in an occupied city. Yeah, I've been a player in a 2-player session. Super fun. I had a blast in that session. Was hard on the DM. They were a very new DM. And it was hard on them for a few reasons, but it ran great. We had no idea that they were struggling. It was super, super fun. It was like a fun interlude. Yeah. Super, super fun. To me, this is a normal size table, but I also started my TTRPG at a 5 to 6. I started at 6 to 7. But then after 6 to 7, we went down to 5. Then in college, I played for the first time at 4. And then I ran at 4, ran at 5, then ran again at 6 after having had the lower player counts. Didn't love running at 6 anymore and went down to 3 and loved it. So I've DM'd all across the player count gambit. I've only played at 4 player tables now that I think about it. I don't think I've ever played in a not 4 player environment. But I've DM'd all over the place. Yeah. And I also did Daggerheart with 2. Daggerheart with 2 was interesting. That ending fight in the starter. The ending fight was a little iffy, but everything else went great. Yeah. I wouldn't want to do it every week, but it was fun for a different vibe. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. You name your campaigns. Oh, I always name my campaigns. I love naming campaigns. The first campaign didn't really have a name. It kind of did. It oscillated a little bit. It was the Myth Crackers for a while, and then it was the Big Dick Blowout. I'm not going to explain. The college one that I played in did have a name, and I can't remember it at right now. It normally mirrors. It's very Vox Machina. It normally has to do with the name of the group. And so that's normally how it goes. But sometimes it takes on different ones. Like Thieves Can't was a totally separate name. And the BitD campaign, we just called the BitD campaign because that was the really distinct part about it. And that was similar to the first game that I ever ran, the first D&D campaign I ever ran. We just called it the D&D game because we had never played before. And ever since then, we've started naming them, yeah. Thieves Can't is cheeky. Hell yeah. The stealth classes and small tables go well. Yeah, it really helps with the sort of consequential nature of stealth, because when you have less players, it feels like more dangerous if you get caught, sort of deal. Yeah. I was a player in 7, enjoyed it because I could relax after DMing for so long. I don't know if I give this impression. I don't really like to relax. I think it's one of the reasons I struggle so much with sleep is like relaxing is not super enjoyable to me. I like to do stuff. So even like relaxing for me is normally like active relaxation. I like solving puzzles and that sort of thing. But I can definitely imagine how for differing ideals it would be nice. Yeah. I guess I just have one game I'm running at a time. I just name my campaign after the country it takes place in. Oh, fair enough, especially if you have like a connected world. Yeah, that could be fun. The second was 3 players, and the thing I remember most is when someone couldn't make it and we had to cancel because our DM didn't want to play with only 2 people. It's hard because when you only have 3 players, it's easier to schedule, but I agree it is more disruptive if someone can't come. We didn't in the 3-player campaign, we didn't play if someone couldn't come. We rescheduled. Whereas in the 5-player, or no, not 5-player, in the most recent 4-player one that I was in, we would, if only one person dropped, we would play with 3. So yeah, I don't know. I see there as being like pretty equal advantages and disadvantages to like any player count, and that they all work in certain contexts. It just depends on what context you're in.
Vex. As you guys walk into the room, you do catch off, kind of in the distance behind what looks to be a series of barrels that are stacked, and the edge of a shelf that contains rows and rows of glasses, tankards, plates, and various things. You just barely make out what looks to be a androgynous figure, face masked with dark blue and black cloth, with a hint of leather armor, just kind of hiding in the corner. Like, barely visible to you, and you can make out the details due to your very, very keen ability to gather your surroundings quickly.
Is the armor similar to the that sort of armor we saw on the other guy?
Nope. No, this is very muddled, low leather armor.
Okay.
Are they wearing a cloak?
You can't tell their back's kind of hidden inside. They're just kind of there.
They don't have something up.
Was that?
Do they have a hood over their head?
They have a hood and a mask.
Okay.
Looks like a cloth mask wrapped around it.
I'm gonna hang by the two sobering up twins over here and keep an eye on that person.
You guys also watch throughout all the various patrons and people that are wandering about this establishment. One figure stands out amongst the others. You see what looks to be a bronze-scaled dragonborn. Bulky and thick, muscular, armored in light hides and bracers. He clutches an untouched mug that is just still brimming with some sort of an amber-colored ale and is just lost in thought, staring off into towards the window, one of the broken windows that leads outside. Very, very heavy, muscular arms. Maybe not quite the height of Grog, but definitely a similar build.
Tail or no tail?
Sitting down, you can't tell.
You don't know.
What do you guys do?
We're fine.
Wow. I guess I walk up to the tavern keep.
There is no tavern keep. There are barmaids walking around and like passing drinks, but there is no bar keep, right?
I grab one of the barmaids. Who would we speak to about a room?
Said that you would speak to Treve.
And points to the dragonborn who is currently staring out of the window.
Yeah. I walk over.
Okay.
I'll go with her.
Okay, he's kind of spacing out as soon as you approach you.
Yeah. What you want bothering a fella in mid-fantasy?
Sorry, sir.
So, what can I do for you?
We were interested in a room for the night, actually.
All right, well, what's your name?
Victoria.
Victoria. Dreve Bonebreaker.
He grabs your arm as opposed to a handshake, a full-on forearm to forearm grasp.
Dreve with a T.
T-R-E-E-V.
T-R-E-E-V. I was right with
Dreve Bonebreaker. Current caretaker of this fine establishment. Looking for rooms. We've got 3 available.
Wonderful. Mind if I sit down?
This right, sure. I doubt I'm going to find myself back in that dream. Anyway, what are you and your rather scrawny-looking friend there have to say?
I'd look around.
We're actually here on a rather important mission from Imon.
Never been there.
It was quite a beautiful city. Not as much anymore.
Well, that's unfortunate. Sometimes cities fall to the lowest despots. It happens.
Yes, it does.
So, rooms?
Yes. 3, you said.
3 rooms available.
And how much would those rooms be?
How many are staying?
I will say it's interesting to me that none of the players have questioned it. And I do think it's something that needs to be justified. Like, I would be asking it if I was a player. Why haven't the dragons attacked? You know? I'm not saying it's something that can't be justified. But, and I'm not saying that there's not a reason, to be clear. I'm just saying I don't know it yet. And I need to hear it at some point. Like, if I was at the table, it's absolutely a question I would be asking. And there are plenty of reasonable answers I can come up with. I'll be very interested to see what the answer actually ends up being.
6?
6 of us?
And your bear.
Well, yes, but he doesn't take up much space if I don't need him.
Well, I'm going to have to put a bear tax on this, you realize?
A bear tax?
Yes. I've had a bear here before. Who knows what kind of damage it can do? Consider it protection.
He can sleep outside, don't worry. Don't worry about the bear.
All right. I take no responsibility what happens to your bear outside.
Thank you.
That'll earn you 10 gold per room, 30 gold for the night.
10 gold.
Are these really fancy rooms then?
No, God no. I don't know where you're from anymore, what the prices are there, but here, it's expensive.
Every fucking thing is expensive here.
And a great example of D&D economies being borked. I don't know why. I don't think Matt needs to justify raising the prices. He doesn't need to justify it. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. It is just that this is why I have a problem with class features or feats or anything of that nature referencing gold values, is because economies can get so borked so quickly in D&D and not make any sense. I'm not saying that Matt's doesn't. We could get an economist on the line and we could figure it out. But I'm saying that on its face, it seems weird that the two are so different. Again, maybe there's a reason. Maybe the whole dragon attack business. But I'm just saying.
Can I attempt to start looking around the room to try and find anything interesting?
Sorry.
Interesting and try and be useful.
Make an investigation check with disadvantage.
Yeah.
Can I insight him, see if he's just taking fucking advantage of us
Make an
as
insight check.
tourists? I don't want to roll that one. I want to roll this one.
Investigation? 12.
Natural 20!
Oh, shit.
Yeah, he straight up jacked the price up.
Fucking-
You can see the foreigner on your face.
So what you
You
gonna
know
do
what?
about it?
We probably don't need the 3 rooms. They offered us some over at the Shade. It's fine.
Certainly. Whatever your business may be. Is that all you need?
Are you from Taldore?
Me? No, not originally, no.
No.
Boy,
So you haven't heard of Draconia? Can I see from here if he has a tail or not?
There's no tail behind them.
Have you heard?
Draconia, unfortunately.
Have you heard what happened?
Oh?
Draconia's fallen.
Grabs his drink, who he's kind of holding up, slams on the table, and it kind of spills over on it.
You fucking with me?
No?
Out there's a reason for celebration.
And just chugs the entire drink in one go. You can see his kind of dragonborn gullet just accepting the entire drink in one go.
Well, I'd be happy to tell you more detail for a reasonable price on the rooms.
Sit down. All of you. 15 gold for the lot.
Hey.
All the meaty details. Sure.
So we tell him.
You tell him about everything, and he listens. And it's not.
I mean, okay. This is where I'm going to very much admit that my bias is going to shine through strong here. I agree with your mindset of honoring like player interest and like going along with what they're interested in. It is so hard for me to say that Matt should have haggled there because I find haggling deeply uninteresting in D&D. I do not, because related to the whole gold conversation, like the lifestyle roles versus like gold and all that, because I find gold and currency and like gold tracking a deeply uninteresting part of like the game of D&D, similar to rations, I find haggling equally uninteresting. Like, haggling is interesting in real life because our economies, well, we at least pretend that they make sense. And like the dollars have value and stakes. It's the same reason that I honestly don't find gambling very interesting in D&D because the stakes are so removed, especially at this point. It's why I, to some degree like make fun of Vex, but like broadly in D&D, because of just like the way that the currencies work and like sleeping works and resting works and like everything related to like a lifestyle upkeep, the way that all of that works, the actual process of haggling I don't think is interesting. And I find it very difficult to make it interesting. So I think this is probably a situation much like I talk about with Matt and traveling, where I'm like, I think he should run traveling like this. I think it would make the traveling better. I still think I'm right, but I also think that Matt is uninterested in combat. Is uninterested in travel. And is uninterested in running travel in an interesting way. because he doesn't find it interesting. I think I'm a similar way with haggling, where it's like, I think that haggling could theoretically be interesting, and there are probably like good ways to run it and like good ways to respond to it. But you'll need to find another creator to walk you through them, because my eyes glaze over during haggling. I cannot get my brain to be interested in it. I haggled my customers at Home Depot. Dude, you're hustling. You're a hustler grussler, dude. That makes sense. Megan doesn't like gold. He's a devil who traffics in souls instead. Yes, sir. Oh my God. I'll trade in soul coins all day long. Dude, I collected soul coins. I never put a single one of those into the coin slot in Karlach's engine because I thought that they would be cool later. I thought that there would be something I could do with them, like an actually like interesting trade. Oh my gosh. By the way, the reason that you can't watch the Pathologic VOD is because it got copyright claimed. I'm disputing it. I'm working on it. It shouldn't have. My first big boy, first unfair copyright claim. Let's go. We're in the big leagues. But the way that the trading and haggling works in Pathologic, deeply interesting to me. Very cool. Because the economy is actually very specifically thought through. And so I find it incredibly interesting in Pathologic, but not in D&D. Yeah. I also don't think he should have initiated haggling. He usually always does, but some people just don't care, so he doesn't. And also allows Lord to try a different approach at getting a deal. It's true that like in fiction, some people just won't like haggling. I think that argument, that's an argument that like very much could be true. We just don't know. We don't know if that's the case. We have to rely on speculation there to be like, is that the way that this guy goes? Does he only haggle with locals? Does he not haggle at all? Is Matt only not haggling because if Matt is only not haggling to increase the pace, it kind of depends on what's left for the rest of the session. Very, complicated. And again, it's something that like I can feel I'm fighting against my bias so hard to be like, fuck haggling anyways. But yeah. So yeah, but it is very true. Sometimes you do have to say no. Sometimes your players want to do something and you do just have to shut them down, but it should be in service of further characterization. Like if this guy doesn't haggle now, that needs to gel with the rest of his personality. We'll see if it does. It might. And if it does gel with the rest of his personality, very cool. But if it doesn't, I want to add that I think Treve is a neat character, and I'd like to ask you, to what extent do you like to flesh out the inner worlds of your NPCs, understanding that this won't be explored? It depends. It hyper depends on how much I expect them to be used in future sessions. And so that'll depend like session to session based on the player's actions. So like I would have at this point heavily flushed out Jamon. I would have heavily fleshed out the whatever NPC has the vestige, and probably a few people around them and related to them. Which I'm assuming that this person is like around the vestige holder, the vestige wielder. So I, probably would have fleshed them out a little bit. And then if my players interact with an NPC and really like them, a la Victor, I will flesh out those characters more afterward. So, and sometimes that even happens like in the bathroom. You know, they they meet an innkeeper that they really like, and in the bathroom, I, you know, maybe look up a few random tables and like take some things off of them. Like I normally don't like actually roll on the random table, but like I'll look at like a table of personality traits and I'll be like, oh, I like that one. Sometimes I mean, this sounds weird, but like, you know, sometimes I'll look up like childhood traumas or or shit like that, you know, and look to see if anything on any lists that I can find very quickly speak to me about that character, like on a break. And then when we come back, I'll play with those in mind. Even if they don't get revealed, they will inform how I react. But it's also like the degree to which it's fleshed out heavily depends on how much I think the character is going to be interacted with. Even if I don't think the things are going to be discovered, it's all around like how heavy are they going to interact with them, and that all changes, you know. Baby's first Creative Commons problem, yeah, right. Trevis Olive is notably melancholic. He feels human in a very profound way to me, more than other NPCs. Interesting. I'm very excited. Yeah. What if it was haggling over something other than goods, like information? Way more interested in that, Ron Quixote. Way more interested in haggling over information. And like contracts and deals. Yeah. Way more. I should be specific. I'm not interested in haggling over gold prices. Haggling over information, great. And even this is I'm a little bit torn on this because I think that she is using Draconia as a tactic within this argument, which that is interesting. Or sorry, not during this argument, during this haggling process. I think that's interesting. But the thing that she is attempting to achieve of lowering the gold price, that's the thing that I find uninteresting. Yeah. Sometimes my mind just pukes out a full human being, and their depth only really becomes out through mannerisms and certain implied reactions, character psychology. Yeah. And I mean, I also think that it depends on the type of DM you are and like what gets you out of bed. I am not a NPC first DM. I'm an environment first DM, I would say. Whereas one of my best friends that also DMs, they're very much NPC first. They like make NPCs, then they make the factions that those NPCs belong in, and then they craft a world that makes sense and that delivers the types of characters that they've already come up with. They're very, very NPC driven, character driven. Whereas I am much more, I make an environment and then I put NPCs that make sense in that environment into it. So it's kind of different avenues of approaching it, because environments are what get me out of bed. Environments, maps, towns, places. Alexa, search childhood trauma top 10s. Yeah, exactly. Did you remember Trevor's instance of that? Was he thinking of? He seems so sorrowful, upset. Yeah. I mean, I fully agree. It seems like Treve is but I will also say that characters don't have to have inner depth in order to hint at inner depth. You know what I'm saying? It's in the same way that environments don't have to have inner depth in order for you to hint at it. Like, I love going into the ecology of an environment, the flora, the fauna, in ways that will never be explored by my characters, ever. I love going into predator-prey relationships, the entire like food chain in a certain environment, even if my players will never experience that sort of thing. And I think that Matt doesn't do that, but does hint at those sorts of things in ways that hint at deeper worlds. I traditionally don't go super deep into my NPCs ahead of time. I like to litmus test my NPCs with my players to see which ones they pick up on before I actually invest in like fleshing them out. And but you can do certain things that hint at that depth and that hint at those inner worlds. So even, I think it is very reasonable to think that Treve might be as deep as a puddle. I don't know that, and I would actually guess that Matt seems much more NPC forward than I am. But like, if I were to run this exact scene with Treve, there's like an 80% chance that he has absolutely no depth. But Matt does a really good job at alluding to an amount of depth. He's a great character actor. And I think that Matt is probably more similar to my friend than he is to me in terms of being like a character forward, NPC first type of person. It really seems like his NPCs are what I say, like, get him out of bed for DMing. So I think it really depends. You have to find, if you're going to avoid burnout, you gotta find the things that you really enjoy doing and let everything else fall out from that. So I like making maps. I like making environments. And then everything else can fall out from there. And I have to put less work into the other stuff. Yeah. But yeah. Anyways.
starts kind of, enjoying it, and then eventually it kind of falls a bit, sinking in kind of the stakes of things, and eventually that celebration falls to just acceptance.
Does anyone mind if I fill them in on the future of Draconia?
If you do it in a slurry speech, sure.
It's going to be slightly slurry, but at this point at least I'm English again. We have, in the next several weeks, we're going to attempt to free the populace from what they are currently, their new Lord and Master. But in order to do that, we are here on a mission. We're searching for something. We're searching for a one-eyed merchant warrior and a cloak.
Well, look, if you're looking to hire, you gotta explain the task then. We do have a code. Fuck what the rumors say.
I've never found anyone who doesn't have a code, who lived very long to tell about it.
Right, long enough. What's the point in them without one? That's how you end up shit in the stomach and left to bleed in the street. So, what you looking to hire for?
We're looking for the one-eyed merchant warrior who wears the coat of Cabal's ruin.
I know who you're seeking, aye. Mistress Asharu.
Mistress Asharu?
We have a name. God damn it.
She's one of our finest. And expensive because of it. But friend, she's been off for a week since her last job, and so mayhaps her schedule's open. We'll have to inquire. Write me a summary of your job you have for her. I'll have it delivered. Her answer may take a week or so, but
we do not have, sadly, a week or so. The dragon...
Also, I will add, in terms of the vestige hunt conceit, I really like that there's someone actively using a vestige. Obviously, I mean... Kevdak was actively using the Titanstone knuckles, but he was like an explicit villain. So it wasn't like a dilemma on and similar with Sondor and Fenthros, right? Like it was pretty easy to justify taking those vestiges away from those people. This person seems normal. I mean, rough and tumble, but who the fuck are they to talk? So it's an interesting new layer to this, and it's the sort of thing I think you need to do if you have this sort of serialized conceit with the vestige hunts, where you don't want it to be like, you hunted one vestige, you hunted them all. Like, you have to keep introducing some variance within the vestige hunts. And I think that this person is just utilizing the vestige. Are you going to steal it from them? Are you going to kill them? Is that what the heroes would do in order to get the vestige? So I think that that's like a nice, it's small, but it's a nice evolution in the vestige hunts. Yeah. Oh no, bureaucracy. No. Brutal, pragmatic Percy. Percy is always brutal and pragmatic. That's true. Created around Kevdak, as Travis had referenced that he had a pair of Titanstone knuckles in his backstory. Yeah. I'm more sort of placing like the dilemmas around the vestiges, which is probably played into my theories around Fenthros of I thought that they needed to evolve the story around these vestiges more. And rather than evolve the story around the vestige itself, Matt evolved the story around the locations. Before that, we had only had the Marrowglade Lock and Sphinx Mountain, which it's like Marrowglade was a very classic, like ruined Indiana Jones hunt. Then we update it with Sphinx Mountain, where they have to do a pretty normal hunt, but then it's like a nice person at the end of it that they don't have to kill that just like hands the vestige over if they solve his riddles 3. And then they have the Titanstone knuckles that are being actively wielded by a person, which is, I think, the evolution that we saw with the Titanstone knuckles, is that, you know, it still is a very, like, go to the location, clear out a dungeon. We could probably call the city of Westrun a bit of an open-air dungeon at that point, and then go and fight someone to get the vestige. But the difference was the vestiges are being wielded this time. Then we go to Fenthros. We're going through a dungeon. The vestiges are being wielded by a bad person, but we can still kill them and take them. But now the dungeon has expanded. It's this big travel sequence. So I like that Matt is continuing to evolve the vestige hunt every time. There's always a new layer to it. Now, whether or not you like every layer, you know, that's a whole different question. But I think it's good to attempt to be evolving them every time. Yeah. Are Vox moral heroes? We're not getting into this again. People know where I stand on that, and nothing about Vox Machina has changed since the last time we had this conversation. My basic answer is no. I don't think so, but I think they very well could be.
Falls in 2 weeks.
I'll write her a letter, she'll receive it, and she'll return to you when she sees it fit. Our business is our business. If you don't like it, shove off, find someone else.
Sadly, no one else will do. What sort of... Not that I want to inquire of the sort of business she's in, because that's inappropriate, but... Was she in the town, at least? If we were to write her, could we get word to her quickly?
Well, if I can get word to her immediately. But it's up to her when she wants to respond.
Is there anything else you can tell me about her? Is there any...
He starts giving you a curious look. Goes, you come in here asking to hire one of my finest and don't know what work she does.
I know what work she does. I just want to know
what work do you need her
for?
for?
We need to save the world.
And you need her help to save the world.
Sadly but true. We at the very least need her blessing.
While he's talking, can I keep an eye on the figure in the corner? The one that was very...
Yeah.
There are things that have been released upon this earth that will burn everything, and they will make their way here. Draconia's gone. Taldoria's gone. All swaths of civilization have been wiped off the earth.
We've weathered beasts, we've weathered dragons here, Nimon.
Not like we've seen.
So be it. But, nevertheless, you want to hire her. You gotta write her a proposal. And he slides...
And this is bringing it back to the challenges that we talked about earlier of... This is tough. Because this guy has already established that he can get word to her immediately. That might mean she's in the bar. I took it more as magical. And the fact that she's a vestige wielder, she's wielding this Cabal's Ruin, I think implies that they are at least magically literate. And so this is the double-edged sword that you're playing with when you talk about these very isolated places. Is Matt clearly wants like people to not have heard about Draconia, not have heard about the dragons. Like he doesn't seem to know what they are talking about. But the fall of one of the major capitals of the entire world in a setting where instantaneous communication is available to most factions, it seems, with enough of a wallet, it breaks. It sort of pulls me out, and that's the trouble with having these isolated islands in a setting where teleportation, scrying, sending stones, where all of these things exist. There is just a certain level of inherent, like, traveling of news. You know what I'm saying? Maybe day of, you know, like when they teleported away, they teleported to their keep during the fall of Amon. If they had teleported to Marquette then, absolutely. But it's been at least a week. I think news would have traveled. So it's one of the things you have to keep in mind as the DM in this place of, like, you can isolate these places as islands in a lot of ways, but not in every way, unless it's a lower magic setting.
It's across a piece of parchment with a small quill on it.
I'll deliver it, and she'll get back to you when she sees fit.
Does she have a normal price?
Depends on the job you're asking.
I want to talk about.
She'll set her price.
Okay.
30 perception.
30%.
Also, we love this boss sticking up for his workers. Love it. Yeah, fuck these rando strangers. They could be from a competing place. They could be scabs. Like, who the fuck knows? They could be narcs. Yeah, absolutely. We love him protecting his workers. I love it.
Perception. The figure is watching all of you intensely, but has not moved an inch. All you've seen are the eyes move. But they've been trained on your entire group since you arrived.
I've been watching.
Okay.
Could I ask? Other than gambling, what sort of entertainment can you find in this city?
All sorts of entertainment. There's various singers, musicians, dancers, performers.
I will say, on the topic of opportunities, great opportunity. I'm just at this point, I'm not critiquing what Matt does or doesn't do. I'm just noting down opportunities for DMs watching. A player gives you a question like that. That is carte blanche of, it seems like we're almost done here. Where should we go next, DM? And this is the thing when, you look at shows like Critical Role, Dimension 20, etc., etc. Players asking questions like this and DMs answering it intelligently, that is how you have seemingly linear stories or scripted or, serendipitous shit out of apparently nothing. This is like the exact opportunity that he is giving to be like, where should we go next, Matt? Where would you like us to go in order to deliver the story to us? And it's a solid question to ask your DM. It's a solid question. And as a DM, that gives you a lot of opportunity. It gives you opportunity to highlight certain characters, to progress certain plots. That is, and it's interesting because it's a different style of question than, are there any scarred people, right? The scarred people is specific, but not specific enough to reveal intentions. Whereas this is so unspecific that it is clear that you are giving the DM an opportunity to direct you. You are giving it over to the DM. Rather than trying to communicate your intentions, you are asking them to communicate their intentions. It's an interesting little meta thing.
Looking for company, there's all sorts of entertainment in that regard, of all of the spectrums. If you're looking for games, probably a few months out before we get to any sort of the gladiatorial events.
I'm sorry. Could you just a bit more.
Oh God, he
fun.
said his favourite
That's
one.
months away. There's no place where our friend can get into a scrap.
What, I can't talk
Well,
about
you can
triceps
certainly
over
find
here.
a scrap, and under sanctioned by the hand, and I'll pull you away. Sorry, big man.
Pretty cool.
I mean, unless you have someone to duel you. That's a whole different business.
What, duel?
That's sanctioned by the law.
A duel? A one-on-one duel?
If you go ahead and challenge one to a duel and they accept, aye.
In this city, it's legal. Anytime, high noon, midnight, when?
You just have to sanction it by the hand. You have to make sure that you're both agreed to fight to the death.
Also, that little pause when the Liam, you know, he says it, Grog gets excited.
Place where our friend can get into a scrap.
What, I can't talk about triceps?
Watch this little thought. This little the wheel is buffering in Matt's head here, right?
You certainly find a scrap, and under sanctioned by the hand, and I'll pull you away.
Pause.
Sorry, big man.
Spinning,
Pretty
thinking,
cool.
thinking.
I mean, unless you have someone to duel you. That's a whole
Thinking. What can I give? What can I give? He got excited about the dueling. He got excited about the gladiatorials. Oh, dueling. That works. And then he says it. Love it. That's a place where I think the improv is maybe a little bit more clear from an audience perspective. I mean, I guess debatably, but I think that was improv. And I think it's a good example of, you know, seeing your player get excited about something and trying to find a way to fulfill it that still works within the environment.
different business.
What, duel?
That's sanctioned by the law.
A duel? A one-on-one duel?
If you go ahead and challenge one to a duel and they accept, aye.
In this city, it's legal. Anytime, high noon, midnight, when?
You just have to sanction it by the hand. You have to make sure that you're...
Sandkeg High was improv? Hard to say. Hard to say. It depends on what Matt's into. Like Paige, whenever Paige is DM'd, she loves coming up with that sort of shit. Like fun little unique things that describe, like she adores coming up with the names of shops. Talk about a third kind of DM, a third way. Me and the friend that I talked about earlier, like the friend that's very NPC forward and I'm very environment forward. Both of us have talked about how we don't really do a lot with shop names. I do more than she does. But Paige loves like bar names, shop names, drink names, food names, special cuisine, like all of that sort of stuff. So, you know, whether or not it's improv probably depends on like what Matt is interested in. Based on what we've seen so far, I haven't seen too much of that sort of stuff, but I've seen just enough. Like when they went to Craghammer, the dwarves had a special wine. When they go to Westrun, well, Westrun was kind of in shambles. In fact, most of the places they've gone have been in shambles. But I'm pretty sure there was a special food in Vasselheim that he described, like a spit roasted meat or something. Like, I feel like I've gotten about one unique culinary thing from Matt. So I feel like it is something he does think about, but I don't know if he thinks about it like every time or in a ton of detail. So I'd give it about a coin flip as to whether or not it was improv. I don't know. Hard to say. The sand keg, that's my kind of shit. And I think that he probably thought about the sand keg. Now, Sandkeg Hide, that's the part I'm not so sure about. Hard to say.
You're both agreed to fight to the death. And the fight has to happen in the Bowl of Judgment.
The Bowl of Judgment?
Oh!
Right, sits about the Sandhill district outside of the Cerulean Palace.
Wait, is that super fucking tall thing we saw?
That's the Cerulean Palace. It's quite close to it, aye.
Are any items allowed in the bowl, or do you have to go in, you know,
Take a break.
barehanded?
Oh, I mean, it depends on the sanctions of the Ord and, well...
Do you have to go in barehanded? The Bowl of Judgment sits in the Sand Herald. Is Jamon the Sand Herald? Is this like a fucking Khaleesi, breaker of chains, mother of dragons, tamer of horses, fucking... Is it just one of Jamon's long list of titles? Because Sand Herald sounds religious. But I didn't quite. This struck me as like a thing where this struck me as like a god emperor sort of situation, especially with all the mystique around Jamon. So I didn't picture them having a religion separate to the state. What up, Lane? Hello. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. You'll see that Abria almost killed Matt with her naming talents. That's what I'm saying. Some people got it like that. And some people are that's what I'll go back to. Is like you do the things that get you out of bed. I think that like for Matt it's characters. And I think it's characters, it's villains, which are also characters. It's like secret plots. I think that's a lot of like what gets Matt up for it. And even like characterizing things that maybe a traditional campaign doesn't characterize, like the Raven Queen and Bahamut and, all of these gods that are normally, more kind of up here in terms of just like forces on the world. I think he enjoys characterizing those and like giving them depth through characterization, which is not always something you see. So you just got to find like that thing for you, the thing that makes you want to be creative, and let everything else fall out from that. Because it will. If you do that enough and place those where they feel right, other stuff will just flow from that. I think that's like the key way to avoid burnout. Now, I still experience burnout, so it's clearly not the entire way, but I think it's a key strategy. Yeah. But also true to what Theshel said. Try if it's something that a critter in right now watching this wouldn't know, try to avoid it. It's the only I just realized I'm watching live. What up, Spencer? I think it is a little bit that's a little bit spoilers talking of like who will DM. I could have assumed that Abria would DM for Critical Role, but I didn't know. So, yeah. All my names are gibberish. Names keep me in bed. I feel you. Names also keep me in bed. I struggle with coming up with names. But anyways, I'm going to hit the head, and then we will be right back. Boop. Hello. All right. Let's do it. I don't have a hard out, but I have a soft out around 7 o'clock because that's when dinner's getting here. We pre-ordered deep dish as comfort food. But I think that's reasonable. I think that'll probably just naturally happen. But anyways.
The Bowl of Judgment.
It's about the Sandhill district outside of the Cerulean Palace.
Wait, is that super fucking tall thing we saw?
That's the Cerulean Palace. It's quite close to it, aye.
Are any items allowed in the bowl, or do you have to go in, barehanded?
Oh, I mean, it depends on the sanctions of the Ord and, well, the agreement you come to, but, I mean, fisticuffs is great for the gladiatorial events, but if you're fighting to the death, sometimes it's nice to bring a blade in.
So what type of people like to participate in these duels?
Kind that got nothing to lose. The kind that got a point worth proving with their life. Those kind. Doesn't happen often. When it does happen, it's a spectacle.
Is there like a lighter fight that can be found, like a I don't know,
arm wrestling match,
arm wrestling, or like I don't know what would be worse than less than
something like that anywhere.
Judgment.
UFC.
Less than a bowl of judgment
would be like a
cup of truth.
Walk of truth.
Bowl of judgment.
Yeah.
Can you show us the
Walk,
cup
maybe.
of truth?
Bowl of Wheaties.
Tablespoon of wrath.
Shall we sing the
sober up? This is really uncomfortable.
A few months till the games begin, but till then, that's about the only way you'll find bloodshed here. At least I won't lynch you up in prison.
All right.
If there's a vampire in the Scarlet Prison, I think that Jamon is a vampire. Or possibly, like, above vampirism, Like, they're too much of, like, a godlet, not godlet. What's the last silly word? Demigod. They're too much of a demigod to be a vampire, but I think like key members of the Hand of Ord could be vampires. There could also just be nothing going on with vampires. I mostly thought that when I thought it was harder related to Vax, but now that I think it might be more Vex, I'm debating if the vampires are gonna be the ones. They're all secretly bears. They're all werebears. That's exactly what that's their series. And all our theories were in vain. No, dude. All the theories are always in vain, but there are always nuggets of truth. Most of the theory is always in vain, but we find those small nuggets of truth to latch on to. You're backing off of your vampire sex ritual. Look, a man has to be ready to admit when he's wrong, all right? And I think that it's possible that I may have been overvaluing certain pieces of information over others. And that might have had an effect on the theory.
Good to know.
Good to know.
I'm sitting and starting to compose a letter.
Yes, we need
How's
to.
his handwriting? Is it?
It's been long enough. You're starting to gain it back. What do you write?
I'm going to show everybody before I hand it in. I'm going to write the truth, top to bottom, of the world is in peril.
What do we need?
We are facing a battle, and she holds or knows of an item that would turn the tide, and I wish to know its price or know its rental.
Wow.
I set a trap. What are you asking? I set an ambush. Or is it just
I feel like that's not gonna work.
I'm holding it. I'm like, well, before I hand it in, I'm going to show. I'm like, I don't feel that there's any deceit that is. There's nothing that I can think to say beyond the truth. We are either dealing with honest people or we are not.
I have a feeling that, yeah.
What if we just?
I'm also putting my rank and title and letting them know that I'm willing to
give away Vex's title for that.
I'm willing to give away Vex. Vex is entirely opposite now. No, I'm
Maybe we can just offer some gold
You're planning
to meet with us.
You're planning to recruit
Nothing more,
this
just a
person.
simple
I'm
meeting.
not looking to recruit this person. I'm looking to rent or buy an object that she owns.
A simple meeting for.
Or
400
perhaps
gold.
even trade. And I'm going to put We'll put 400 gold
Just to meet with her?
Just to meet with her.
Yeah.
as an offer of a meeting.
It's not bad.
It's not bad.
Take it, packages it in like a small container, like a leather container.
Did you put in there that it had to be prompt?
I was about to say, Vox Machina is really flexing their gold here. And normally I would roast Percy a bit more for this, but also they are interacting with mercenaries. And so being like, just opening with, hey, we're fucking loaded and we are willing to give you a shitload of gold because we think that the world is like going to end. So money won't be useful if that happens. It's honestly not the worst way to open up with a mercenary. I won't lie.
Mm-hmm.
That it had to be prompt?
And that time is of the essence.
Oh, don't worry.
Whistles through his fingers, and the figure in the wall that you've been watching,
I knew it,
steps forward and slowly walks towards the table. Holds up the scroll, brings it in, the figure leans in, covers his mouth, and he whispers into the ear of the figure. The figure takes the scroll, gives a nod to all of you, and walks out of the tavern.
I'll deliver that to her promptly. Now, be on your way.
Let's go.
15 gold.
Oh, yes, of course. Thank you for the rooms.
Thank you for the company.
Takes a key ring out and starts fudging through the keys, pulls a few off, and tosses them to you across the table.
All right, you've got it for a night.
I heard Grog. I'm gonna follow out the door. Go stealth.
Okay. So you go ahead and vanish out the door. Make a perception check.
Boy. She fucking got
22.
22. Okay. As you glance out the door, kind of pull outside, and you are going stealth as well, you said?
Yeah.
Roll stealth.
That is 25.
25. Okay. You turn on the corner just as you see a flash of dark cloth around the edge of the Death's Respite. You rush off to the edge and look on the corner way and down the alley. You can see the figure, full on, like arms out to the side, kind of rush behind, going into a very fast run down the shaded hallway.
Down the shaded hallway?
Or the alleyway.
Alleyway. I'll follow.
Okay. So you continue to follow.
At a distance.
All right. Following the masked figure, you continue to get chase. It darts kind of erratically, kind of zigzagging between areas. So you can see this is a very trained pattern to lose anybody following them. But you're also trained in following those that wish not to be followed. Make another perception check.
24.
You come around one corner and you can see there's a wall that ends there, and you see just a little slip of material past. And as you glance over, you can see the figure has jumped down into a lower walkway, onto what appears to be a recessed section, a sector of this part of Ankarel, and has already darted beneath a nearby bridge and overpass that walks across to another series of buildings. You leap over, keeping in the shadow, and give a chase down that way. You turn around underneath the bridge, and you can see underneath the bridge there is an archway that leads into a dark path down an actual hallway beneath the series of buildings that you just saw ahead of you. Make another perception check.
Oh my goodness.
22.
22. You look down the hallway and you see the shadow of the figure kind of framed against what looks to be another opening on the opposite side, but the sunlight's coming through. You just see the dark outline as it darts forward and then leaps off again down the right past that exit. You follow and you look off the side just as you see the figure slink behind one, looks like a large crate over next to some sort of a storage section outside of a warehouse. And it ducks behind another one. Then darts up to a building that looks to be shuttered and closed. And there's a small... you see where it's a sort of like... it's like a furniture store with a little sign at the top that says, "A Kingly Home." It moves an empty rain barrel to the side and takes and slips the leather case through a hole that was previously hidden by the barrel, that basically dropping it inside the building. Slides the barrel over it again, looks back and forth. You know the stealth check?
25.
5. Doesn't seem to make notice, and then darts off, leaping up onto a rooftop and then vanishing off.
Is it a Kingly Home?
A Kingly Home.
I'm going to stealth back to Death's Respite.
Keeping a very close watch on the path you took and marking it mentally back to the Death's Respite. And it's probably a good mile off from where you guys were, if not a little further. You guys continue your conversation or go about your own business. Eventually Vax returns with the information.
I think that is, especially for a skill monkey, I've talked about more roles, especially in a series, where I'm implying here, I don't know this is speculation, but I am implying that if Vax failed any of those roles, that he was going to fail the entire series, or that he was at least going to have some relative consequences. if not total failure. And that is a good way to test like rogues and skill monkeys and like a very high skill people. And I like the switching up on skills as you get to a higher level. I'm typically not a fan of, I've always said, like, ask for a new skill check when the situation changes. So I think I would have preferred slightly more variability in the series, but I do think that the situation was varying across, and that Matt did a good job, or at least a decent job, of varying the situation and then asking for the new check when the situation changed. Like, he asked for the last stealth check when the guy was very specifically like looking to see if anyone was watching. Like, I think that's like, oh, that's a situation where now the situation has changed a little bit. Series of checks still aren't my favorite, but they are a way to substantially challenge skill monkey classes in a way that even the hardest single check just can't do, if you're abiding by the raw of capped DC. Of you can above DC 30, everything is impossible. If you're abiding by that, at a certain point, there's very few ways to challenge a skill monkey class except for this sort of series. So it's something that I would use sparingly, because I think that aspect of it, like that aspect of like they just like will fail if you have them roll enough, can be a little bit of a downer. But if it's portrayed in a cool way, which honestly I think it was. I think it was portrayed in a pretty cool way. I think it can work and has to be used occasionally in like really high level D&D.
The path of wherever this letter was dropped off to.
So, just curious, have you ever had the sand keg hide?
Are you serious?
Yeah, no, I'm just asking.
No, I ain't drinking that bullshit.
Really?
Yeah.
Too stiff for you?
Too stiff for anyone. It's... What?
I mean, I hear only, like, real bosses can drink that jazz.
That's not a drink. That's probably squeezed from the arsehole of some sort of beast out there.
No.
I prefer my stuff taken from berries and the sweet stuff.
What do you mean, some big... Well, like, it'll make a drink out of some animals, whatever.
Well, if you had some, it'd taste it.
Sure.
Well, I guess you know what animals' bum tastes like, eh?
Well, hold on. You mean they squeeze the arsehole or something out there?
Oh, completely.
No.
They hold it down and just squeeze its abdomen, and the poor sand cake just spews out into this little glass barrel, and then you pay for it. Top dollar.
Yeah, it's like 300-something gold.
Oh, did you buy some?
No. I took...
Just make an insight check.
It's like fucking synthetic vanilla coming from the asshole of beavers. Is that something I'm making up? I think that's real. 1 second. Vanilla beaver butt. Well, this statement is not entirely false. Let's go. Beavers do excrete sweet-smelling and edible castoreum from sacs near their anuses. Experts say you probably can't find this goo on the shelves of your nearest grocery store. No, but it's like, it's put into some synthetic vanilla. I knew this, yeah. It's beavers, yeah. Yeah, not otters. I thought so. So it's basically that. I saw Mega with a cup and saw the spit take coming.
Please. Your brain is filled with the image of whatever creature your imagination has come up with, just being held down and having
it's a giant, hairy, like water yak.
Yeah, and it is just squeezing some sort of yellowish liquid from its abdomen into a glass wine bottle, and you're now looking over and looking at Percy and Keyleth, who had just had sips of this earlier, and it's not sitting well with your stomach.
You know, we were gifted a bottle, and a couple of my friends had partook. They say the stuff we had is A+.
Yes.
Yeah.
Max now appears at the edge of the table.
Yeah.
Oh, hi.
Hey, I took a little walk.
Yeah. Let's go to the rooms. Let's check it out.
All right.
How about that?
Sure.
Thank you
It's been
for
a
the
pleasure.
rooms. A breakfast? Is there breakfast here?
No, you
Cool,
find your own
didn't
food.
think so. Awesome.
Good place.
Does he still have like some drink in front of him?
It hasn't been filled since now.
No, never mind.
Do you guys head to your rooms? Okay, you make your way up to the room. To the rooms, they're all clean, serviceable, nothing too fancy, but functional rooms, each with 2 beds.
I want to
Okay,
check.
now-
I want to check for listen if anything unusual, if there's anything iffy about the rooms, if there's
investigation check.
Oh, I would follow suit.
Investigation check.
Oh, for the love of fucking
Natural 1.
No.
9.
Shitty.
9. Nothing seems to be out of place or out of the ordinary.
Obviously.
13.
13. Seems to be a room.
I'm just going to check under the beds. That's it.
Okay, make an investigation check.
29.
29.
Ooh.
You find dust, dead insects, a dried out rodent husk, and that's it.
Awesome.
Grog, you want to bunk up?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
What, are we going 2 to a room?
6.
Yeah, there's
Oh.
6 of us.
It's also about 3 p.m. in the afternoon at this time.
Yeah, we're not like sleeping now.
I know that. I'm
I
not
just
going to go
wanted
lie
someone
down
to
on the
talk.
floor. I just thought I'd, call dibs.
Yeah, cool.
Scanlan then, mean you?
Sure.
No,
yes.
no,
yeah,
no,
yeah,
I'm
yes.
kidding. I don't want
let
to
me
sleep
just
in the
freshen
same
up a little
room with
bit.
you at
and
all,
I'll,
at all.
Oh, I need a bucket and a
At all.
mop. Oh, you
No,
intimidate me.
no, you're with him.
I'm with Vex.
Yes. What?
Yes.
Oh yes. No, that's
Have fun.
with no.
No, but we're talking
That's,
first.
that's
Let's just
later.
talk.
Later.
Yeah, don't worry.
What'd you see?
The budget. Oh, yeah. So we've got a backup plan because I followed whoever that person was back to where they dropped off.
It was a very fetching mouse.
I think we should probably honor the offer first, and if that goes sideways, then we have.
It's
backup.
so rare that
But
we're
you know
actually
where-
given an opportunity to be honest about everything. We might as well try it once, see if we like it.
But you know where this person at least receives her messages.
Absolutely.
Good.
Where is it?
Good work.
Well, I don't know the names of the streets. I remember what it looked like. If you want to follow me, it's about a mile off. It looked like a furniture store. A kingly rest.
And you didn't even have to say Jenga.
Well,
This
wonders never cease.
Kingly rest. All right.
What are you guys doing?
Shit.
Well, the
what
casino's
do we do?
tonight. The deal's off. We can't get Grog in a fight.
Do you have a red shirt,
legally.
Scanlan? Do we need to get
do,
you
I,
one?
do we own anything red?
That's a good
Grog?
question.
What?
Do we have anything red?
We have
Probably not.
3 fancy robes left.
Yeah.
Are they red?
You do not own a red shirt, but you could probably find one not too difficult.
All right.
Yeah.
Go find
It's a
one.
very flashy town.
Take 20 minutes.
All right, yeah, doesn't take you too long. It costs you 2 silver pieces. You find a nice red shirt, billowing sleeves. It's totally up your alley.
Okay, great.
Compliments
What
the
else do you guys wanna
outfit
do?
quite well.
Can we go back out to the bazaar? Are we far from there? We're still close.
He's gone through the bazaar. You're not too far from it. You're maybe a 10-minute walk from it.
They sell any like weapons?
Oh,
Like any,
and
like,
potions.
weapon-
We need potions.
Yeah.
Trinkets.
Can I look and see if people are selling weapons?
You walk around and there are weapons being sold, yeah.
Are there any like exotic weapons?
Scooting
No,
up
most
for
weapons that
shopping.
you find here are ornamental. They're for decoration. They're for like putting above mantle places. There are various blades that have bolting mechanisms in the back where you can easily mount them to a wall. None of them that you can see, at least that are open in this bazaar for sale, are presented as an actual item of warfare.
Okay.
Is there a magic shop?
Make an investigation check.
Oh God.
Come on, Percy. Roll something good. That's better.
That's better. 19.
19. Asking about, you do come to within the bazaar what appears to be a small wooden building. It's like a hut, but it's constructed of these kind of dark wood panels, and it resembles those strange marionette performance boxes that you see occasionally.
Punch and Judy box, yeah.
Except for it just has this one kind of frazzled-looking young woman standing.
I will say this is also one of the reasons that as my experience has grown and as I've started to suss out my own preferences, because I do think that this is a preferential thing, this is one of the reasons that I've started to like more locally centralized campaigns. So like campaigns that take place around like one city or in like a very specific region and aren't like super globetrotty, except with like very like specific and non-time dependent objectives. Like not like time of day objectives, like objectives you can work on all the time. And it is partially because when you're in a town that and it's also one of the reasons I like overlapping my quests, because you end up rarely having times where the PCs are just killing time randomly. It's normally like, oh, we don't have, we have to wait to pursue this other goal. I'll work on this in the meantime. or I'll work on that in the meantime, you know, either related to another quest or a personal goal or, you know, something. And a lot of that sort of stuff is easier when the campaign is more spatially constrained, you know, is more localized, as opposed to this globe-trotting sort of adventure. Again, preference, there are positives and negatives towards both, but I really don't like my players feeling like they are wasting time. Not to say that they don't like it, I don't like it. Like, when I experience the feeling of them wasting time, I don't like it. So I try to avoid it. And it's like one of the, you know, multitude of reasons why I have certain preferences. But it is definitely like when, you know, you're in the middle of Ank'Harel, you cannot, it's more difficult to maybe pursue some of your other little side quests than it would be if you're in a place that's closer. It's Gilmore shop, only Gilmore is using an obvious fake mustache. It's like Nurse Joy, where everyone is related to the Gedmores. Yeah. And instead of Gilmore, this guy's like Gifmore. Or Gammore. Genmore. All of them have different variations on Gedmore. Whale vomit is also used in fancy perfume. Of course it is. This does not surprise me. Chemistry is dark magic, and we all know this.
There with these long strands of like curly, dark brown hair, red lips, dark eyeshadow. She's kind of eagerly looking out with a sign in the front that reads oddities and eccentricities.
Good day.
Be pleased.
Good day.
Be pleased.
Be pleased to you as well.
I'm stocked up on eccentricities, but if you have any oddities for sale, I'd be very interested.
Well, there are many oddities at my disposal. I am Nisaba.
Oh, Percival. Hello. Good to meet you.
What kind of oddities are you looking for?
You know, honestly, this is my first time in the city, and I'm trying to get a sense of what's available for sale and what sorts of things one would find in the city. So really, I'm interested in touring your stock, especially if you have anything exotic.
Oh, let me show you. And over the next 5 minutes, she brings out all sorts of strange knickknacks, and it's essentially a display from the most awkward of vintage Salvation Armies you've ever come across.
God, we found a hipster.
However, you do catch a quick flash of what appears to be some small crystalline vials that appear to be strapped to some sort of leather bandolier.
Well, that's interesting. What do you call that?
This is for a gentleman who passed through many years ago who claimed to be a great alchemist. Sold this off when he'd come into a lot of debt within the city. So I made a good price. No one has really shown much interest in it.
Interesting. May I take a look at it?
You may.
Thank you.
The leather's finally made, if a little worn. The chemicals inside, one of them does have a familiar color, like a deep herbal red. This looks to be some sort of a low to medium level healing potion, most likely from your experience in the in the use of that. The two others are just kind of grayish and murky and don't really draw your attention. Anything you're familiar with.
Interesting.
Percy, what's that?
I don't know. It's quite nice though, isn't it?
Well, can I do a check on the other two potions to see with my potion knowledge,
sense.
my potion sense?
Polish.
Intelligence check.
Polish.
Drop in polish.
Not bad. Just straight intelligence. I 15.
15. They do appear to have been prepared in the way that you prepare magically enchanted vials for potions themselves, but you're not really able to make out just at a glance. You have to spend quite a time to make out what their nature is.
I have to look at it. Not familiar. Sorry.
Just buy it.
That looks like a health potion, though.
Yeah, it does look a bit
healthy.
It's like Storage Wars. Just buy it. Who knows what's in there? Yeah.
What were you hoping to unload for it?
Well, knowing that is now a magic potion of healing and two other magical potions, that is a very valuable belt with its contents. I would sell you just a belt for 5 silver pieces to include the vials, and they do come as a set, unfortunately. That would run you 275 gold pieces.
Now, see, we don't know what kind of healing potion that is, and those other 2 vials could have, I mean, there is an expiration date on these things. How long have you had it?
We've had it for a number of years.
Number of years? Well, in that case, they're probably gone stale by now. I would say 75 gold at the very best.
That's not going to work.
She reaches out and takes the belt away from you and sets it back down on your side.
75 gold will not do for that then.
For the belt, maybe, if you want.
For the belt, obviously, we've already established that that's in the silver range and certainly not touching gold.
Right, but you're willing to offer it at 75 gold for it, please?
75 gold for the entire set.
No, it's not going to work.
No, and of course that makes sense that 100 gold for that entire set would be.
I'm starting to take a nap against a column standing up.
Just buy it.
Me too.
100 gold. You've had it for so long.
Make a persuasion check.
This is going to go terribly. Where's my persuasion? Oh, that's almost a number. Oh, good. 16?
She goes, 225 gold.
200. And an acknowledgement and compliment to your stunning hair. I'm attempting to flirt very poorly.
Make a charisma check.
Yes!
Just a straight modifier to your roll.
Charisma check?
Come on, snitch.
Come on. 12.
You flirted with grass better.
I appreciate your patronage, but I'm a patient woman, and that is how I hold business.
Do 25.
Stonewall.
Oh,
Keyleth?
nobleman's
Yes.
burn.
I feel like I should have just learned some sort of lesson here. I'm just not entirely sure what it was.
Oh, you know,
This hardly matters, I suppose.
maybe you'll come to it at the end of being an Uncarel.
Hey guys, I'd have thought,
I
you
don't
know,
think so.
like we were all supposed to have a meeting with the king, and I haven't been paying attention if everyone's watching, and we got time to kill. Should we go, like, have a talk with a big man?
Or at least put in for an audience.
Yeah.
Yes,
That was
we
a bit of
probably
a shit
should.
choice today.
I'm sobering up a bit. We should probably do that.
Yeah, let's make the most
Does it
of
seem
our
like a
time.
long walk towards the Cerulean Palace?
Maybe 45 minute to an hour walk.
We've
Perfect.
got hours and hours before
We
we
don't have hours
We
now,
do. It's like 4 o'clock in the
three.
afternoon.
What time's the sunset here?
You
Can I ask somebody?
Is it getting low in
you
the
ask
sky?
around. It looks to probably be about 4 hours from sunset.
Perfect.
All right. Fine. Let's go.
Plus, the best way to see a new city is to walk, you guys.
Wait, hold on. I have to open my Pokemon.
All right, so you guys are making your way towards Cerulean Palace. All right. So, as you approach the large, kind of extremely imposing palace, you come upon what looks to be an endless series of stairs that brings you to the upper platform that is the central portion of the city where the palace seems to reside. Eventually peaking in the Sand Herald district that you were referred to earlier as the location of the palace and where the bowl of judgment exists. You step up to the very top of the stairs to find yourself already breathless at the sight of the immense purple-blue colored palace. A dozen towers reach for the clouds, the daylight peeking through their slightly translucent material like glassy waters ever frozen in a fall. The central tower, the one that caught your eye that ends in a large cup-like position, rises above all of them with a slight spiral-type texture to the outside of the palace that just is incredibly tall amongst the rest of the cityscape. As you get closer, you can see the main palace structure presents hundreds of arches pointed at their apex in its structure, smaller and smaller as it recesses further into the palace. Its very architectural build is a marvel and seems to both have consistency and kind of a chaotic feel to the placement of some of these arches too in size. And it's a very strange but fascinating structure. You can also
So this is me going a little bit back into OG Mega at the beginning of this. I haven't talked about senses in a while. Because I feel like, I mined that conversation for a little bit, and then I feel like I didn't have much more to say on it. This is a situation where I wouldn't dare bring up smells. I wouldn't dare set Theshel low. I wouldn't even consider it. But I would bring up sounds. Because a lot of big buildings have very unique ways in which they sound, in which the city sounds around them, they echo strangely, wind passes through them in interesting ways. All of that can really go towards characterizing a large architectural piece, especially in a scenario where you're in like a desert sort of biome that is also doesn't appear to be near the sea. The way that the wind interacts with these giant, tall buildings in the middle of an otherwise flat plain could be very specific and could be very interesting. So, again, a little, like I used to say, the visuals are good. The visuals are great. But bringing another sense in can really, really help characterize. And even if we did want to do a smell, I think that there's some opportunities there. But even like a feel, like if the air legitimately feels different close to the palace, or if they're going onto like paving stones rather than it sounded like gravel or like more like cobble sort of situation in the rest of the city. If we are going on to like smooth inlaid tiles that you can almost feel the difference on with your feet. There's, or even if there are like interesting grooved patterns carved into the tile and the marble that read your feet in interesting ways. I think there's some cool opportunities here. And again, I don't think, like I used to say back then, I don't think it's something that Matt, like, you know, needs to do. A lot of the times the visuals are all it takes. But working in those other senses can really heighten a description.
Also see turquoise detailing and trim against many of the pillars and carvings and statues that adorn the exterior of the grounds of this palace. As you approach what appear to be the front gates that ascend in a very, very bright kind of blue turquoise exterior, close to 50 hands of ord patrol various elements of the grounds around it.
New predictions? Not really. We haven't really gotten a whole lot that would... Although I will say... the fact that Jamon does not appear related to the vestige at all. Little bit disconcerting. Well, not disconcerting, but you know, it was a little bit worrying for our overall arc or for my overall prediction. Now, it's possible that the actual vestige holder might direct them on a job, direct them on the heist, because I originally thought that they were going to heist the Cerulean Palace in order to obtain the vestige. And they still could. It could just be that, like, they are hired by the mercenary, and she's like, yeah, you can use Cabal's Ruin for a while. Or I'll trade you Cabal's Ruin if you do this thing for me. And fuck it, you can even use it while you do so. or something like that, you know. So we could keep the theory afloat, but I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure. I don't know, we'll see. I don't think they're going to talk to Jamon this early. I think when they talk to Jamon, they are going to think that they are getting the drop on Jamon, and actually Jamon has the drop on them. I think it is going to immediately set a power dynamic tone that Jamon knows more than them, and they are wimpy little babies, comparatively. But they do have the power of friendship on their side. They're individually weak little babies, but they have the power of friendship. So, but I think that we're the first time that we ever meet Jamon, it's going to be a big power dynamic swing where they think they have the power, and it turns out they don't. We're going to see, though.
It looks like there are actual pockets of grass and gardens that exist around the Cerulean Palace in here, and the topography changes almost to feel like it belongs entirely anywhere but the middle of the desert. The guards do eye you suspiciously as you approach, and you watch as one armored woman, her dark hair hidden mostly beneath an ornate helmet of brass and blue, approaches you guys.
Welcome to the Cerulean Palace. I must ask you your business here.
Forgive us for our intrusion. We come seeking an audience of Jamon.
Jamon Saord.
Our emperor does not take meetings. My apologies, but I must ask you to leave.
We are, in fact, a group of ambassadors from the continent of Amon, from the cities of Teldor,
Continent of Teldor.
Continent of
City of
Teldor,
Amon.
and
It concerns the fate of the world.
Gnome kick.
That'll do it.
Wow.
Persuasion check.
pick one.
Which one?
Not
Which
that
one?
That one.
Shut up.
See, listen to me. I'm not taking credit for that.
23. No, 24.
24.
Hut, hut.
Yes.
Let me inquire with the Grand Maven.
She turns around, her armor kind of clinking, and walks back to the palace, leaving you guys there kind of amongst these courtyard grounds. A few moments pass before she returns, the doors opening, and as she descends, next to her you see what appears to be an older woman with these long ceremonial robes that drag behind her, kind of spilling across the stairs as she descends. Seemingly dozens of gemmed bracelets that jingle as she walks with each step. She wears a tall headdress, what looks like brass quills that press behind her head. And
Jingle's good. Jingle as she walks, good, evocative, very opulent.
Down her back.
To have so much jewelry on that you fucking make noise as you walk like a fucking dog. I mean, I guess the comparison to a dog isn't but you know what I mean. It's to be so iced up that people can hear you coming. That's it's opulent, and it also shows a confidence and a feeling of safety that a lot of people probably can't afford.
As she approaches you all, the woman earlier that you spoke to, the hand that approached you, kind of stays behind quietly and watches, kind of weapon at the ready. The woman steps forward with a smile, and unlike the kind of abrasive appearance that most of the hand have given, she seems to be more welcoming. Gives, the first time since you've been here, a very formal welcoming bow with her hand before her and the other hand out.
So, be pleased, everyone.
Be pleased.
As well. I must apologize. We were not aware of your arrival here. I am the Grand Maven Gameshiga. Please, enter and follow me.
She's the what? Expected to happen.
Gameshiga?
Gameshiga. This is good.
Gameshiga?
Gameshiga.
This is good. This is very good.
As she walks past you, and the female hand that saw you earlier kind of just steps aside and watches you as you pass, and then ends up stepping behind you, kind of flanking, and just keeping a watch from the back as you guys are led up the final staircase, through the front turquoise gates of the Cerulean Palace, and they close behind you with a resounding poof, impact kind of echoing through these long halls. And from the interior, massive pointed archways that lead down ornately decorated halls that just kind of echo with each footfall that hits across what looks like endless kind of white and black bespeckled marble. She leads you through a series of...
All right, Matt bringing in the sound now that we're indoors. I'm okay. We're getting there. I think outside could have been interesting, but I think that we're bringing in a nice evocative sound of this giant palace and the people that are there. I like it.
Of hallways, more hands walking past, as well as a number of other robed individuals. What appears to be a central chamber that has a number of steps and seats where it looks to be various philosophers are in mid-heated discussion, and once again, the same language that you have not heard on your ears before. And you are eventually brought to what looks to be a very intricate and decorated waiting room with some finely upholstered silk chairs, couches, and the Grand Maven stops. And
if you would not mind, please have a seat.
Of course.
Sure, yeah.
She walks into a nearby doorway. It looks like a single door that leads into a small looking room from the brief moment you have to see it, and the door closes. And you hear a 2 minutes pass. 5 minutes pass. 10 eerie, quiet minutes pass.
Windows in this room?
No windows in this particular room, but you notice as you take a close look, the roofs, while they are built of this like deep blue, almost glass-like thick crystal, they're ever so slightly translucent, and it kind of gives this general blue glow about the entire room. So you can't make out any details from the outside, but there is kind of this strange translucence to the entire structure.
Is that the only door to the room?
There is the hallway that you left behind, but there standing in the doorway is the same hand that approached you guys and has been kind of keeping an eye the entire time.
He's in the room with us?
Is away from you, standing in the large archway hall that led you into this waiting room.
I'm just up and pacing the room.
This is very typical. There's nothing unacceptable.
Trying to pace near the door that she went through so I can kind of keep an ear on the door.
I walk up to the guard and I say, sorry, I really should have peed before I came in. Is there like a privy I could use?
She kind of glances at you. Kind of goes, you look like a strapping young man. Perhaps you can hold on to that for a time.
I know it looks that way, but I also have a strapping-sized bladder, and I've been known to leave strapping-sized messies in corners. You see, I don't really come from all this finery, so the side of the wall's just as good with me. It's just I'm trying to be polite.
She leans behind the hallway and shouts someone, Jema, Kiremansk, Wurte. Just a moment. Another guard walks up behind and kind of kicks a bucket into the room. That'll do.
Put up or shut up.
Can I hear anything from the other side of the door?
Exception check.
I am laughing out
Oh wait,
loud.
that's not a 20.
Was that a 20?
1.
Oh boy.
You have your ear up against the wall.
I didn't want to have my ear against the wall. I wanted to be subtly doing it.
Well, you're subtly doing it, and there's nothing. And you get closer, and there's nothing. The rest of you hear, but you're still like, Eventually the door opens again, and there the Grand Maven stands again. She looks after the rest of you.
Come with me. You have been granted an audience.
Oh, wow.
Steps back into the chamber.
That happens much.
Well, never mind. An audience. What the fuck are they even gonna say to Jamon? I don't know. I have actually no idea where this is going. I would not have expected them to get through.
Easier than I
Way easier than expected, yeah.
Well, thank you for the bucket. I'll hold it.
Good work talking at the door.
Are you sure, Grog?
I mean, this could be a VTuber situation, right? Are you a vampire or werebear, right? Jamon, it could be a VTuber thing where, like, you never know if you're talking to the real Jamon. So it could be like, you get an audience with Jamon, but, you know, it's like Jamon D or Jamon 24. You know, you're not getting like Jamon Prime. I can't imagine. Unless Jamon has been watching them and is about to fucking spill the tea. But I feel like, again, I was expecting more of a power differential before... Or they spilled the tea. I was expecting more of like a power differential surprise sort of situation before Jamon revealed that they know who Vox Machina is. I don't know what's going on here. Do not worry about the vampire behind the curtain type of deal. I don't know. I truly don't know what to expect. It feels too easy. I'm with Vox Machina on this. It feels way too easy. I don't know what's going to happen.
They know who we are.
I guess.
Yeah,
They must know who we are.
Dice said you
Maybe.
Yeah.
Trust our luck. Luck is going.
I
I'm
feel
walking
like-
into this.
If anyone says
More
Jenga,
like-
kill everyone we meet.
That's the only plan we have.
I'm walking into it.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
So you walk into what is a cylindrical chamber of smooth, blue-purple quartz-like material, with 4 strands of heavy chains taut between the ceiling and floor, about 15 feet above you. With no other exit.
I'm
You all
excited.
enter, the door closes behind you, and the maiden, still kind of relaxing her arms to her side, her headdress still kind of, giving her this ominous presence, looks up.
Oh, please.
And there's a boom, a shuddering sound. Suddenly, the bland, uncharacteristic walls, compared to the rest of the palace, begin to slide past the chains, now making this rattling sound as the floor itself seems to be lurching, and you'd feel a bit of pressure in the room that wasn't there before.
Oh, it's
Suddenly,
elevator.
woof, you're
Always
being
wanted to
lifted,
build one of these.
and the walls, now no longer walled in by the rest of the palace, you can now see this occasional traveling down line as the spiral on the outside of the tower you once saw now surrounds you. The wall is much thinner than the rest of the palace, as you can see through this somewhat translucent glass exterior the entirety of Iman surrounding you from upon high as it goes lower and lower as you're lifted higher and higher into this tower.
This is miraculous.
It's very off-putting, but beautiful at the same time. Everything's seen through this like kind of shimmering, somewhat refracted blue passage. And as you go higher...
I will admit that this is definitely giving sex dungeon. But I'm so shook that they're just getting it. So I also assume Iman was a slip of the tongue. Yeah, I assume that meant Uncarel. It happened earlier too, he said, Iman, when they were talking to TiVo or whatever. This has to be... Jamon's gonna say, I've been watching you, but man, is Jamon giving away their hand. Really laying their cards on the table. Because it's like, why would Jamon let them in if Jamon is not aware of the dragons and who Vox Machina is? But if they're aware of the dragons and who Vox Machina is, why is this how they're meeting? With like Vox Machina like just randomly showing up at the Cerulean Palace. Unless it's all been foretold. Unless Jamon like really is like a divination or has a diviner. that was like, yeah, they're going to come to you. Man. I don't know. This is off-putting. Yeah, something feels so fish. I mean, it's and I think that it's supposed to feel fishy. Like them getting put in the waiting room and the magical. I assume the magical noise was actually like an arcane lock or something getting put in or dispelled. But the entire thing is supposed to feel a little bit eerie, a little bit off-putting. But I don't know where we're going with this.
And higher, you can see the countless homes, walls, and towers just getting smaller and smaller below the other towers, eventually ending as you grow higher within the tower. The Maven says, I request you do not touch the walls, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't want to touch the walls.
The view reveals the entirety of the city around you, and beyond that, the distant dunes and the desert that seems to have no end. You view a far-off mountainscape, a little bit in the northern direction, that just begins to peek past your view. Then boom! The floor ceases again. You all seem to lurch for a moment. Yourself, about an inch before you catch yourself on your feet. The Maven kind of catches herself, very used to this transition. You now see behind her, where it has stopped, there appears to be another set of doors, similar to the ones you entered in the bottom portion of this tower. The door opens, and you can see the next room is a set of staircases of the same color that slowly curl off and disappear upward above you. Please, follow me. She walks in, her robe dragging behind her. You guys give enough breath for it to follow. As you led up the stairway, choosing right or left, they both lead to upper platform in what is the top of the central tower of the Cerulean Palace. As you enter this room, you see close to 100 dangling silk tapestries from 50 or 60 feet up of multitudes of different colors, rainbowscapes of beautiful, beautiful translucent cloths and silks just gently flowing with breezes and mingling and mixing into each other around the outside of the wall. High arched windows on each side and behind what looks to be a large opening reveal passing clouds surrounding this height and obfuscating certain portions as they meet with the height of this tower's apex.
God, this is why I can't fucking be a player, man. This is why I'm better as a DM than a player, because I'm getting so impatient. I'm like, yeah, it's pretty. I want to know what's happening. And it's good. It's good. It's a good denial. But this is why I like being the DM, because then I know what's going on and I can fuck with my players. I don't like sex donjon. And my anxiety is spiking because I can't even imagine what's going on. I'm racking my brain for even a ludicrous theory, and I can't make the pieces fit together. Sex tower. I need a center.
You see a large balcony on the opposite side of the room that is opened with its own similar-sized arch that extends outward. Has a railing about 4 feet up that is an opening that overlooks an open air all above the city to see. In the center of the chamber, you see a series of step-like platforms, circular, that rise up upon each other. And in the center, you see what seems to be a tall throne of bronze and sapphire. That probably sits 10 feet up from the base, thin, but extremely long and widens towards the top. You can see hundreds of sapphires kind of put into and set into shiny, kind of ruddy metallic material that frames the entirety of the throne. And there, sitting atop this throne, you see a slender, human-like entity, wearing no jewelry, no ceremonial adornments, no crown, just a simple brown cotton shirt over simple, elegant pants, bare feet, no shoes. Androgynous and beautiful, you're unable to really make out the sex of this creature. It's neither man nor elf, not fae, but something somewhat alien, almost. The skin a deep-set kind of reddish-brown, smooth and impeccable. The features are extremely fine and delicate. The eyes are what catch you. Black, like night, but the pupils, burning points of molten metal. The entity smiles and stands off the
So is Jamon letting them see? What? I need to copy all this for further analysis. What? Okay. I am. What? I mean, all black eyes. I mean, you know. So what do you think? I don't know yet. If Umbrasyl wasn't already dead, I would say, oh, look, it's Umbrasyl's alias. I don't know.
Eyes
One
are what catch you. Black, like night, but the pupils, burning points of molten metal. The entity smiles and stands off the throne. Now, at this height, seeing it standing almost as tall as Grog by comparison, but the limbs are elongated. Extends a hand towards you as you step into the chamber. Welcome to Ank'Harel, heroes of Tal'Dorei. I am Jamon Salward, and it is my pleasure to greet you. And that is where we'll pick up our session in 2 weeks.
Oh shit, 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
2 weeks. Wow, guys.
Whoa.
You did a lot of strange things.
Yeah, that was a weird day.
That was a crazy
It's like the
time.
Pharaoh King.
Where's the cooldown? We're gonna watch the cooldown while I think.
King from Stargate. That's
So we have 2 weeks till we pick up from that point in the story. Oh man! Next week, look forward once again to Liam running his awesome one shot.
Oh, goodness gracious.
I got a party plan for you.
It's gonna be awesome. It's been fun.
Oh goodness.
Gone to suck hole.
But anyway, guys, thank you so much. Hope you had a fun time. Much love to all of you in the community. You're awesome. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you for supporting all wonderful charities. 826.
So is it not that Jamon's features are obscured, but just that what? Or are they just showing their features to Vox Machina because Vox Machina are special little snowflakes? I don't understand. I don't know what's happening. What? Now how complete immersion? You'll have to wait for 2 weeks. No! I refuse to do so. I will not be partaking in that lunacy. GR Cup. We will be starting episode 57 next Wednesday because I need to know. I need to... What?
Take a break.
No! Fuck you! Definitely more alien than I was. I mean, Matt literally said the word alien. Way more alien than I was expecting. You know, we joke about the werebear, but elongated arms are a thing with fucking werewolves. Were-giraffe? No. The black eyes with molten pupils. I mean, I definitely feel confident about the whole, like, Jamon is a demigod, but that wasn't really a big swing. I don't know. Stargate movie vibes. Imagine having to wait 2 weeks. No. Want to skip ahead and watch the beginning next week? No, we can't do that. We gotta keep it. We gotta keep it. I'm seeing alien. I'm seeing accurate robot. Dude. I mean, with this knowledge, I will absolutely have to do a theory stream. I'll have to. It's required. A lot of times I'm like, oh, I need to do a theory stream in order to like clean up the notes. But this one is like, I have to totally rethink how I thought that Jamon fit into this. Because this isn't giving Vecna. This isn't giving the dragons. It's maybe giving Raven Queen connections. It's maybe giving what were the Sphinxes related to? The like knowledge goddess lady? Not Mistra. Is it Mistra? Who I can look it up really, really easily because I have them in apparent allies, the Sphinxes. Oh, actually, wait. I think I have the person in deity. Ayun. It's kind of giving Ayun to me. But I don't know. Also, originally it was like fucking something looks out over the eastern edge, but it seems like this is a real 360. So I don't think that was maybe like a super purposeful description on Matt's part. I think that was maybe a tiny bit of a flub, but which means that the whole like looking east is not important. I forgot this was live. Yeah. Werewolves as Glabro or Krynos? I don't even know what those words mean. You can know now. No! Stop it, Sarah. Serial yapper reduces sounds. This is one where like my pattern recognition is failing me. I have no idea what's going on. It's not failing me totally because there's very clearly something going on. I don't think it's like lazy or incomplete. Like there's nothing wrong with what's happening, but I can't even begin to guess. And that's why I'm like reaching out to like Ayun or Cord or something because they're still giving very demigod energy. Very demigod. And so it's like it feels tied into the religious aspects, but not in any of the ways that I anticipated it being. I anticipated it being like an obvious Vecna tie-in or an obvious Chroma tie-in. And I'm just not seeing it. I can't. Nothing about that description says Vecna to me. But also, my impression of Vecna is largely within my own head. Because I am implying a lot of Vecna knowledge. But it doesn't give me Chroma Conclave at all since Umbrasyl's dead. If Umbrasyl wasn't dead, I would be like, chat, this is 1,000,000,000,000,000% Umbrasyl. Like, no question, this is Umbrasyl's human alias. I know that for a fact. But they murdered the shit out of Umbrasyl. Like, there's no part of me that thinks that, like, Umbrasyl had a, like, fake death, you know? So I don't know. You can't square it. I can't square it. That was one reference. That was a reference to Werewolf the Apocalypse. Oh, I see. I see. Matt does like to get creative. Think how different this is from the elves in the Feywild. This is a ruler who's aware, who is as aware of their reputation. Yeah. Jamon is Vecna in a hot disguise. Jamon does sound hot. That's inarguable, which is kind of evidence towards vampire. Like, but that's it. That's all I have is hot and chains. I guess chains are hot and hot is vampire. But that's it. That's all I have. Ooh, I'm going to be thinking about this. I'm going to think about this. I mean, this point in the episodes he watched. No, I get you. And to be fair, I have in the like spoilers document, I have it like, oh, you can ask questions if they're so vague that I would never know. Like the green is so vague that I would never know, but I could still imply things off of it. So I think that's what Theshel is saying is like, oh, you can go into the spoilers chat and like ask more specifically. Yeah. Yeah. Where do you see Umbrasyl? Just the theme colors? It's like, I see Umbrasyl in the black pupils. Yeah, like the theming colors. I always thought that Jamon was the Umbrasyl human alias because of the obscured features. Read very like shadow, dark, black dragon to me. The stealthy, hidden nature of everything. Like it was all like very thematic stuff, and nothing in Jamon's description pulls me away from that. The elongated limbs feel dragony to me. The black pupils with the pinprick eyes feel dragony. The very smooth, beautiful, it's like all of that feels black dragon. Again, I don't know much about actual chromatic dragons in D&D, like a lot of the lore. So when I hear black dragon, I'm thinking shadow dragon. And even with like how they interacted with Umbrasyl, that still feels right to me. So I'm thinking like stealthy, hidden, scheming. And they also said that like black dragons were like the most crafty. And a lot about Jamon says that to me. It could also just be unrelated. It could just be an honest to God, purely fresh, new plot point that has no connection and there was no way to predict. And that's honestly where I have to lead at this point. Because if there's implications if there has been, not implications, if there's been foreshadowing for what the fuck is Jamon's deal? I don't know. I don't know. I think the reddish brown skin is more evocative of a red dragon. To me, the reddish brown skin was supposed to be like the Marquettish people, I took that as like sort of like, oh, they're not a foreigner, they're like from Marquette. I could be wrong though, because I do agree, but I also wouldn't think that Jamon is Thordak. There's no way. There's no way Jamon's Thordak. No. No. I don't know. black eyes. Pupils are already black. Yeah. Black iris instead of white. I think it's supposed to be like black iris and sclera. What's the white bit called? White part of the eye. The sclera. When Matt described Jamon, I pictured black sclera and iris, with then pupil being the molten part. But I also don't remember which was it. I don't know. Jamon was described in simple gear. I know. Well, it's also like, I don't think it is Umbrasyl anymore. So it's like, I don't know. And like, I could see, like, Jamon is already so, like, obviously theatrical. And I mean, yeah, Jamon's dressed in simple clothes, but is also on a throne made of sapphires at the top of a translucent tower that should not be. That is seemingly held up by ungodly magic that raises Jamon in a bowl of truth into the literal heavens, into the point where the clouds obscure vision. So I can't say that Jamon is not opulent. So what do the clothes mean? I don't know. To me, it would be a ruse. It would be Jamon's looking to appear, poor or like common. But also they're meeting Jamon at the top of the tower. So it's obviously not a ruse. Jamon is very comfortable showing this to them and isn't like changing when they get to the top of the tower. I don't know. I truly don't know. I truly cannot get there. Maybe I'll get there during a theory stream. I'm going to have to try. But I cannot think of how Jamon ties into literally anything. I don't even think that Jamon is going to be like the wandering vagrant that was portraying themselves as Garm. Why haven't the dragons attacked? Because Thordak is already the Emperor. Yeah. The Soul Anchor split Thordak in two, creating two entities, an insane and a vain one, and a logical and calculated other. That could be cool, G. Hercub. That's a very cool conceit for y'all's tables, but nothing to me says that that's what's happening. It could be. It totally could be. That's what I'm saying. It's like, I don't know what's going on, but I do think it's something like that. Like, there's going to be some way that Jamon ties into things. They're too specific to not. And they're too fleshed out to a degree to not be important. But I can't place where they go at all. I know. Anyway, you cut. It's one of the most memorable character descriptions. It's very memorable. That's what I'm saying. Jamon is thoroughly characterized. Even with like how they've been discussed before, they're characterized. And the city that they lead and the mythos around them. It's all very characterized. But leading to what I could not tell you. I could not even begin to tell you. So I'm going to, dope ass. It's kind of like that, yeah. I'm gonna think about this more. I guarantee you, we will be having a theory stream before next episode. as a reminder, theory streams are members only. So I haven't done one in a while, so I know, especially like new folks may not know that. So we'll be doing a theory stream sometime before the next episode. The VOD will be public. So theory streams, the live is members only, but the actual VOD is totally public. So if you don't want to do a membership, you can watch it after the fact. Like no information will be like paywalled. It's just like being there live. That's the benefit. Yeah, man. Yeah. So I'll see you all there. Because I have no doubts that this will be the central question at the heart of that theory stream, is looking through all of our notes, parsing through any mentions of Jamon or connections that could lead me towards what's going on. Does Joel have the Fusaka? Jamon has the entire stock of spice. This is what happens if used responsibly. If you use the Fusaka irresponsibly, you get short like Scanlan. But if you use it responsibly, it gives you like weird eyeballs like the fucking Fremen. And Fusaka is just the spice from Dune, and that's why Jamon has these crazy eyes. Yeah. And it gives you crazy elongated arms. Yeah, for sure. Matt just read Dune before all of this. Stealing from the future, as always. I think the simple clothes fit the established characterization. I know! Yeah, Fusaka is melange. I totally agree with you, G. Hercom. I think it does fit. It totally fits. Yeah. Jamon is, yeah. I'm gonna have to think about it more. Because Jamon is so thoroughly characterized that it makes me feel like I should be able to pick up on something, but I can't. And that is what is like so disorienting right now. It's like Jamon is very thoroughly, very purposefully characterized, and I have no idea what it means. So, I'm gonna peace out. I'm gonna peace out, and I will see you all later. Yeah. Thank you so much for joining. If you haven't, if you just joined, I'll see you in the VOD. And this was a good one. This was fun. I'm excited. I'm really psyched for the next episode. Yeah. Thanks again. See y'all later. Goodbye. Boop.